Yate. Hello? Anybody on the line?
Good morning, Honorable. We are still waiting for a quorum. This is Manuel.
Hey, Manuel, this is Elmer, TVK. Hello?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in. Yeah, it's Aben. Good morning. This is Delia Brown. I'm calling in as well.
Manuel, still on the line?
Good morning, Honorable Brigade. Yes, I am. We have about 10 members. We need one more LOC for a two-committee role.
Okay, all right. I'm on the line too. Gotcha.
Good morning, everyone. Yate Bene, this is Speaker Damon. Thank you very much for waiting with us this morning. Good morning to my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Naabik'íyáti committee members. Good morning to everyone listening in. Good morning to the President, Vice President. Good morning, President Nez, Vice President Lizer. Good morning to all the staff on the executive side. Good morning to all our employees there and under the judicial branch led by Madam Chief Justice. Good morning, Madam Chief, Joanne Jane, and to all the judges out there. Good morning if you're listening in. Good morning to all our constituents out there at the chapters, at the administration, and chapter officials. You're listening in too as well. And good morning to everyone out there. We had a wonderful experience the past couple of days. Had a beautiful, good weather that came in, blessed the nation, getting us ready for the spring and the summer. I hope to know that we thank the Creator for that. So I personally did myself, and I just want to say again, thank you for everyone for being on the line. I know that we are today is we're having our regular Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Looks like we only have 2 items on the agenda, but I think there might be more that will be added on. We're just waiting right now to everybody listening in. I do not have a quorum yet, but we hope to get that soon. I think we're needing 2 committee rule. We might have a 2 committee rule now. So let's go ahead and try to see if we have a quorum. We're getting ready, everything getting to go. So let me just call this meeting to order. This is a Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation and council session. This is a regular meeting. So via telecommunications. Myself, my name is Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll be presiding today here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I'm joined here in the chambers with Honorable Paul Begay. Paul Begay is here this morning. Today's date is Thursday, March 25th, 2021. The time now is 10:11 a.m. There's proposed agenda that we do have with us. I also here am joined right now too as well with Honorable Vice Chair, Honorable Slater. So thank you, Honorable Slater, for being in the chamber here with us. I do have Ms. Siako, Mr. Rico, Mr. Sosi, and Ms. Yavella in the chambers here with us too as well. So before we go ahead and go on down to our invocation, let's make sure that we have a quorum and a roll call. So Ms. Yavella, you mind doing a roll call right now? See if we got a quorum.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm here.
Honorable Elmer Begay is present.
I'm present. Here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you hear me? This is Delegate Elmer, P. Begay.
Yes, Elmer Begay. I got your vote. Hold on.
Sorry, colleagues, our tally, voting tally machine is not working right now.
Speaker,
Yes.
if the voting tally machine is not working, we should just not proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. I think Emo's on it right now. He's fixing the voting tally machine.
Honorable Elmer Begay is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty did not answer. Roll call.
Hello.
Honorable Speaker Damon.
This is
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning. Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
46.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning. Eugenio is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Good morning, Yateben.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Evan Yazi. Honorable Evan Yazi. Honorable Evan Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm
Jimmy
present this
Yellowhair.
morning. I'm
Honorable
present
Jimmy
this
Yellowhair
morning.
answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty.
For the record, this is Tisa Bernali, LEA for Amber, for Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winnica answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 15 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Kealen's here.
Honorable Kiara
Thomas
Gay
Walker's here.
Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Mr. Speaker, with that, you have 17 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vella. 17 members are present here at Naabik'íyáti Committee this morning. Seventeen members. Thank you very much. Oh, let's go continue on down. Colleagues, we do have a quorum. So this morning's Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting. With that, for an invocation, Honorable Stewart, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Sure, Chair. Speaker, I can do that, yes. Well, good morning, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, staff, those listening in. We'll just say a short prayer this morning while we begin our Naabik'íyáti meeting. Heavenly Father God, we come to you this morning, ask you for your blessings upon each and every one of us. Ask you for your guidance on us today, Heavenly Father God, as we look at our agenda, tackle an item on the agenda, Heavenly Father God, to prepare for council, Heavenly Father God. Ask you to help us with our words and our thoughts in a positive way like that with this item, Heavenly Father God, and other recommendations that may be added to the agenda as well, Heavenly Father God. I ask you bless my colleagues and speaker and the staff at this time, Heavenly Father God, the tireless work and efforts that they do for the community that they represent, in the departments and divisions that we work with on a daily basis, Heavenly Father God. Representation we give to our Navajo people, for our people, Heavenly Father God. I ask you to bless us like that in that way, Heavenly Father God, and help us to always be respectful of each other, Heavenly Father God. Heavenly Father God, I ask you to bless our executive branch, our judicial branch as well, Heavenly Father God, president, vice president, and the executive staff on that side, directors on that side, and then the staff employees, Heavenly Father God, down to the chapter level, Heavenly Father God, community level, Heavenly Father God. Watch over them like that. They do their work each and every day to meet their goals and objectives, Heavenly Father God. Also with Chief Justice and Human Litigation, today, and all the judges and prosecutors on that side, Father God, and the legislative staff, Father God, attorneys, counselors that we turn to for advice, Father God, and opinions. Let them continue to help them as they explain things to us in the best way that we can understand, Father God. And not only in that way, but also at the state level and the federal level as that, Father God. I ask you bless all of our leadership like that, Father God. I ask you bless our medicine men and women as well, Father God. Our practitioners like that, Father God. Our roadmen, Heavenly Father God, and our pastors and our preachers, Heavenly Father God, and the words and the prayers that they say for us, songs and the paraphernalia they use, Heavenly Father God, bless them like that for such time, Father God. So bless all of our people, Heavenly Father God, those suffering with an illness, those that are suffering with depression, Heavenly Father God, those that are suffering with the loss of a loved one, Heavenly Father God. Ask you to bless them for us at this time, Heavenly Father God. Be with them. Help their hearts and their minds heal, Heavenly Father God, as they continue on each and every day, Father God, do the best that they can, Father God. You be with them. Give them that strength, Father God, with the food that they eat and the water that they drink on a daily basis, Father God. Bless their homes like that, Father God. Their livestock, their vehicles that they travel in, Father God. Bless our youth as they go back to school, Father God. And our parents as they continue to work, provide an income for their families, Father God. Ask you bless our elders as well, grandparents like that. On a daily basis, Father God, give them the good health, Father God, each and every one of us like that, doing this across the nation, Father, in the states that we represent, Father God, our people like that across the world, Father God, as you bless all your animals at this time as well, from the smallest creature you created to the largest animal you created, Father God, all the beautiful things you give us each and every day, Father God, continue to bless us like that on a daily basis, Father God. Wherever I may have said in vain, or wherever I may have taken your name and granted, Father God, I ask you to forgive me at this time, Father God. Answer my prayers like that in a positive way, Father God. Give me my shortfalls, my shortcomings, Father God. All of us as humans, Father God, forgive us like that, Father God. These things I say in your holy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Stewart, for that wonderful prayer. Thank you very much, colleagues. Again, good morning to everyone that's on the line. Good morning to everyone listening in. This is a regular Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. I know I have my colleagues on the line. It looks like we had 17 of my colleagues on the line. I do have Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Vice Chair Slater here with me in the chambers. So let's go ahead and get started. Moving on down on the agenda, we have item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Yeah, kudo shita yaja. Aro inta kudo shinat Shenigi kudo 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti committee members of Shenigi. Aro inta his staff. Here that aro dam at the huis ago dainos agi kudo here get the deshnis kudo. Aro yad happen. Aro inta sitsili yaja kudo. Delegate Stewart kudo that for the Beden me kudo AIC here kudo. Those stego kudo ib baheta and kudo shinanta kodi no de biga no kudo na gaita o his husband dollars kudo shinata sheniki na gaita Naabik'íyáti chapter and community greatly saddened by the loss of a former veteran and leader. I see kudo hinneto nana kudo I see Naabik'íyáti as kay adan that hikadan liniki ada Naabik'íyáti has ande so you kudo na gaita shinananta shinigi na gaita Naabik'íyáti chapter is a certified chapter. Aro nana kudo the Nishigi Ada chapter manager Shashan Ash Earl Sombrero. Aro inta the staff. Aro inta not liniki Ada that hatna liniki. Edo Hon Shama kudo na gaita Geraldine Chi, chapter president. Chapter vice president Shata Yaja Chansky Nordestein. Aro inta kudo Shanat liniki. Chapter secretary Orlando Goodman. Otai kodoi not atan laaja aron da bebenant and linigi shina Jerry Happy Begay. A koyat have been in here the nations in kodo aron da kodo dam here the dice in Chicago kodo adot or we his $1,000 kodo da shinat an shinigi kodo needs an Naabik'íyáti chapter is a certified chapter. In a great proclamation days or on his proclamation maka in honor and recognition of the late Army veteran Larry Goodman of Naabik'íyáti, whereas the Naabik'íyáti chapter is greatly saddened by the loss of the late Larry Goodman, who served in the U.S. Army, and whereas the late Larry Goodman was an Army soldier who served in the United States of America, the Navajo Nation, and the United States Army with courage, honor, and distinction, serving 30 years as a Master Sergeant, E8, a veteran of Vietnam, serving from 1967 to 1997. He was honorably discharged. And whereas the late Larry Goodman also was an active member of the Naabik'íyáti Veterans Association and beloved member of the Naabik'íyáti chapter community, attending all community events and sharing wonderful memories of the past and his love for his community. Further serving as an elected official at the Naabik'íyáti chapter from the year 2000 to 2012 in the capacities of vice president and president. And whereas the Naabik'íyáti community unites and offers prayers for his children, grandchildren, extended family, and friends during the time of grief. And now, therefore, the Naabik'íyáti chapter do hereby proclaim that all flags within the Naabik'íyáti community shall be flown at half-staff in honor of the late Army veteran and community leader, Larry Goodman, from sunrise of March 25th to 2021 to sunset on March 20 March 27, 2021. Ordered this 23rd day of March 2021. Ko EOTI kodo inat sopigi hadis are kodo sunat anashimigi si kodo nagaita. Mikinat Lord Quishi Ena Hey kodo nagaita. The late Larry Goodman as the chapter president, chapter vice president, Benamish Yoso, Arunan Kefulash, so don't long a Kati na Helaho. So AIC kodo Oshibe Benage Nito Leshkodos, Action and Lenigatona, so Nalaketashi, Alon Ade, Arunana Kodo community of a Tlatikin community, I say, but Jada Mills, Kehodo, Oshibe, so the Zenda Benage Nito Lesh, Shanat Ahmashanigi. Call idiot about it. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, with that recognition for late Sergeant Subby Ken, Mr. Larry Goodman. With that, colleagues, thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for reading that proclamation and recognition of Mr. Goodman and his life there at the community that seemed like he loved so much. So again, thank you, Honorable Daniels, for expressing that this morning. That, colleagues, are there any more recognitions or recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time?
Chair, this is Delegate So. I just want to state for the record that I'm on the call.
Oh, great. Good morning, Honorable Charlene. So I do have
Hello.
Honorable Helona and Chairman
morning,
Nez
Chair.
that takes me too as well. So it looks like we have 4 of our colleagues on the line. Is there any other further comments or questions, or actually recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? If there are none, let's continue on then to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, March 25th, 2021. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals, none. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business A, legislation 0023-21. New business B, legislation 0050-21. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Helona. Yell here second.
Okay, with that motion, Honorable Helona, second by Honorable Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to the agenda at this time? Yes, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Chair Damon. I'd like to request a modification to add legislation 43-21 to the agenda as 7C.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, on the motion to amend the agenda on amendment number 1, to include adding on 0043-21. Slater, is there a second?
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. With that, Mr. Rico, could you read the title into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0043-21, proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution in action relating to resources development in Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council rescinding CMA-16-20 entitled in action relating to an emergency regarding the COVID-19 virus within the territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, ensuring safe protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists, sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Jamie Henyo, and Honorable Ricky Inez. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona,
Halona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
You votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 19 in favor. No opposition, chair not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. Let's move back to the main motion on the agenda. Any further comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda here today?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Otto, so good morning.
good morning, Yate. I think we need to meet with Navajo Housing Authority board members as soon as possible in a executive session or something. It was really troublesome to hear NHA's report yesterday at RDC. And not to the report in general, but to the funding. HUD has put a freeze on some sort of housing dollars that they expend. And really, leadership really has not been in line with these things that are done by HUD, meaning that they have restricted expenditures where NHA cannot expend money. So it's troublesome. At the end of the day, whatever NHA does, it's going to affect Navajo leadership. And as Navajo leadership is affected, they're going to tell us and they're going to say that we did it. And I believe we need to get NHA to really get us to tell us the real story on what's going on. People out there need home for one thing, and to me it was just troublesome to hear that HUD and the federal government has frozen some sort of fund that NHA utilizes to construct, and I'm hoping that it's not the lock funds. In the lock funds we have probably more than about 230 million in there. And our Navajo people want homes. And yet, not to be discussed at this meeting, but to shed light to this and get leadership all up to par in relating to the issue of NHA. The
Honorable Otto, so is that a request for us to add that on at the next NABI? We are having a work session on Tuesday with Navajo Housing Authority. Honorable Otto, so.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the work session is geared to pretty much the NHA operation and so forth. But this is, I guess, if they're freezing up your bank account, something's going on there at NHA. Why is HUD freezing up the bank accounts to allow no expenditures to happen?
Okay.
So that is my concern.
Okay,
The
Honorable Otto,
leadership
so.
need to get a hold of this. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, so we can add that to the discussion on Tuesday as a discussion item. Unless if you want to add it on today, are you motioning to add that on to today?
I am I'll motion to get the speaker's office to set up a conference call with NHA relating to this matter, not today, maybe Saturday or something like that, because we really need to hear what funds are frozen, what funds are not. They're not told. They're told that cannot be touched.
Okay.
Cannot be expended. Thank you.
I'll work together with the Chairman Rick Nez, and with the Resource and Development Committee. And I didn't hear the full report yesterday, so I will have work with Miss Melinda Siaco too, who is the aide, and Miss Shammy Begay, who will assist in developing that dialogue, and we can work together to see how quickly we can get that going. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you.
Okay. Now back to the agenda. Reviewed and adopted. Any other comments, questions about the agenda?
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. Good morning.
Good morning to the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and those that are listening throughout the Navajo Nation. I want to say thank you for the prayer from my brother, Wilson Stewart. That was a beautiful prayer. Based off the agenda, we got legislation 0048-21 that will be heard sometimes today by Budget and Finance. So I need a little guidance on what and how this is going to be conducted, because we're in the midst of NABI, and the time for BNF is going to be meeting at 3 p.m. So how does that fit into schedule? I know it's supposed to have been done at 08:30 this morning, but however, the ball was dropped, and it shouldn't have been dropped. I don't know what happened. We could have had this legislation heard by BNF this morning and ready for NABI. So when it comes to 3 p.m., I need guidance on that, and also to place this on the Naabik'íyáti agenda. Is it going to require 2/3 vote to get the legislation on, and wanting it to go to the next level tomorrow for Navajo Nation Council? This is imperative because this is dealing with the Navajo Nation Veterans budget for the fiscal year of 2021. However, it's not to the comprehensive budget. It's just the quarter until we get a comprehensive budget. Sir, thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I did sign off on that memo for Budget and Finance Committee to have a meeting at 3 o'clock. And due to that, the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Budget and Finance Committee will still be meeting at the same time. We'll probably be meeting on a legislation at that time. The committee will then proceed, which I'm talking about is BNF. Once your committee has taken action on such legislation or have not taken action, if they do take action on that legislation, once that committee report is signed, sent over to Mr. Rico at Office of Legislative Services, at that time, Mr. Smith, you or any other one of our colleagues can motion in between a legislation in order to add that on. To amend the agenda, we're in committee mode. We're not in council mode, so you don't need 16 votes. You just need a simple majority to add that legislation on, Vice Chair Smith.
Agushin, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Any other comments, questions, additions, or deletions on the agenda? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have one amendment. That amendment is to add legislation 0043-21 to the agenda as new item C. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll go green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay,
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable
Dr. Keller
Nathaniel
votes
Brown,
green.
Honorable Key Allen
Delegate
Begay Jr.
Brown.
votes green.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. I didn't hear.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Otto So.
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi Green votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Daniel So. Speaker, with the vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Thank you very much. That, moving on down, item number 4, review and adopt the journal. There are none at this time. So let's go on down to item number 5, receiving reports. There are none. Item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business, legislation 0023-21, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record, 0023-21. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0023-21, in action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Research and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the Citizen Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Vince or James, you do have committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee with a recommendation that it do pass without an amendment. A committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendments. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Is there a motion on legislation 0023-21?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Is there a second?
Keelan.
Freeland. Honorable Keelan Begay. That, colleagues, comments, questions on legislation 0023-21? Once. Going twice. That, Honorable Slater, we have comments, so let me go over to the sponsor. Honorable James, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Speaker, put me in the queue. Keelan.
Okay. This is before I go into Honorable James, this is the queue. I have well, let me just go to Honorable James first and then I'll come back to the queue. Honorable James, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Yeah, Ben,
Oh,
Speaker. Ado, no, check Hasi, so she not on the Flinigi. Ado, Bishmas, I mean, his Flinigi, the Canasis 20. Ado, check Hasi, so it's not Sanigi yet, it are not so. Kodo, that down look until Coin says Ando, Arjit, Bahajo, but additional do the no go Equadona sauce and Linigi needs sauce. Ado, he hit not in a car door. Ajo, but Linigi, Arjibana, Shadis, Enigi. Coin says has Anjito and a hot it had lake go that quite a banana is in Seco. First responders, but did not Bahanet this leco. A quite has any Ecuador, Bana in the Kahako, Arjiban Chita, is Chitin Linigi, Area. Ye banana shidito, the Sigito, ye nothing in Nana Shidis, ain't or the sleep in the Yako. For instance, Arjit Chitin has any door and a hot ile or Kinko, then a Kiahiki echo. Cut out a K dust or a dinner sauce in the Niki, but car. Don't hitch a collia seleko. A quiet has any what a whole bana in the car. I don't such a the idea that he the nation that idea he gave a hot then. I don't such a quote he and a hot or chita any supplies that he get a bahata happen or kodo but not or car he get a chidden the nigi found the next car given in nako. Ado the queen sheet a kodo but be in Saha case though be hard at the store be hanet the hoko. Shin hachidi or it chidden the nigi RG banana shit eat or the fleet chita inigi. The no hanet the hoko. The queen sheet a hajo but did need a call. Do a habit have net do in habit have reached a call. Kwanza to hold this shit a equado bishpan sanity clinic in Hana just let a call. Ado benina nikit a did the country do point says anigi hashi hun tail a as answer that is team do as answer kaya nas do kaya. The Niki budget the Holland, a baton, a call, a chita guard, the Niki chita, a unlay Nahonel, and lay Delacan at a torch and the hot she, I don't lay white home, I don't know and watch it that go jedito. Now, the Hanashika start low mountain, Paga the dan le balak paga the ko ado the ko ya don le no watch it set na nazlen ko ta na na adon le ko ta na hen na ne ko fluted rock summit that the whole dia ado pine spring ya go na nan le the hashin lapton has white ruins na has sanders kasta ad hen na ne ado ya go le grisu go ya don't know what it na bit the hot she ado bitai ya ikaya handle ji na das ne partners never became lini na das ne ko tinda chi the anti fishing tagato ado steamboat the hot ko patat ko hane la she ha ko ya show off do bit ni ko ni hit the net you ko I don't hit teen Linigi as not hata as teen ako State Route 191 at Conley I-40 San Chambers Dortego. I don't lay look on here don't know what it White Ruins door Tagato look on here Burnside Chinley I don't lay that many farms got teen eat ako Adonan ha ashat chiko the summit St. Michael Adet na don le yago le hopi line jedito na honan ko a state route in the nigi what do do the BIA route so that he ado assist how that team BIA route so that he ko ado county road Apache County road tiki ako what a team the nature that ko what on in ko look on case con says as anja ko ako don't hayu hit the nigi ko ke that ko adon anda up and not that the Naabik'íyáti partners nas the other never seen that the jako look on case when that what Burnside steamboat cornfields don't the kitchen when that as what had egg that na hot leho ko she did that hidden the hot na hot leho look on case so ya coincidences I need that add they cash ako as a chidden the need on the next stand it con the jo ba o is adi gas ko what quite bana ini ko huge don't so the queen na ko shi na na lo china ni do le to put out bana ini ko to it on around that to le to put out ban sa ki si gi ko han zao shi yen hi ka na lo do le han za ko shi ni hit ne the Naabik'íyáti ka ke da hat in hi in ha chin in ma san hi che every need out that he did need Hanela she what Basalado what in do this to put out the Yana sauce and the Nagin hit that on me so the co fish on so only Linny door done not Linny are not co here got a heart of split door the heart of love in that what your button Linny then hit also whole kids and me co Adonana Andle the cares fund spanate and I don't start hit that on so but not is so conch to not ask no again his analysis 20 vehicle be that asati the asati has asati in that source when yeah so should of no in habit islado Nisans epic asati not source again so like until has under got out ha adi linigi be na ha change lido be kodo ni hije atahi valo na hita ton so the kosher ha sin ko based on an no then don hita is 20 got out so ko han chen ya kojo pa linigi don not so be habit ge Kodoben hit a hasti dolis ado ajibina shidis any look on case coincidences ando banana shit any get to a quite a the hollow the whole stock ishina the kid the hollow sheet a quite a bahuidi article put out a the nice is condo a you nanish inside it out a dinner sauce many he does it uncle to a do on around the quiz card a put out sauce he does it on the uncle the nice in the store they has on it hot a put Arjuna state a he has on a hot a that big a in our sauce many hit he constantly ako ye ko Naabik'íyáti to nana partners in hina konas in the league to other chapter resolutions between no bahanet konas so dan hadit na oka ni to bitahas o in ha ilia ako a halat a partners in the league in haya akoni do the spa hosen a look until local insist as anigi to a put a banana sheet and do the yo enigi don de se to ashin hit a hobe be ka or wadina a hot resolution niki hade dila yanda o ka ko a expedition to it asaje to it asking to no ko hiki it out in not so linki he does it and ako o ha huge by up here o ha huge a by yatasil so a hot out a hot nas melikin hinago a hot a yen he kid ni kaido but not so linki han da has so linko ako hot out a benas na sheet ako o ha huge hit in the end linki a ata is do niashi penda ha yus khana ta shi niach ta has khai so the zenigi ye hata has di so le ko ado at holak ante has ando ajaba bachit yot e no shi e hot a ina ta skai lenigi thade tin ha yus khana ta e hot ayen da os khan adona na so sa dahit asli em bazar sa dahit asli to hot e yen he kate ni kaidoya yanda o ka ko na haye hajo pata ada no ya it's that is in oko hot a o ha huge a look anti local incessant anigi ya h de yos e digi shina akot ako hot out a kodo yan he nice condo les ako do it o tsinko at a hina so set ako da hana land shiba ya ti ako hot out a kodo ni he jo ba adi ni dole snat no sinigi hot a sa linigi ben he has the dole he has national speaker the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Honorable James. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable James. With that, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Because we do have a motion and we do have a second. If you're just joining us now, we are on legislation 0023-21. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon, and to the legislation sponsor, Shitsui, Mr. James. My question is broader and more general, and that is, in the development of this legislation, was there contemplation on how we can have broader support for these sorts of services across the Navajo Nation? And if there was any quantification of what that need may look like and ways that we could support it from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go on to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I can come back to the sponsor. Honorable Keon Begay?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Legislation 2321. I do support the legislation. I just assure you that. But overall plan, so then you guys are on the bond order committee. I'm wondering, my recommendation before, because this will be going before the full Navajo Nation Council. I don't know if we'll be getting onto the agenda tomorrow. So, the committee members equity what plan does the Law and Order Committee have in addressing the overall Navajo Nation? Other fire station or other fire departments, districts. Last term, we know that we were working on some of the areas that they need update of their apparatus, equipment, and also new fire trucks. If not a new fire station, no, and I don't know if the fire chief is on the line. I sure would like for the Chinle and maybe probably Tuba, Shiprock, Crown Point, other areas are also in the same dire need to have such equipment on behalf of our community. But I don't want to delay or provide or make this complicated to get it passed. And then on the other hand, maybe legislative council and others, because there's a certain amount of funding that will be trickling down to the Navajo Nation. Assuring that these funding, even though we take it out, that reimburse add on if that's the case, and if it's possible, be agenda that's documents again that's prepared those that's in so ban test case national I mean, it is good that you're advocating for your chapters and your district, but we sometimes always say that, okay, there's a purpose of having these committees representing to these agency. A lot of time, if we drop a legislation only benefiting a certain chapter, a lot of time, we get response back from our chapters. But that's the reason why we always say that, well, there's a purpose of having a representative to each of the committee by each of the agency. We're trying to cover all the 110 chapters with all the issues with the oversight programs that we deal with. Mr. Kodo, James Kodo, Nakiko has Age, Bonet, Zata, Gogotats, Idris Khan, Kodo police fire chief tiki that's in not so shahid do liko kodo ben de shot that's in so addition other becake on nagi in our language that we thought so AAT kat latin basis that nes de ki article up in dot so don't ni ko that's able net za do lecho media hot ego ben that's heavy equipment chapters which are dalia ako man sa case ko base la net de heki aja that's in hin de to le so that heki bonet za that's in so addition. So I surely like to see new fire equipment at all fire districts across the Navajo Nation. So if it's really going to complicate the passage of the legislation, we'll have an input by the Legislative Council. So what Ashin Kodo na dikidikinch and other legislation. Chairman, that's my question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kialambie. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, response to your colleagues. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dan, non-national speaker, Ado Dan Shiche, Honorable Slater, Doshinale, Honorable Kialambie, Kodona Dos Kid, Alsahi Vide di Kodo Navajo Nation Fire Chief the priorities for the Navajo Nation. Budget session ban neka akwagi na adil kit do hit peso aten do peso ilan hit neta jokot ado nan sache asati based on the niki panahas kodo aj inal taegi iya ipin yesen nez jokot big iya ajasa based on the niki asa na hinde Navajo Nation bako kodo lag anti do gid iya Apache County the slaan is unable to RJE what are asati kodo dam Navajo Nation Fire Chief what are you although the priority listing for the Navajo Nation Fire Departments what are you although up in the year we had a law and order committee meeting at Ganado High School. And at that time, Navajo Nation Fire Chief was present with Navajo Fire Department of Ganado as well. Fire Department, Ganado Fire Department. Na kiko ades ni asasi clean ita sto be hatasi zi hot aben zi di kwaiki has aniki ya di hat gita Ganado Fire Department. When there is an accident or if there is some sort of an emergency, Ganado Fire Department is usually the first responder, and once it's almost completed the cleanup or so forth, then and they do all of that. They go through the whole process and the procedures, but nowhere in there do they come back to us as Navajo Nation and ask us for a reimbursement. They do the work. They've helped the Navajo Nation so many years for so long, and they have not asked or received any reimbursement back. And their mentality is, well, we're not going to sit here and wait for Navajo Nation first responders to show up. This is in our area. This is our community. This is our roads, and these are our families. These are our relatives. So with that, we have to help and respond right away. And this is the Ganado Fire Department's first time asking for funds of the Navajo Nation. ako large area hodai pa yasi ki ako che do internationale ako Asian area kodo Ganado Fire Department has under pahuitish ako ko sato shai ki ka to asto ye his eastern do least ako put out a not hanasti to I'll go ahead and give some time to Ganado Fire Department.
Chair, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Mr. Roanhorse?
*6 if you need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh,
Hello?
yeah,
Oh, good morning. Yate, my name is Marcarlo Roanhorse. I'm the administrative assistant with Ganado Fire District. And good morning, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, and listeners that are listening in. I'm here with Fire Chief Dwayne Woody for Ganado Fire District, and we do have our staff, Lieutenant Begay, along with Communications Supervisor Atson, and Fire Engineer Wagner, and our board chairperson, Mr. Key, all present with us right now. And I would like to thank you for giving us some time to speak on behalf of the fire district. The question that's being posed right now, as far as for equity pertaining to this legislation, the fire district here, we do render services to the Navajo people. Like Honorable Delegate James had indicated earlier, we do have a coverage area that we provide services to a total of 5 chapters, which consists of Ganado, Cornfields, Steamboat, Kinsachi, and Klagetoh, which is about 1,000 square miles. But we're not limited to that area. We do go beyond, like I had indicated by the Honorable Delegate James. And we do render services, and we render a number of primary and secondary services to the public, and we're open 24/7. We do have our operational firefighter and EMS services that we render. Also, we have a communications dispatch center that is here that's open 24/7. And so we render services, around the clock, and we do go beyond our area here. And we do render assistance to Navajo Nation. And it's out without question, again, for the fire district here, our firm mission is to achieve life safety for all. And again, most importantly, we want to state that it's for all, not just for our constituents in this area. There was a question posed about working with Navajo Nation Fire Chief. So I want to indicate and make it known to the council that the fire district here, we are not a part of the Navajo Nation Fire Departments. We are under the state of Arizona as a subdivision, a special subdivision. And we do have a working relationship, professional working relationship with Fire Chief. And I'll go ahead and allow Chief Woody to touch base on that a little bit.
Good morning, Council. This is Chief Woody with Ganado Fire District. I just want to elaborate a little more about that. We are in working relationship with Navajo Nation Fire Chief Larry Chi. I know that he is limited in his area also, that where we provide a lot of services. I know, again, an example, Delcon. Delcon is a big area, but they don't have fire suppression or fire services in the area. So we do
go render services in those areas when needed. We've actually gone as far as requested to Bird Springs. You know, we've gone to that. We actually got requests to loop because there's no service area there, suppressor service in the area. So we do try to provide in any way possible, provide services to the Navajo people. And also, we've also helped with Navajo Nation in some of their suppression because I think sometimes they're limited in staff and sometimes suppression units. So in that, saying that we do have our apparatus here that we respond to, and now and our apparatus are aging. We don't have the capacity to replenish some of them at this time. So we're just asking for some assistance from the Navajo Nation to fund us with new apparatus, meaning fire suppression units and EMS services, EMS ambulance. We also help with wildland also as a kind of like a mutual aid, first responding. So we do have assistance with or mutual aid with Navajo forestry. So we do have a lot of areas we do cover. You know, not only that, they request our assistance to help out in that area also. So that being said, that's what a little bit of what's going on our end here.
Thank you, Chief Woody. And again, Council. So I just wanted to indicate that Ganado Fire District, we do go on a number of calls, and right now we have statistics that are 14 years going back. So back in 2007, we have, according to our statistics, we went on a total of 1,231 calls, and these are emergency calls. 2010, we went on 1,588 emergency calls. 2015 was 1,517. So for last year, the statistics that we have for 2020 is a total of 1,247. A lot of these calls, again, vary from a variety of various trackings that we keep. A few examples that we have here are animal rescue, EMS medical assistance, MVAs involving vehicle, animals, pedestrians, deaths, you know, and then also activated alarms, vehicle fires, delivering messages for various individuals, providing mutual aid, welfare checks, search and rescue. You know, these are just a number of things that we provide our services to, and with our 911 system that we have in place, we are 911 call takers for Navajo Nation communications. And right now, what we do as our what we call Ganado Alarm, that's our communication center. The Navajo Nation Communications Department relies solely on Ganado Alarm when they go into blind spots or area with no service to communicate with them through the radio system. They do rely solely on Ganado Fire District to communicate with them and to make sure that they're doing okay, do welfare checks on them while they're out there. And numerous occasions when the system goes down in Window Rock and Delcon, they do depend on Ganado Fire District to provide our professional services on their behalf. And again, these are just things that we do on behalf of the community here. And I want the council to understand that the fire district here, we're here to continue to provide services, render services. And the benefits of having us, realize that Navajo covers a total span of 27,000 square miles of rural and treacherous land. And again, we overlap a total of 4 states, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah. But again, we still render services to the area, to these areas, because again, we're limited right now on the Navajo Nation with our public safety. You know, our public safety sector here on Navajo Nation needs all the assistance that we can offer, and that's what Ganado Fire District is here for, to render assistance to these areas. And yes, I do believe that Navajo Nation Fire Department, Navajo Nation Law Enforcement, Navajo Nation Communications, these areas, Navajo EMS, they do need support. Ganado Fire District does believe that as well. I don't see us opposing that. But again, we're just a part of the public safety sector that renders services to the area. And we're here again to continue to render services. The question posed to us during one of the committee meetings was, how many units do you have on your fleet? The district has a total of 16 units on our fleet. Right now, half of our units are out of service. 8 of them are right now running. And out of those 8, we have 2 quick attacks. Those are our mini pumpers that we utilize kind of like as wildland trucks that go into these narrow areas, and that requires 4-wheel. We have 2 small units, and we have 1 rescue ambulance unit that we utilize, 3 utility units, which includes our brush units that we go into these rugged places during the winter storms, or when we have heavy muds. We're the only department on the nation that has a Hummer, and we've gone beyond to render these services to these areas. And then we have 1 admin vehicle. So, our water suppression tenders, we have our fire engine and our water tenders. Those are currently out of service. But again, through mutual aid, we rely solely on our neighboring fire departments to provide these services. And again, these are just working efforts. I think that working together is the prime, the only way we can get through this time. Right now we're combating COVID-19. There's a number of resources that we have to look for. Navajo Nation was not prepared for COVID-19, but again, we're doing the best that we can as a nation as a whole. But again, we have to utilize resources, and we're only seeking, assistance because we're in need. We wouldn't be asking for assistance if we weren't in need. But again, the question and also a question that was posed to the district as we went through these committees, and these are really good questions that were asked upon us, was, what about your funding? Where's your funding? The fire district, our revenues come from 2 sources. The fire district, we receive funding, 80% of our revenues from property taxes, which comes from Transwestern Pipeline. And then 20% of our funding comes from FDOT. What is the acronym for FDOT is Fire Department Assistance Taxes. And that's based upon a calculation. And those are our revenues. Right now, we're receiving a little over $600,000 annually. And again, talking about us being a subdivision of the state of Arizona, one of the downfalls for the district here and any subdivision in the state of Arizona, every time we create our budget, we have to utilize our budget 100%. We have to utilize it 100%. The reason I emphasize that is because we cannot carry over funding. We cannot put it in capital. In doing so, the state of Arizona assessor is going to see it that the fire district does not need this funding. And so they'll take that funding away from the subdivision the following fiscal year. And that puts us in a hardship. It takes a lot of our resources away from us at hand. But that's just to kind of give you a little bit of information and background on that. I'll go ahead and give the time back to Honorable Council Delegate Vince James.
Thank you. Honorable James, are you still there?
Oh, still here. That
Honorable
will complete our
James.
response.
That concludes your response. All right, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours.
Okay, kudo speakers chadin sunale kudo ye deep chan di shagi song ye na kudo o disne de sunale kudo sabe dana di kudo yen ya haki da shin sago ya don't la anahot it will ye kai I don't know. Ben glade. Baby get it all classic and now this is that legislation. And I would like to say that you're shedding light to an area that needs attention, such as your communities and in that region. There's other communities of that same situation across the Navajo Nation, such as Kayenta Fire District, which is run by the Kayenta Township, and so they provide service to the Navajo Nation. Chantoho, Navajo Mountain, all into Kabato, and to Cow Springs, as far as Cow Springs. In my area, the Hitchin Cot, the Shin Stove, should be told, the Shin, and not that rough rock, the Shin, and not that Shin. Then a hotel, probably as far as, maybe even out as far as up to Mexican water. He's on this eye. Alcohol. What is I should have think so. It's not I don't that call it so she I just be so just so what there or just hold I just thought San Juan County Fire District. I just thought Kanaho I did the Shinale Honorable James Annie and now it need go yet started need hagi could alcohol never large it so now and now it no le the soldier Eastern Navajo is McKinley Fire District. San Juan there's some the McKinley Fire District. I just at McKinley County. I just thought what I hold alcohol did there. The Never Washington Lini Dashin Sako ya Benan Avalo Fire Chief with Diego Coco Bear Papa I hot ego baby glit I don't did the division director Biado on Nishi so what so so hello. They now get a spahazen. Yego. They had la yego and that is the Naabik'íyáti for cargo. These are part of the dark zones that I am talking about on the Navajo Nation that still exist. But yet, they're not creating a plan to try to nip and try to fix this issue, because definitely in these districts that I talked about, even out in Kichi and did I don't know, there's the community of Loop, which has a fire station, but aten do hok esa tahara aten ade. Ako Navajo Nation biyadon de hulla. Kodo fire chief ta innis nan hitetni. Ako kodo da de ali ego ta ade ta. Kacho ade ya nato ti ben kisna halne da bati ni ko. Oyo to in ta. Adon da ben ade ta. A law and order committee we go hatani hisnen hitetni. Ako ba orta. Koshinan Adesh brother What is the plan for the distribution of the fire apparatus throughout the Navajo Nation? Well, Honorable Walter Phelps ran with a legislation which created an additional sales tax to be collected on Navajo Nation for the fire department. About 8 million each. But they only wanted $4 million at the time. And that was the idea. And then 8 million each. I think the addition whether this legislation goes forth at this committee and at council, I will support you on this. And it will shed light to the program. The programs, our tribal programs, should be working with these districts out there. So hey, we have some sales tax that we can help you out with, Ganado. So or just told the fire district out of sales tax on Navajo Nation that he's left the ko satnana ko nanda dije. The ajut the next decade in the be bab has cut on it. If nego what ego gon that initial listen. So oga what dansen. Alcohol verbally they say, oh, they can come and propose a proposal to us. But I don't think that olive leaf is that olive branch is not extended out. Alcohol, I think this is a way to shed light to this, and our community members, Navajo citizen lives in these chapters, in these dark zones, and I think it is fair that we do try to assist all of these areas, the dark areas, Hobahashne, in these where the county, there's other fire districts assisting the nation. And that's one we can legislate it through citizens. The other thing is to go back to the sales tax initiative. Sales tax, not lucky in each agency. You leave it there within that agency. That way, you know, wherever the fire district is, you know, for those areas, so that these fire districts, like for instance in Ganado, you have the Navajo. It's under Fort Defiance agency. Fort Defiance has Navajo Nation and Apache County. Apache County, based upon this by law. Based on his no, they're out there. When I go back and forth to Tuba City to Winter Rock, I see Ganado Fire District out there assisting these people that run off the road, get in an accident. So Navajo Nation, no Navajo Nation fire department, fire truck, no fire engine. Always Ganado. And the closest Navajo Nation district in Ganado region is Fort Defiance, Chinle, and the office that's closed in Loop. Adon da Sate Kings Canyon, they are not what they jetted toward it, and I think Ganado Fire District as far as Jettato out there, and what ego alcohol Bohanet Zanson Atita a condition lady technology change of Chinese like ego you yan Saki story. Don't the the easier thing is to fix the amend the sales tax legislation so that we share that with all the fire districts across the Navajo Nation at the agency level. Ako yato nakakapit peso peso ta shokita. It all budget a comprehensive budget each year, whatever is made, whatever is generated in that agency, Port Defiance, you break it up based off of that, off of the service. So if the Navajo Nation don't want to share their sales tax dollars, the Navajo Nation should take over that Ganado Fire District and employ those people. But to expand out. And but I appreciate Patrick County. They're at Ganado, and they're even providing fire service for the people out in the Naabik'íyáti to a certain extent. Ganado, just to Township, as a fire department, the nation does not contribute 1 cent to Kayenta Township Fire Department. Then, the sales tax, or just hold it, sales tax, so so San Juan County Fire Department, Montezuma Creek probably in the same boat. McKinley County is probably the same situation. But we have to try to get some resources to those fire districts, our partners, our county partners, so that they can help our Navajo citizens out in those regions. Fire apparatus in that that's good. But what is their plan? Those ICEGC plan in here, we're doing this, we're doing that with the dollars. We have to literally beg them to come in. They don't come in willingly. That's something that we need to address. But if you guys would support me, I'm willing to move forward with the legislation to amend that, so that that sales tax initiative that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council about 2-3 years ago, so that we can break it up and share it with our counterpartners out there, so we could inject resources to them so that they can provide the fire resources to our Navajo citizens out there, because it's not fair to the people that buy that Ganado store, gas station, sales tax charge, on Navajo Nation, but that local fire district there at Ganado Fire Department does not get a cent from that. The Navajo Nation should be willingly going over there to say, hey, Patrick County, not sales tax, it's not fair to our Navajo citizens out there that are paying into there or buying that burger at Burger King, at Kayenta, or at Ganado. But I thank you very much, Mr. Shinana, Vince James, for moving forward with this legislation, and it will shed light to this. And I don't see why we should add the fire apparatus for Kayenta Township, for San Juan County, fire department in Jeto and Montezuma Creek. I don't think, and even for McKinley County in Torreon area. peso, the sales tax dollars, the peso PPD, do had it ego ta ani eda. Ako chinli ega shinsago, kwage it fire apparatus, beta hello. You have communities such as Pinion. They have a hospital. They have a school. They have a housing. They have a store. But they don't have a fire department. I don't like that these Kago Kash Hodo Nick Ade back about Zange. Oh, I always say that that town was built backward. Public safety and fire safety was not thought of when the tribal leaders were really thriving and trying to get these infrastructure out to the community opinion. That's another area. Mr. Yellow here. So additional, again, thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking up some time here, but I really appreciate that this legislation is shedding light to this, and I really hope that the delegates out there from those areas that I spoke about that have fire departments from the county helping them on Navajo Tribal Trust land or Indian allotment land, we need to get those dollars in this so that we can approve this. It's much needed for those areas because they help us. They're part of the first responders. These directors and managers in the fire department there. Our manager for the fire safety should have a plan for this, and I don't think there's a plan set up for assisting the counties out there. And as a member of Law and Order Committee, I haven't seen a plan brought to the committee under the 23rd Council and the 24th Council to say, this is how we're going to work with this money to help all the communities within the Navajo Nation. We're going to go start buying these things. We're going to have to upgrade this. We're going to have to do this. Honorable Vince James, I don't the addition on Honorable Brown, Honorable Daniel, Honorable Charlene So, I don't McKinley County, don't Eastern Navajo, Yadu Yahiki Halane La So no Pati de Ako Aj and Habitati. Let's shed light to this and see what we could do. Because our Navajo citizens that are being helped by the county are Navajo. The peso, so sales tax dollars. It's not only geared to a certain selective area on Navajo. So the then kala in that legend story. We purchasing a cup of coffee. The chin thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Aro intakwado Ganado Senigi. Naabik'íyáti. Not only no Senigi. Yeah, kwado. Asahni tlekwegi. Ashuda huij na oda asahni tle. EIC yeah kwado. Aro kwado ta Tutsiliya. Delegate James. Kwado ta tat. Then I'll be I could not so say okay, but don't hit down in school. I don't know in the way that first and foremost, I want to thank the Ganado Fire Department. I was in Michigan, and me, I want to thank you for what you do for your community and also the surrounding communities. I see the cotton, I show so I see here was Linda Shako, but today could hear the additional good. I think by again, so I see the and yes, throughout the Navajo Nation, but all should say Yana Snake without delegate auto so I knew that a cocodo, so as then do a ya could not so speak with all bed okay to get it off his clothes here. The case has been without them, so clear. Without legislation, I support this legislation. I do not what end the and that you get about this because on the LOC Law and Order Committee is a oversight and Ecuador. I do not on the great so loud they initially oversight and then what are the Mexico. So Ecuador the great going to throughout the Navajo Nation. What I Diego, their equipment. I don't know their fire trucks that Higia. It had on Mexico, but had any the year baby and has the I see some that the Mexico in the Haja. I don't know what the Queen shipping now or yet is just what that's how. The Congress. Monument Valley, and a great old J-Tour. Old J-Tour, the service area goes into Arizona out of Utah. The great old J-Tour, the fire department is located just right there in the center, just right there on the state line on the Utah side. So this fire department, because I was in Michigan. In Arizona, they can't go into Arizona. So the whole that is so I see in the so I see Law and Order Committee. I see Nakatanos instead. Nagay coins has Ago. I think Hatanos. How you see in the I don't know what the snake that that's called a bit in a hot equador. So equador should say a whole negi and you have with them in a whole kind of glider. Equadorianas, negi, I say baby case has been so good. According to greater in all kind of like it, the agency that's been up in other or maybe even at the chapters or the other thing that has the equal. So that Ecuador the greater so not on a Senate. But nevertheless, I support this legislation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back to for questions and comments, or actually response by Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, floor is yours.
Lana, Shinala Speaker, Ado Shinat Arno Sinigi, Bishpas and Dosha Class, Lois not Anigi, Kodo, the Shinale, the Honorable Ado So, Journal, Aya Ecuador, Bahrain, the Journal, because so tight out Aya Bayan, Kits Linko, Sago, Shaha, Arne, or UJ. And I hold a Bahanese Law and Order Committee. Ajit not ahni no tanasi tani ko ni hinan shi ko ye ko an his ko inte kwanja ta hol just in general ba heinzi ko ha adonana shina honorable Herman Daniels do ha ko in general ban some case do
Mark, I might be able to do it online. What is the?
yeah.
Honorable Vince James?
Of course, okay. I'll go ahead and continue. Of course, Honorable Herman Daniels, of course, out sato eastern nahuin glako. Of course, hot out he had net and need be a hoye hot out first responders on Linigi, banana city, Enigi, Jokot Cheech hot yan sita case doshi, a joke but here that there's echo, here hot his join a day his bows and door, Bakuni, and a 8,000 and day lako, Aja Hotzo. As she be told how the door host the house, it has any vehicle. Here, Ashin Kodo, Nabanate Edo, Nabanast or LOC, what are EI, but not did Kito Lako, Ani Hot Echo. Halate Aldo Lisa, Halate EI, as a don Nisla, Hahola EI, Nanation Linigi, the Hodon Nis, Digi it out on a hot, it took it out, it's got by Yelki and Leko. 911 responders in the hot echo 911 calls in the hot echo house at Donny Hala salon Lini Gito the point says has anje Adonana the Ajabinana Shitty Enigi so 8 days and 8 points and to cut Adon has Abba 8 echo here in Trago Shinada. Honorable Herman Daniels, Aja Hot has Anigi, Eco Monument Valley has Anja or Jato has Anja Eco Hot out a hat and Hidini do this. Hot not on, thought Lini Behanasti do this down. Shinala speaker, that will be my response.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. Pat, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have in the queue at this time, and if you're just joining us, we are on legislation 0023-21. I have a motion by Honorable Yellow Hair, second by Honorable Keon Begay. With that in the queue right now, I have Honorable Keon Begay and then Honorable Elmer Begay. So, Che, Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, Tehnana. I look at legislation as I indicate, the council always stresses the equity issue. My only point is that maybe request to get a response from fire chief in Lindiga for the Navajo Nation. Provide the council an update what specific plan they have. And I would say that for my region, the Chinle Agency, some of the populated area doesn't have any fire station. If we're saying that this is the need of the service for our Navajo people, there's one in Chinle. But if any situation that would happen in Round Rock, you're always talking about almost an hour drive, then going towards west, Pinion, and then going towards east is probably Saley Wheat Fields or Lukachike. Ohodat haki di halit all la e has all baby my focus, again, I mean, I don't mean to disrupt or delay this vote, but my point is that is it possible to make the amendment to at the same time request that this funding be reimbursed should any of the funding allocation would be coming forth to the Navajo Nation, because there's a bigger $3 trillion that's being talked about at Congress now that would be able to if we could be able to be requesting for some funding relating to fire and rescue, if not the first responder. I mean, I sure like to see the strategic location within the Chinle agency, which is probably Chinle, the Pinyon area, and then maybe either the Lukajika area, because those are some areas that are most populated in our community, and be bad hunt in hit and liniki kid hat inigi but it aimed at the some of our community lives about 10 miles off dirt roads. See, that's the other thing too. A lot of these equipment that are purchased, sometimes it's only that are only a team the hot leisure tada the J8AEC kudo konlate only Seshata and Tinon it nabit baby that is Tiniki the baby but the Honet Zada Sadide, these fire station or fire trucks to go there. Out at Hiskon Nandikita. Of course, so that Haki to hit all the Ecuador out on Nidiki, just shedding light on this particular issue. Niki hit all the Ecuador and here our own Navajo Nation. Juko, I stop basis upon the deed. I stop up how could the need to issue to Iban Saske or additional other committee members, Navi committee member Lana Akoko a Joyce Count, the Shin Council, but Dahnit Etole. Akoko dig at the revisions of the policy of the sales tax that that takes longer. But in the wheel Gisto, but in the cut. I mean, dig at fire station had indicated at this Shido Tinsel is can't the bitch they ain't all the ligature education by Yale to get Akoko, but not to go need the financing part should really come from the Division of Public Safety and the Fire and Rescue Department. Then could hold all in happen the huit adrit on hapahuit ash Chinle agency has adrit on happen huit at your nego go apo net zado Eastern agency, Northern then Western 45 sta did on has and I know the Navajo Nation had allocated funding for some of these fire stations in the some of the casinos area, especially the Twin Arrow, but not much aid to run because fire station because on the but be behind in Latin hit nabe which choy dot ligijo educate to yego bohnet zada kwake you literally have to get on the freeway to get onto the Navajo Nation. We allocate funding but I think it the need ego just such as your good organizations in the Ganado area. I mean that shows I don't mean to demean our programs, but if the Ganado program is as an outside entity, why is it not an instance? Why is it that our own Navajo Nation programs are in such fashion making improvement on behalf of the community? Again, I'm trying to delay the vote or anything as such, but I just want to make sure that we also get information from our Navajo Nation police chiefs, maybe by tomorrow. Is Canada and his church has asked active what either die on hosta the Baka did up at the Honit took at Gnida Sicilia had zich hit at the Nejohan that no Kodo we had a sort as a committee, maybe as a council Kodo which is the other that's in the eight, and hit the dots in the other bit of wheat that's in hit the dot. I call Abe as a representative from the Chile agency to the council with the five chapters that I represent. Because I know Mini Farm is in need of it, and then of course the other location, Cottonwood, Noslini, Mini Farms, and Low Mountain, Touchy Blue Gap. They're more spread out in the area. So each of these communities are an average about 10 to 15 miles apart. It's okay, it's good that your area would benefit, but as far as distance to travel, that really takes a whole lot. So the apparatus, the shindig, that was just more of a comment. And then the other thing that we really need to continue to focus on was the training academy. Because it's in on such case that age could don't hit an end lineage Latoyan that story daily call that age dash to a piece of the Shaban after Stockway Ato hit Ned and Liniki don't and Hashin the Ida House Akukodo Yat the that in on the Snasko the Sato Bennett Selin could then yet the way after the list could that out at store. A call 80 could request a slab with our chairman. Speaker Damon, that could, if possible, get a response from the police chief and division of public safety regarding the overall Navajo Nation fire and rescue plan on behalf of the 5 agency, because and each of the delegates that they represent their community. I'm asking on behalf of the Chile agency how strategically is being planned to station some of these fire departments for not just only fire, but more of a fire and rescue. The rescue part of the plan. So the focus for me again is that get the funding and then assure that the funding will be reimbursed. Some of these funding coming from the DC level, that it will be reimbursed. Maybe legislation that's similar to how we help the chapters with their heavy equipment. So I believe that the Law and Order Committee is in the best position to move forward because we are the oversight program. Having the respect of the programs, although again, this goes back to NH8 and even the school, public school. Like for example, I have a public school in the community of Mini Farms. There you got Pinyon Public School, and then you got Chinley Public School. The state level down. How come? Just like a casino, you got to have a public safety in place in order to operate that. Maybe ask our legislatures at the state level, the New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah level, say that if you've provided an institution on the Navajo Nation, I mean, in the city, in the community, in the metropolitan area, off the reservation, I believe that you guys required to have police fire and rescue nearby during these school operation. So that's Washington, then the 368 contract schools or the BIA schools or the public school. Require a daily that's instant. Some other area could do that initially. Even the counties that each of the counties, because a lot of times we pay a lot of these taxes once we get off the reservation or even dig a phone. But yeah, they 911, and I think I've asked a question on this one, but I haven't get a response, Chairman. The 911. I'm sure a lot of the Navajo people has their service carrier, either AT&T or T-Mobile, Verizon, and others. We pay tax on some of these areas. So a lot of these tax that we pay that goes off the reservation, and all of them for the intended purpose. Because if you look at your bill, it always has about certain pennies for like 911 service. But we don't really get these fundings back to the Navajo Nation that the snow that the Baja seen, but I haven't got a response back. I think I've sent a message to the telecommunication office on this particular question, but I haven't get a response on that. So what that ego sa ho peso you but we never get a lot of these funds back onto the Navajo Nation. So so again, the amendment obviously it's not ready. It won't be ready probably by tomorrow. I don't have a problem supporting this legislation, but I would really respectfully request the Law and Order Committee that what is the overall plan for the Navajo Nation, and specifically for the Chinle Agency. The 16 chapters. So I like to advocate for our chapters in the Chinle Agency oversight program. And of course, I want to see if the police chief or the Bureau of Public Safety provide a response to us during this deliberation of the legislation. Chairman, appreciate the time.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. If you could work together with Office Legislative Council regarding the amendment. Again, like you indicated, I don't know if that amendment will be ready if the sponsor is trying to move this legislation to the special council session tomorrow, but we will work together to try to see if we can get the police chief or the fire captain and of the Navajo Nation to come and present what you had indicated and if there is a response, a formal response, Honorable Keon Begay. I'm not too sure if that can be done today, but we will reach out to them and see if they're available for tomorrow, Che.
Appreciate the follow-up, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Keon Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay on the, going back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Honorable Vic James. Your fire department from Ganado, Ganado, they're there with you. And then all the people that are on the line supporting this legislation, so that expedition, so other only so they're on the line. So I saw the when I'm just talking about being a 8 years ago. He died from Dalcon chapter, and then we had a really active Lieutenant Emerson Liebes, and then also from Navajo County Sheriff Department too. So he died from the sheriff from the office. Then as well as Board of Supervisor Jesse Thompson. I've been talking to them regarding the Ganado fire district. At that time, that we're trying to enhance the location or their service areas. We're trying to identify that, and then also we're trying to support the Ganado fire department, because we know that they're always there along the N15 highways. Anything that happens, they're always there. We've been sat down to them, and then how we could enhance their service. But at that time, that there was a plan to how we at that time we were working on Dalcon Justice Center. Called we wanted to know that we know that whenever the plan grant becomes available for building of Dalcon Medical Center, so then we know that there's going to be a growth in Dalcon, the population, and then also the traffic and the activity there. It's going to be tremendous growth in it. We were foreseeing that, because today it's like that. Because the medical center, Dalcon Medical Center, is in the process of constructing. So by December this year, it's going to be completed, the construction. So by next year, by April, everything will be moving, and then there'll be some patient going into this new hospital. So at that time, we'll be talking about it as being what you brought up is a first responder. How can we communicate? How can we start, to sit down and share some ideas and look forward? Then start planning on it so that he didn't need and eat down. Today, I don't know who the person. My question is, who will be the person that we could sit down with them again and talk about it, because we need to enhance some of these services. And then at the same time, we wanted their help. I know that they were state funded, and there was some that's how they were operating, and we liked the idea. How we know that there was a problem with Navajo Nation fire districts, because we utilized it. Myself, I utilized the Ganado fire department when I was working at White Rooms Community School. Whenever there was a fire drill practice, we had to notify all the agency, then so to do that and then sometimes they come out to the school, and then they could share some safety part of it at home, and then during the to be out in outside environment too. So I never seen the Navajo Nation Fire Department do that. I know that there was a big help from Ganado Fire Department. I'm a supporter of that. Although your supporters that are there on this request. I think we need to start sitting down, and that by next year, that there's going to be a lot of activity within the Dalcon chapter. So we need to start helping each other again. How we could help out each other. How maybe we could sit down again and continue the elaboration of how we could have a fire department in Dalcon. We have a land that's already been withdrawn. At that time, we had 5 acres, and then we put 10 acres in there, right near the proposed adjacent to the proposed Dalcon Justice Center. Maybe we could share some. Maybe who I could continue talking to them. Until the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Let me go on down to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. I had to press the button. Thank you, Speaker Damon, and the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti community members of the Great Navajo Nation, and those that are listening, and Shanetta for sending out this legislation and opening the door to the hands. And I know that Klagetoh is in support of this. I represent Klagetoh, and they passed a resolution. It was for the CARES, and now it's for the citizen money. We're in the same situation. 5 areas that I represent. We are subject to the Perko Valley Fire in the same way that you are, but you guys have a board that's wanting to support and get funds from the citizen. With the help of LOC, maybe have a meeting down there. LOC. You had 2 meetings in Ganado. From the fire district. If the call comes out, it takes about maybe anywhere half an hour to an hour if there's a call or if there's something going on. We have a fire station. And we have the building, we have the land. It's under the Perko Fire District. No. Even Oak Springs look into it too. Oak Springs, we could serve Oak Springs. And we would like to reopen that. And I talked to the Arizona Representative Myron Sosi. But if we could work together, and we're going to support this, and I'm just thanking you for that. So, for now. What I had said. So that color, when I drop legislation, don't forget, I'm also happy to receive some dollars to get a fire department. We do need a fire department, and we're not under the Navajo Nation. If Mr. Chibania, the fire chief, well, that's under the Perko Fire District, and I see this as an opportunity, Shananda. So I support this. It's Jandit, Sahasan Peso, Dan Hades, the Nedano. What I peso hatot, so peso bendonish. Kadeya, South out. That is Kasatza. So, and I'm hoping that the Arizona fire districts will be more blessing to the districts to provide funding. We have state task forces though, and I think they should be a voice of saying, hey, like down in Apache County, they Springerville though, Alpine though, Concho they have good fire stations, and they're provided with all kinds of funding. We're just kind of on our own. And I go down and I talk to the board of supervisors, and I asked them, how can you guys help us? Well, it's up to your board. It's up to your board to do that. So I'm soliciting the Law and Order Committee. Maybe put me on the agenda. Maybe we can talk about this, and it's kind of nature. And we need fire services out here because some of us have homes and some of us get homes that are burnt out. And we finally got it squared away, though. Fire district, they did the cheat days. They were charging our people. They did Apache County, Bania, Hashit out Ebedini, Don Hisiat Eta. They're charging our people. I call Ashmont, the attorney of the Apache County, Mr. Whiten, he called with Nasos Jila. Kada Edat Egi Dotabadoni, cease and desist. Benina, that's in your fire district. Although map had this source. I call Wide Ruins, it's covered under Sanders Fire District. So they're just south of Clagato, probably about a mile, that's it. And that's in the fire district of Sichites. No more charging. The other request, Shanada, is since you have the fire district chief there, can the services be extended down to Wide Ruins? It takes some time to get up there from Sichites. Joe, we're under the state of Arizona. It's kind of nature. Now that the fire chief is listening in, the fire chief from the Ganado, because there was a burnout. And it took them over almost 2 hours to get up there. They gave a bill to the people up there. The people were saying, we thought we were under the fire district. Just to present that and to bring that forth, because we need firefighting. And we have woodlands, though, related, and up on Pine Springs. We have down towards Sanders and Allentown, and over here in Houck and Carino, we have woodlands. And then we need fire trucks that run out there. I see you guys are ordering pumpers and ordering fire trucks that day. So I don't know what you're going to do with your old equipment. Maybe that could be transported to the fire station if we open up Sesa'ana to use the old equipment for the time being. So I'm hoping that we can get this dialogue going. Shanada, since you're on the Law and Order Committee, I have Law and Order Committee members on the Finigi. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Oh, thank that. Mr. Smith, there's a question. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable James. Honorable James.
National Speaker, members of the council, that is not Honorable Kialamige, Hazito, Yanana Kiako, AI dot Ecuador, Shinada Speaker, and then again at outside mini, which I have Hanazi, Salinko, Oka, Egate, and Lenigi, do the Ahwins do, after donate a adult by a pure aya, to put echo, issued in the put I. Nabet or Nico, Nabi Dest, and Kota, Shinada, Honorable Kialamige, Adonana, Honorable Amabige, Ado, Nehaz Ando, Adaho, Nehi, Gito Arges, behind the do Hajopa, Winston, Be Dest, the A. Kotat, a Gibet the Winkle, Jokot Aso, A. Behind the Link or Hiako, Ne, Koto, Lebat Hill, Coinces as Ando, A. Kota, A. Ligi, A. Hajopa, and Sedakis, A. Koya, Nda the Kan Leko, Ado. chitita hitin ta ero ta chitita natil tseo ta ade besta ali ako ako shade aba kono sendo ba kono zen ako ta no sa dini ki technology to ako ada en so do bin la ne ako ado shinalet honorable da Raymond Smith ako kodo ne has ando do ajibat hatin na hito ako do hot out be hinan shot any kito and the house ito height inan shidan any ki agent has ani do behind the sling ko ahanishi ko akot ben hit and the house akot han shade ko o ban to the case the khalit akot ko the launch ne ana hot le hoti ni hik linin khalchin ni so can hinal nal cabinan shide any agent la o adula bebe na hui now ni hilta hoil ji ko akon de ishi ado ho abenil so do benil anit ashi bananas so do sato ba dil ni chokot ko do shade al thol dil ni so do shade al thol ya da do ni ko do besmas ani lini ban si case net ko da han she na thol just aben nas nata dil khaso hot in si position le ko konya sa hot ta solo na nation lini date to banan shi date on e besta hoil jishin le ko do shi ba na din kiti ki shi ko do lak an the do down fire chief woody ajabat dish aso hot ashinat sa lini ki yen ja ha do ze ko hot ela shinaleta honorable Raymond Smith. I'll go ahead and yield them some time to Fire Chief Woody from Ganado pertaining to the question of Nolly Honorable Raymond Smith. Chief Woody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Chief Woody. This is Chief Woody with Ganado Fire District again. To answer Honorable Raymond Smith's question, I know we sat down with Perco Valley regarding redistricting our boundaries for service. We actually went from a mile south of Clagato to 5 miles south of Clagato, and we can try to reiterate that again with Perco Valley, see if we can expand that our district line further down to Wide Ruins area. A lot of areas like to have already boundaries set aside for providing services to these areas. Upon mutual aid, sometimes we do go out in those areas because I know that Perco Valley is kind of swamped with traffic sometimes on I-40. So we do assist in the area, and they usually call us for assistance. But again, rebounding the district into Wide Ruins, that could be possible. And then as far as Elmo Brigade, Honorable Elmo Brigade, again, we would still like to expand to the area. I know a lot of it had come, we had worked on trying to expand to those areas to Delcon, but a lot of it came back to Navajo Nation's area. We had to get Navajo Nation's kind of permission to expand to that area. So there was a halt there. So, but again, we would still would like to expand the area if Navajo Nations is not willing to provide service in the area. We are willing to go to the area and help out, serve the area, that community, because in reality, we are still doing that because there are no fire suppression in the area. I know that with the Hammett, the hospital, they're the one who really need the services also. The school, initially this started when the school there had its issue with fire suppression. I know a lot of the schools needed fire suppression services in the area, and the nearest one was Ganado Fire District. So this is how that came about, and trying to provide services in Delcon. But we are willing to still provide services in the area. It comes back to Navajo Nation to see what the outcome of that. If they want to let us go in the area. I'm gonna have Mr. Roanhorse say a little something on that also.
Thank you, Chief Woody. I just wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit more off of the two topics that were brought into light by Honorable Raymond Smith and Honorable Elmer Begay. The matter pertaining to coverage area in the Wide Ruins area, I know when we were visiting the chapters seeking supporting resolutions from the chapters, when we did visit with Wide Ruins chapter, it was indicated and expressed by members of the community and the officials there that they would like for us to render services in those areas up towards Pigeon Springs and then just various areas that they had named out. And I know that they were planning on getting supporting resolutions to provide or to indicate that this expansion of the Ganado Fire District's service area is a need for their coverage. And I think I have, since that time and the transitions of new officials, I haven't heard back from Wide Ruins chapter, but I think that's something we can work with the community there, along with Honorable Smith. And again, it would take just a matter of the district sitting down with Perco Valley Fire District to work some of these issues out and concerns. I think, again, Ganado Fire District has a good relationship with Perco Valley. I think this is something we can take into administrative hands to address those concerns. And then in response to Elmer Begay, I know you were indicating the expansion, and this would be also a benefit to the fire district and the community. The fire district, we do receive our, like I had stated earlier, our revenues from Transwestern Pipeline through centralized taxations. That would also, if we were to expand towards Greasewood on out to Delcon, that would also be a benefit to the nation and also to the fire district. But again, we would need Navajo Nation's approval to do so, because the pipeline does run into that area where Delcon is recommending and requesting that we expand towards the Greasewood area, Indian Wells. That would be more revenues to the fire district. But again, this would be a collaboration and getting the approval from Navajo Nation. I think, again, we can go back to the drawing board to provide these services to the necessary communities that are what we consider gray areas. And I know that you had indicated, Chief Woody had indicated earlier as well, that we do provide training to these community school fire departments. That is true. We did go out to Greasewood's community school, Delcon Community School, Noslini Community School, and also Wide Ruins Community School. And we did provide and render training on how to operate their apparatus units. So now, if you go to Delcon, they do have volunteers there that run within a mile of their, I think it was a mile to 3 miles from their school, and they do provide water tendering to us when it's needed in the area. So these are just the types of, we take this upon ourselves. So again, the more we can educate more individuals to get involved, the more resources that we are able to have. And I just wanted to bring that to light. And again, thank you for the questions, the recommendations. Again, I think these really do open up a lot of opportunities and doors, not only for Ganado Fire District, but other districts and departments across Navajo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable James, does that conclude your response?
Another speaker, yes, that will conclude my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in queue at this time. Chairman,
David,
Chairman Daniel So.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, last Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and to the members of the Committee of the Whole. Aro Kwagi Shachi, the Honorable Vince James, and your panel of agents. Aro Kodo Shigedo Shibine Shakez in it, Aino Sagito Kwagi Kato Kwagi Sa Deshaho Agi Eba Hewington. The Kwagi Kato Francis Casey to Benitis Kidole, Ega Kwagi Behasti Dole. Regarding this legislation and regarding the recap that was provided, it sounds like you've got a salvage yard of equipment, and it just seems like you're still going to add to it with the replacement with this legislation. Should say, though, your panel of agents, these equipment that's being referred to as apparatus. For me, apparatus is something that's tied to the ground. The apparatus, the equipment, the rolling stock. What is your plan? Are you just going to put it behind the fire station and let it collect dust? Or are you, the thoughts are, and in New Mexico, when an item starts aging, some of the fire districts, they provide it to the rural, let's say in the county seat of Bernalillo, their fire stations are well equipped and they get replacement. They basically send a good piece of equipment out to Torreon that's manned by a volunteer fire rescue team. And I'm wondering if the Ganado Fire District will basically place some of these fire equipment, fire prevention equipment at some of the chapters that basically can form a volunteer fire group. That would be one thought. And the other is, and this would be a question to DOJ as well as Legislative Council. How did these county-funded, state-funded fire districts get these designations? And does there need to be some sort of intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Fire Department and the county and state-sanctioned fire districts to operate on Navajo Nation? It just, you know, the reason I'm saying that is it seems like the mother government is incapable of attending to all the chapter's needs. And we have these state-funded, county-funded entities that serve the Navajo Nation people. And how is those jurisdictional issues addressed? And I don't mean to put some roadblocks into this legislation. I will vote in favor of it, but I think we need to have these items basically part of how we function. If the other fire districts are having problems, then how do we best address it? For us in the state of New Mexico, I think we get good coverage from the state legislature and from the counties. And all it requires is basically a volunteer fire group to go get the necessary training, and then all of a sudden they can qualify for fire equipment. And it does take time. I realize that colleagues, Mr. Honorable colleagues that address these issues, it won't happen tomorrow. It won't happen probably within a year, but at least we move forward on these issues. And certainly the ideal that Cecilia Ottoso talked about, designating some of the sales tax to go to the fire departments to purchase equipment, and that is something that is very supportable, and that's one of the items that we really need to move forward with. So those are my questions, and I appreciate the time. That would be the extent of my statement, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go back to Honorable Vince James, and then Department of Justice, please be standing by. I will go to you after Honorable James in reference to Chairman So's question. So with that, Honorable James, the floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you for that. Nana Shache, Honorable Daniel So, Kodosa, many behind the echo, Ado, General, behind the echo, Nathan, Ishin, Naabik'íyáti, Nasin, Tanko, Case, the Niki, Echo Salvage Yard, Niniki, what are in has unleco, Don, he has uncle, Okoko, Shah, what are but he needs the echo, or biggest or tiny, Alco, the near Hajo, but when the Niki, what are Eastern and Nahin Glaco, what's that? Ako Kodoshi, Mr. Marcarlo Ronhorse, Banahui Dish Atako. Or response, Mr. Ronhorse?
Hello, can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that, thank you for the questions, and I think there was a lot of concerns and questions that were added or questioned. So as far as salvage, we do have a lot of, I will say, a lot of good equipment that just needs repair. But again, due to our budget, we don't have the funding to repair, because some of these repairs are kind of beyond our budget right now. But they are in good standings. They are good. Some of the units that we do have on fleet, they're right now about 20 plus years in age.
Hello? So much fun. Honorable James, seems like your agent's phone has dropped.
Okay, done. Speaker, can we go to DOJ, then after that, go back to Ganado Fire Department?
Okay. Department of Justice, are you online? Department of Justice? Navajo Nation DOJ, anybody from the Department of Justice on the line? If there's nobody on the line, let me go back to you, Honorable Vince James.
Hello, this is Ganado Fire District.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we do apologize. I guess the line dropped from us. But as we were indicating earlier, pertaining to the concerns of salvage, the units are 20 years plus in age, and a lot of them are still in good condition. We just need funding to repair some of these items. Some of them is pertaining to the engine, and some of it is the pumps. The pumps are not working. And so I think that reappropriating them for other rural districts is appropriate, because we've done that in the past. Some of our older units, we did donate them. What we did is we donated them to very rural and small fire districts that were in need, who wrote a letter to the fire district board and got approval from the fire district board to do so. And I think it is a possibility, something we can do that and work with other smaller districts, smaller fire departments that are in need of these units. And that's what we've done in the past, and I'm sure we can do that with these current units. And then I know that there was a question asked as far as how the fire districts came about. A little bit about the fire district here. Back in 1984, correction, 1984, the district here was a fire department. Initially, it was a fire department under Navajo Nation. And so there was a fire station here under the Navajo Nation, but was lacking support, lacking funding. And at the time, the community members brought it to the elections with Apache County to make this a fire district. So in 1987, 84, the fire district was voted on by the people here of the communities of Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, Klagetoh, and Kintlachi. And the people voted in favor of it. And that's how the fire district was initiated. And so more as time went along, Arizona State legislators, they had put a stop to allowing any type of fire districts to open up on tribal land. So we're the first and the last district to do so in the state of Arizona. And again, it's more likely due to the fact that the fire districts, the way we're supposed to receive our revenues is from property taxes from homeowners, and that's not what, our district does not do that because we're on tribal land. So, and they did that and put a block on it. So in future references, if this district were to dissolve, there would be no ability to bring, these back. But again, I think the expansions, as far as that were brought earlier on, it's a possibility, but again, it would be within the agreement with the Navajo Nation. And As far as these intergovernmental agreements, I think that is possible. We can do so. And I'll go ahead and give a little bit of time to Chief Woody to elaborate on it.
On which one? Okay. Well, as far as our, we do have a memorandum of agreement with the Navajo Nation. We do try to update that. I think we can try to work on updating that again. Provide services within the Navajo Nation off our service area. But, you know, we always try to provide services in those areas. So as far as our vehicles, we do try to maintain them. We do keep good records of them. We do maintain them, but, you know, with age, sometimes they do wear down and need repair. Right now with our budget, we put about maybe 80% of our budget is actually towards employment, paying our personnel. The other 20% is for operation, and hopefully we try to use some of that for repair. So, you know, we've actually, our revenues has really dropped because our centralized tax we get has dropped from, it used to be 1.4 million. The tax assessments has dropped in the area. So the value of our tax assessment has dropped from 1.4 to about 600,000. So that's why, hence, we're used to be able to provide funds for our new apparatus, but the county does not provide any kind of assistance unless we do it, make requests of them. But a lot of it is really like our own business. We actually have to collect, the Apache County collects tax for our area, a centralized tax that goes through our service area. With that is how we get this $680,000 budget. So as next year the assessment tax with the county drops, our revenue will drop again. So we're hoping that, you know, our assessment will increase, and that we will get more funds from that. So that's how we obtain our funds. As far as the apparatus, we do have procurement policies here. You know, if we decide we don't need an apparatus and we do get new ones and we get the old ones, we're willing to, again, I'll bring it to the board to, you know, do procurement process, either donate it or auction them off. So those are some of the options. But I like the idea of providing these fire trucks and ambulance that we have, donating to smaller fire districts or fire departments that are in need. So no other questions?
Well, James?
Yeah, Speaker, and then that will complete our response.
Okay. Well, is there anybody now on from Department of Justice? There's no one from DOJ. Let me go back to the floor. At this time, colleagues, I do not have anybody else on the board. Any further comments on legislation?
Speaker!
Guys,
Otto, so.
Let me go to Chairman Hino, then Honorable Otto. So, Chairman Hino?
Speaker Damon, Otto, Commissioner Dobb. 24th Nomination Council, the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Staff, Honorable Ms. James legislation again. Using citizen dollars to purchase equipment for a non-Navajo entity, which is Ganado Fire District. I mean, it is true that it serves the Navajo people through the state funds, these are the state funds. So, but at the same time, though, we'll be using community development as a stepping stone in
town, to base about so. I know from there they'll make the purchase, then award the equipment and so forth. And so just want to hear from the controller. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and just want to hear from the controller if this is allowable to do. I use kind of, I see tagline that just using our own entity to say, hey, some of like your laundering money or something. So, Craig, you want to hear from the controller if this is allowable and if it's within our audit guidelines. If we go this route is approved and everything is out of the community development that is award these. What if they get things out of the planning? We cannot happen. And it seems that we'll just kind of be stepping back. Oh, this community development is called not the VP. So I'd like to hear from the controller as far as if this is a novel expense or not. That will decide which way to vote on this legislation for me. Because I used to whether to vote green because of the way it's structured. And I looked back, and the other question I have is, what does the county supervisor think? I believe it's Mr. Shepherd, that's the county supervisor. Are they actively trying to seek funding through the state or the county for to help assist with funding this endeavor? I thought those are the two questions I have. First, controller, then the other question about the county supervisors.
Thank you very much. Madam Controller, I don't know if you're on the line, but I'll be coming to you. And then regarding the county supervisor, I can refer back to Honorable James. I don't know if there's in reference to the supervisor or maybe even Department of Justice, if you're back on, if you're on the line. But let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Otto So, and then Madam Controller, if they're not on the line, we'll reach out to them to get them on the line, and then also reaching out to the Department of Justice. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Then members of the Navajo Nation Council. I was just sort of thinking about Chairman Henio spoke about the requirement of the citizen, the law, and the cash match. That's another thing that I think we need to look at. What is a cash match to this request? We know that it's really needed up in that community, and I think if we run into issues pertaining to the citizen funding requirement, I think the amendment of the sales tax legislation is in order. And at least that we have, the Navajo Nation Council has control to make that change and set in stone inside the legislation to change that and allowing those dollars to stay within the agencies and to allow the Navajo Nation to share those sales tax revenues directly with these entities, our state counterpartners, whether they're in the state of Arizona, the state of Utah, or state of New Mexico. But definitely everybody who spends at our local stores here on the Navajo Nation contributes to the sales tax for fire safety. And it may not be $2 million that we will be able to drop down into the Ganado Fire District right away. But at least if we change the law with the next fiscal year, we could at least get resources to them to help run their facility, because they truly indicate that their state revenues that come in only allows them to cover, majority of it covers their fringe benefits, their labor, and so forth. But it don't hurt to help and share that sales tax revenue with Ganado, Kayenta, and San Juan County, Utah area. Torian, Aja, in that area, Aja County's fire department, McKinley County, Sandoval County, and even a fire apparatus in Baja, New Mexico, for our speaker, Aja in the fire truck, then Aja, I don't know, Jimmy Henyo, Hatzi, Ade, Toajle, Donle, Isoscado, Ede, Rema, Nako, Ede, Ade, what I think we can remodify the sales tax revenue and make it feasible so that we can try to help our state agencies and other agencies that provide public safety, fire safety to the Navajo community. The other is that I really liked how Honorable Key Allen Begay spoke about the schools. In my community in Tuba City, we have 3 fire stations. One is run by the Navajo Nation. We have a fire station right within the BIA that is run by BIA, and I believe that fire station is only geared to the BIA compound. The other is for it used to be for the Gray Hills High School, and it was BIA. But once everything went under tribal control school, those dollars went away. But somebody sweeps the floor in that building. The federal government and the schools sets money aside, and why can't we harness those dollars from your schools? That way, we can expand our fire safeties in those areas with those resources, because to have that fire engine there, to keep that fire engine maintained, and to keep a volunteer fire department on call or something like that. But in the meantime, we have schools across the Navajo Nation, that some that I think we could look at to see if BIA has resources that we could try to tap into, so that it could definitely help with the fire safety protection on the Navajo Nation. This is just another proposal. When people apply for home site leases, people pay a yearly rental fee to the, you're supposed to pay a rental fee to the Navajo Nation for the usage of the home site lease for that year. And I think if we allocate, change legislation or apply legislation to collect those dollars instead of going into the general funds, why don't we move those dollars into the fire department line item, and that way we can help whoever pays their home site lease fee for for that year. Their revenues, that what they pay, will go into that cost, into that line item, and it will be solely for fire departments across the Navajo Nation. And the Navajo Nation can give a certain amount to the Apache County Fire Department, to San Juan County Fire Department, and Utah, and Kieta and Ganado and McKinley County, Sandoval County. Ako Asha nature. Aja something Aja cat. Any help is a cut or little base of bundles. So I Aja Aja baby kid. The onsen. Oh, that's yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Madam Controller. Are you on the line? There was a question specifically to your office from Chairman Nino. There's not, I know that there was a response when we were texting the controller's office that might have been more of a legal question. So let me go to the Department of Justice. Are you on the line now?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Doreen McPaul. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Ms. McPaul. There was a question, I guess, arose to state that if this is, I guess, allowable under the current CHSN fund expenditure plan, to see if it's, well, I hope I'm stating this right, Chairman Hino, but there was a question about the CHSN funds to be used to purchase, to mainly if this legislation is in good standing with the expenditure plan regarding that we would be purchasing equipment for an entity that's not within the Navajo Nation or one of the arms of the Navajo Nation. Would be purchasing equipment that be outside of the Navajo Nation, in this case for the county in Arizona. That was one question. The second question, I think I'd have to go back to Chairman Henia to explain. I don't know if you heard the second question, Ms. McPaul.
Yeah, I was actually listening to Nabi on a platform where I couldn't just click the button and speak, but I did hear the question. I think that was asked by Delegate So earlier regarding the designation.
So if you want to go ahead and take it over, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that I was listening, and I did refer that question over to our Human Services and Government Unit because I don't know the answer, and so we will get a response to Delegate So and to the council as soon as possible. And then the current question that was asked by Delegate Henio to the Controller's Office, I will refer that over to Mel and Catherine for ECDU. They deal with the CHSN projects, and then Mel deals with their tax matters. So I'll refer that over right now and try to get you an answer as soon as possible.
Okay, Mr. Rodas, are you on the line?
Speaker, this is Henio.
Chairman Henio, let me go back to Chairman Henio for clarity. Chairman?
Okay, yeah, not to just clarify my question to the controller was that the way the legislation is crafted, it's not a direct grant to the Ganado Fire District. It's using community development as a middleman, where the money would be given to Division of Community Development, and then they would make the purchase, and then from there it'd be given out as an award or a donation from the nation to the Ganado Fire District as a donation, and that for all the equipment that has been purchased. That's how our attorneys have crafted the legislation. My question was to the audit, to the controller was, every year we go through this audit process, and what type of impact will this type of action have on our audit? So would it be an audit finding? Will community development have to pay a price for it if they are is linked for an audit finding, and they would have to be working to try and get out of sanctions. They are sanctioned. That was my question, Speaker Damon.
Chairman, can you also follow up on the second question regarding the county supervisor?
Oh yes, the other one is if Mr. Elton Shepherd has been consulted. He is the county supervisor for the Ganado district area, Apache County, and what type of assistance are they providing? And what's the county's stance on this? Are they actively trying to help the Ganado Fire District, or are they just sort of putting them on the back burner just because the district is located on Navajo land? And so that was my question, the second part of my question.
All right. With that, let me go back to Department of Justice and the controller. One about the audit finding to Department of Justice
Speaker,
in line
this is
with the
Controller.
legislation, or actually in line with the CSN's expenditure plan. Madam Controller, let me go back to you first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we were listening kind of in the background and then doing our everyday work earlier, so until I heard controller. So now that I listened to Shiaj Chair Henio's question, I understand what the question is. So this legislation was written up so that the CSN dollars is used where the DCD will make the purchase, and then it will be a donation to the county. And so he's wondering whether there's any audit issues down the road. Usually the auditors will look this type of transaction, whether it comes up within their audit. Namely, what they'll check to see is if it's the appropriate use of the CSN funds in accordance to our own laws, essentially, which they'll look to the expenditure plan. So I would say it goes back to whether it is allowable under the CSN. The fact that it becomes a donation is not really the issue. It would be does it fit under the criteria of CSN? And if I remember correctly, there's education, community development, and I think infrastructure. So if it fits under those and education, if it fits under those criteria, then I don't see that the fact that it is a donation would be a problem. So again, what the auditors will just look for is whether we're following our own expenditure plan, we're following the CSN criteria, and so forth. So the other thing I just want to mention, which I thought was the question, was whether this can be done. Normally, if there's an expenditure for outside entity, outside of the nation, and or it's related parties, in this case, the county. Usually those take the form of a grant to another entity. Those are, although I don't know if we've done something similar in the past, that's being contemplated here. I just want to add those comments. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller. With that, let me go on to Mr. Rodas. Are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of council. I'm on the line. This is Mo.
Are you able to provide a response, Mr. Rodas?
I'll do my best, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And then I'm not too sure about the accounting We're reaching out to the county right now to see if we can get Mr. Shepherd on the line. But Mr. Rodas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Sahasan Fund under 12 NNC Section 2502, and that was amended in 2018 by Council. The purpose of it is for the planning and development of economic development and regional infrastructure, supporting economic development and community development, including infrastructure, such as housing, commercial, government buildings, water lines, solid waste management, development power line projects, transportation, communication systems within the Navajo Nation. So to be honest, I don't see this as infrastructure per se, but I think that an argument could be made that it might be community development. I think it's a little bit different than the heavy equipment that was purchased for chapters using CSN funding, because I think a lot of that heavy equipment was, I think most of it really was for infrastructure in terms of, grading roads and things of that nature. So, and building. I do think that there's an argument that fire equipment and emergency response equipment could be needed for community development. And then the other requirement is that it's within the Navajo Nation. So I'm not sure of the specific land status. I'm guessing it's fee land, but since Ganado is within the exterior boundaries of the nation, I think that it would be considered within the Navajo Nation. That's my response, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't know if there's anybody on the line from the Apache County Supervisor's Office. Okay, Chairman Henio, we can continue to try to get a hold of the Apache County Supervisor's Office. With that, let me go back to Madam AG with the response. I guess now since you're online, you've heard a question from Chairman Daniel So. If you want to respond to that, you can go ahead and do so at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. As I mentioned before, I referred the question to HSGU for Latanya Johnson to follow up, and I know that she's contacting delegates so right now.
Okay. Anybody on the line? You might have to press *6.
So, Speaker Damon, I have a follow-up.
Okay. Let me go back to you, Chairman Daniel So, and then Madam AG, I'll come back after Chairman So's follow-up. Chairman Daniel So?
Yes, regarding the aspect of the usage of the citizen funds, one of the requisites was a cash match. And this question would go to Honorable Chair Vince James. Of the chapters that are within this fire district, are they willing to put up X amount of dollars to, I guess, fill the requirement that there would be cash match. And the citizen funds doesn't say how much, but would there be that aspect to, I guess, meet the requirements of the citizen law? That would be my question. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask that question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So let me go back to Honorable Vince James to answer that question. Honorable James?
Okay, another speaker. Although no, Honorable Daniel. So, cash match, no, but not this critical. As far as I know, there's no current cash match coming from the chapter. Although budget session, budget there was no indication of cash match of any project for Ganado Fire Department. And then the CSN funds that were allocated to the chapters, I thought earmarked from all of the chapters. I don't think any of the chapters have provided any funding source as a cash match. And again, it's all under the CSN funds and going through the research of how CSN funds can be utilized. So I had all the expertise and the knowledge individuals from our legal counsel, from legislative branch, and that's how this legislation was brought up, and that's how this legislation was written up and dropped. So I do believe in my legal counsel's work and duties that they do for our legislative branch. So with that, I'll go ahead and end my response here. Shanala Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam AG, yes, I don't know if you have anybody on the line. I'll come back to you. I do have Honorable Eugene So in the queue at this time. Honorable Eugene So?
Oh. Sure. I don't know. You call also that if I heard them right, that the fire department, she was in there, down in there, say about the yes, she was in the that was many. I think I do the same thing. When I buy new boots, I give it over to my little brothers or my buddies. See if they can use it. I assume that some of the statute we might look at is the county, the state. So regards to security, number one being police department and the fire department, or any other security that would take care of our buildings. During the great order, state of Arizona and the municipal cities, all the town, they have all that within the. If you're paying a mortgage, it's all in there. You're paying for every one of them. Even the universities, even the school, the streets, the lights, police department, fire department, etc. All that money you pay goes in there. So, in order to accumulate funds, we might have to go that route some way, like
Mr. Otto So. Now it's another regards to the home site, where it can get some funds along the way in the long run. We might get enough for a beautiful red fire truck. So these are some of the things that we don't have on the Navajo Nation. Because we all all of us need a fire truck. We all need police department, but somehow we don't have the funds for it. I wonder why that was the last fire station that was ever developed, and what legislation or what statute did that on the Navajo Nation. If I heard right, I think that's what was set to. I would really like to know. We would really like, as a council, not to visit that. I think we're liable to be in this county, and now the Republicans are trying to change the counties, where I guess we might not benefit no more. Some money that comes down the state. So I'm pretty sure all business needs fire truck, all schools needs a fire truck, and all the Navajo housing authority needs a fire truck. All those should accumulate into a fund where we can get funds for these departments that are really needed by the community. I think it's time to start talking to the controller and see how we can do this, and then talk to all these people that are building on the Navajo Nation. So a lot of business people out there, and they're building economic development without no fire truck to use or policemen to use. And without no protection. That's how I see. I'm behind Mr. James to get his fire truck, a beautiful red fire truck. But these are some issues that we really need to look at, sit down and look at, to get all the money that's being used out there. We should have take a few cents out of it and put it into getting these kind of stuff that's needed by the people. You know, like I said, fire truck, police department, securities, etc. These are some of the things that's all really needed. We just can't build without them. Where are we going to go? No, without no protection. So, economic development did no. Or school without no fire department, without no police department. You know, it's easy to see what's going on. So I would really like to look at it. If I could talk to Dana in regards to that. Thank you, Speaker Shay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Before I turn it back to
This is Vice Chair Smith, Chairman David.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Do I have the floor? Okay, Chairman, for letting me have the floor. This question goes out to the sponsor of this legislation. The initial way this was requested through the chapters was the support of the resolution was through CARES. And then CARES didn't go through. And now we're going through the citizen. However, we're getting 1 point some odd amount of money. I'm not sure how much exactly we're getting, but until we get it. My question is, since this is like Perko Valley or Perko Fire Department, is the state, will they receive, I'm sure they will receive money. Could the state be solicited through the Apache County supervisors to help with the apparatus? And if so, that would be great in helping Ganado Fire Department. Otherwise, we'll be utilizing citizen dollars. And the other question is, if the state should get funding for their, I'm sure they're going to get funding for their fire departments and divvy it out to the counties. And once they give the funds to the county, could there be a provision in the legislation, maybe by amendment? But not, I'm not asking for amendment right now, but put it in there in the legislation to say, should the fire department from Ganado receive funding for the apparatus, that they could reimburse the Navajo Nation? Because what we're doing here is we're using the citizen dollars as a grant to the Ganado Fire Department. And what becomes of the grant? We're purchasing it under the citizen dollars. This is a question I have. I know that we're purchasing heavy equipment, and the chapters will be given the heavy equipment, but it's still Navajo Nation property. So is this considered Navajo Nation property? Do they have to go through the Motor Vehicle Review Board and all that to receive this funding? Or not to receive the funding, but to receive the equipment they're requesting for? And do we turn over the equipment and say, this is no longer Navajo Nation property, it'll be under the property of Ganado Fire Department? And there'll be, I guess, more or less responsible for insurance for the equipment. And how does that work? Do we are we still the owner of the property, or do we just have to make an agreement? Maybe DOJ can answer that. And
Mr. Speaker.
Whoever is talking right now, Vice Chair Smith has the floor. Go. And whoever's trying to speak, hold on. Vice Chair Smith, continue on.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I lost my train of thought. I was really into trying to get to the gist of this. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make this impossible for the fire department's endeavors to get their apparatus. We need fire services out there, and we need, and this is important too, because there's a lot of equipment, hazmat going through there, and I'm sure the Ganado Fire Department has hazmat team. So we need to at least help the fire department in behalf of their requests, but in return, is the state, are they willing to at least maybe match half of this? Because I went down to the state and I watched how they deliberate. As a matter of fact, the Arizona representative, Orlando Teller, was advocating for roads, and he had a bill in front of the transportation team or committee. And they were really wanting to know, well, is this road going to be ours? Is this road going to benefit the Arizona people? Is this going to be taxable? Is this going to be, who's going to maintain it? Who's in responsible? All those questions were posed. And here we're going to give citizen dollars. That's why I said to Honorable James, I said, thank you for opening that door. You're setting precedents by letting the fire department receive citizen, which is opening the door for my area in behalf of the Rio Puerto Fire Department in Sanders. So that puts a lot of thought into this, Chairman Damon and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti. Where is the state with this? Are they going to let us, it was said earlier too, and I mentioned that earlier, I said, well, if we're going to purchase equipment, then why not turn that equipment over to Sanders Fire Department so that we can get that equipment up to Lupton? There's a building there, and we could use that equipment to start the fire services within the Lupton community and Howe community, and also Oak Springs, and maybe even the Pine Springs area. They need fire services. So these are the questions that I've been waiting for to be answered, and how this we can ensure that Ganado does get their equipment. And is there going to be a reimbursable thing from the American Rescue Plan? And that's why I was looking at the legislation. At first it was CARES, and then now it turned to Citizen. And now there's questions about the legality of it. There's questions, should we or should we not utilize the citizen dollars? And one interpretation from another interpretation, it varies depending on who you're talking to, whether it's DOJ, whether it's Legislative Council, or whether it's even within the legislation itself when you look at it. So those are the things that I'm questioning, Shenandoah and Ofinigi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. With that, there are questions back to the sponsor, Honorable James. But before I go to Honorable James, back to Honorable James, Madam AG, are you still there? Do you have a response now to Chairman Daniel So, or one of your team members?
Speaker, I'm here. This is Doreen. I know that LaTanya emailed Delegate So to get clarification on the question. And so that's the current status that I'm aware of. Thank you.
Okay, all right then. Great. Thank you for reaching out to Chairman Daniel So. With
Mr.
that,
Speaker,
yes.
this is Lorraine Tapahi from the Office of Legislative Counsel. I just had a quick answer for the delegate.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. The provision in the legislation, it's under Section 4D, provides that Ganado Fire District will be responsible for operation, maintenance, and repairs of all the vehicles, and they have to obtain liability and other insurance covering the use. So, and it also specifically states that the Navajo Nation shall not be liable for any condition or event pertaining to the vehicles. So this would essentially be community development, getting the funds, purchasing the vehicles, and then basically donating those vehicles. In Section 4C, it states upon receipt of the $2,644,380 in CSN funds, Division of Community Development will purchase the vehicles and arrange for delivery and transfer of vehicle titles to the Ganado Fire District. So I hope that answered at least one portion of the delegate's question.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead then. Do I have anybody on from the Apache County Supervisor's Office or Apache County Supervisor, Mr. Shepherd, Commissioner Shepherd, or Supervisor Shepherd? If not, let me go ahead and go back to you, Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Donna Dance, other speakers, other members of the council. Other Kodo the Kuigoshi, the Bahna de Kido, and his Chitahuistako. Upon certainly be hasty, a cocodon here got it in the Nigi. And on the Shila do, and it's what he can dashi less leko. A coco, shishes in the quite baby cases in the Kodobunan in the Nigi, 18 Sendo, 14 Sendoko. Legal counsel here got it on the Nigi. Adonana quite so Kodo o by is Kido Bahane Kihako. A coco, Ani, Nacheta, the tour has Hahoto, New Mexico, Ani baby cases, Honorable Daniel So, Juno Yehad Aja ye Hawando de Hawan has Anje Juno Aja New Mexico Hahoto. As Anje Juno Hut Isn't Neshako. Other Democrats have done law or what are dodge Hajo Badan need a call. Nihe Koje holds Dodgin Hikaho Zoe Hajo Bag on Hanoje Hajo Badi Neko. She now landed Hojit Echo on Honorable Raymond Smith Echo. Naoka, Naoka, transportation bridge, the Naoka. Honda then his eye loss. Ado Hunza de Bitai gas in Lepo. Ado Pado Bishpas enemy Glenigi do. Was Dodgin his house, so it up in yet Nami Dako, a year one dot there, one has Anjako. Been ha Nahabe land or place be no. They Hanate the Honda then his whole Jishako. On his nasty your nashing his with the way G still had issue now what in hit an instruction Kodo was Dodo has Ando Argent Hinat Artan Lenigi Ko Hayud Hikat or Lostos, but Ado Lapaka based on Lenigi, but not in a car, his whole Jishin Leko. Ye go Ani is not on his bounds in a co. Anna Hapik what art a bana in a car on his aunt not before Jishako. Dishing dot all Hanado needs over what Anadi no. Arje has Anigi Arjuna iti casti no. A conde Hajoban Sanaja case of door. Nihe a Lenigi are not in. Adonda as Antonet Yego quite a doctor yan Saki Sadako a coco Sergeant in Hatchin and Lenigi a quite a bogan a day let Ado Chin and Lenigi not a nesse a aspedition as Antonet coco de Hajo Bar got a Hala a Vidia Pajoba Adi non his the whale Jishako. Conde has Ando jo Dick at Kodolak until has Ando coinces it has Ando jo Yaik at Yen hitch a hard Z on his Eastern Ilia. Then his on the nest Kreko. Yes, and the hat the nest cow. Koje such a no safe and not in. Le how one as I ka Ado la can Lenegi is that now ain't his whole Jishako. Oyo be kede I kato be kede all tahigi out in his whole jishin leko. Okoko abel said the large that's all cosi let out okoko de oh hot as huge at a quadat edo di bahna dil kit the needle on he quite not he needs on his whole jishin leko. Oko hot in here job but Lenigi shabo hot nito in such case Lenigi ban so case. The Kodo first responders did know the Hanate Zihako. Okoko Ishi Kodo Halit Abakat or Losla Jokot in Saha Casey Ako. Oko Kwanza the whole just a Ashin hate aho adon nature Jokot J O had answers case Ako. Okoko Nihits based on his get condone his ne kodaliago hala echiden lenigi hitandenes kai at natin do ba anakhay ita chiden chitahasios oko ha ishe benya ati deno lish beton ni don hitata del khala ihati ni dolis ade hajet not need dolis haj jo patch be not need dolis ajila asom chide bakai tahanda icheho tahwel jis that onati ni dolis ade ko ashin bohne zado ashin bohne anit au eya ikodo eya e person hije kodalia gishibe khan sa kristolis chokot ko ashin al inhido al inhid ashin e not sosen lenigi eya e hatet edo al inhle ko ashin hot ad e naso na okhan lenigi art ko betenil je ko ashin hot ad eya e kodo hije na is kando lesako ko anik ato e hot asa yani e ato sa bananas ileto ato hot asa nal fos nil sostand e ko hat e gita di no ba hanek zese departments that baby jet yeltio upon hata anisha's anje baby jet yeltio think outside the box, think outside the circle di no da ba yeltio ko kwanza de e hot e aji e aji pohne zanit e kodo at the shenit a huge e na deal kito a huge e bit the need e hot e ni he got dit hin lenegi na so khide di la so le ko hot e ha pa kono sendo le sti kodo lag an ti do ko insistence anigi ko hot e not asa leni the hanas to a shahat city ni do le ko ado nana dam Ganado isla ko supervisor Elton Joe Shepherd ko edo eya but island ato se na atleta to ko condition podin na to hil to tatashi I the tashin na to na ko nana gi ha na shin pin fa ni ta to nana e gi shin eya adi tan hil ko jelo do le ko ta to in this case ni le ko hot not outside Lenigi, my response be Hanasi to listen here speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I don't have any more actually I do. Let me go back to the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable James, for those responses. Let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair, we are on, and everybody that's listening in right now, you're just joining us. We are having a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting this afternoon. We are on new business on our agenda, legislation 0023-21. With that, I do have Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue. So let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours.
Yes, to the Speaker of Navajo Nation Council and members of 24 Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to just want to say I'm a supporter of this legislation because there's needs to be taken care. And we learned a lot from this. Yeah, there's other Apache County, Navajo County also should take care of this matters. But they pay tax and they pay everything for them when we move into the city and the state. There's law out there or difference in here because it's out there. She not the she's not us because she a hashin so that a state the EGA that the job and faculty that probably bring before Apache County what the status and how can they help too, because they had to look at it because it's federal land. Each one they just called but this is belong to the federal land. Other land just not the law, the United States under a they belong to this responsibility without able. The without yes, under the United States Forest Department. Because I thought could have about the not on your 24 councilman. Jeb cases that okay, the Kato Ashiba now, they're not later that they might reimburse us later and the best not they don't clean out the state and the job at home now. They don't for that extra what I want to case. Echo. Because I said over in the teacher, I don't they run the 2 o'clock or now. Let's word on it. Better had all the share cases in Shadi. Ganado. But I can't not the fire department. I want to each shadow let's take care and support this legislation. Thank you for all your comments and questions. Thank you very much to DOJ, Legislative Office, and also the controllers. We probably need to do a lot of work have to be done from the Navajo Nation Fire Department data. They need to set up establish a law and research. A lot needs to be done. But once about hospital, thank you for the floor and speaker. Let's vote on it, not on it. Let's take care of this for our leader, Mr. Shazay Mitch James, told he did not also. But the needle care about the Ganado that a hotel and how did the Ebony Shadow and 100% supported legislation. Thank you. Once I go back and mute now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions on legislation 0023-21? This legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council too as well, colleagues. If there's not, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board. Voting on the main motion on 0023-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
I'll go green. This is Delegate Elmer.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green, the cornfields.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M.
Eugene So
Daniels
votes green.
Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Go ahead. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Speaker. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. 20 in favor, 3 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue down on our agenda. Item number 7B.
Speaker.
Legislation 0050-21 that's sponsored by Honorable Slater. It's co-sponsored by Chairman Hino. That, somebody say.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman Daniel So.
I was wondering if 0046 and 0047 are ready. The committee report and the legislation had been signed.
Ready? Are they in the system yet or no?
If they are, I'd like the motion to suspend the floor rules to add it to the agenda.
I know. But I mean, is there actually clear ones that got sent out? Okay, at this time, we have received them, but they're in the process of getting inputted into the system. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you.
After
this action on this legislation, I'd like to reserve that time to make the motion. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I'll come back to you. All right, with that, colleagues, we are on item number B under new business, legislation 0050-21. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0050-21, an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Rex Legiam to the Commission of the Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the representative and practitioner of the Diné Healing Arts Medicine Man position. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Jamie Hino. There are no committee reports. There is a one public comment in support of the legislation. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. Mr. Rico, with that, colleagues, is there a motion on
Yellow hair.
legislation 0050-20? Oh, yellow
Yellow
hair.
hair.
As the
Yellow
second,
hair.
Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Once.
I'm good. Delegate Crotty, the question.
Hey, with that, Honorable Slater. The 20 minutes on the board.
Okay.
Everyone just missed my presentation before I unmuted myself. Thank you, Shania, Speaker, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee. Esteemed colleagues, I present to you legislation 0050-21. This legislation will appoint our former Vice President, Mr. Rexley Jim, to the Commission on Navajo Government Development to fulfill the role for, quote, practitioner of the Diné healing arts, aka a Hatafli. I think everyone is familiar with the responsibilities of the Office of Navajo Government Development and Mr. Rexley Jim. My agent, Mr. Edward D. from the Office of Navajo Government Development. But in brief, I ask for your positive consideration. The final authority for this legislation is the Navajo Nation Council. And as you can see, starting on page 6, if you have an electronic copy, there is a letter from Mr. Jim to Mr. D expressing interest. It begins a curriculum vitae that ends on page 10. So I ask that you review the experience, credentials, and education of Mr. Jim. He's a graduate of Princeton University and Middlebury College. He's a former vice president from 2011 to 2015 of the Great Navajo Nation. And he is from Rock Point, Arizona in District 11 and has served the nation and our people, particularly in the education realm. Without further ado, I will recognize my agent, Mr. D, and then Mr. Jim will present himself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Director D. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Edward D. with the Office of Government Development. It's sponsor the Honorable Carl Slater for taking this initiative to help with the Office of Government Development, and as well as the nominee, Mr. Rexley Jim. So the vacancy was left in December 28th, I believe it is, by the person that occupied the position was Mr. Filmer Bluehouse. He served out a 4-year term. Of course, his vacancy, his term ended, thus became a vacant position. And according to the code, which I mentioned in the cover letter, that it is the responsible of the Office of Government Development Executive Director to put forth the nominee. As a result of that, I worked with the staff. We put together an advertisement in Navajo Times requesting for any interested person to contact our office. And thus, we were able to receive 5 people. Some as a result of the ad and some non-result of the ad. They just simply heard it by information through, it was also on a Facebook page. So as a result of that, we came down to selecting Mr. Rexley Jim. And here you have Mr. Jim as a nominee. So currently we have 7 commissioners. 4 should be coming through. We anticipate 4 at spring session of next month. And so this will be the first, and there will be 3 more that will be following. So we really ask for your support to bring the commission back up. Of course, the election kind of weighed in terms of losing 2 agency representative, and then at the next college student rep will be also on deck. So what I has did on the hill here, I should know any. Thank you.
Mr. Jim, are you on the line? You may need to press *6 in order to unmute.
Oh, Yate, can you hear me now?
Oh.
Oh, Yate, the Honorable Damon Adanja Santaniginka. Arun the Shanat Ano, Shinit Asano, Zenico. Arosh Chedos and Akodo. Shocked, Aki Shehe. Arun the She, Mr. Dean Do Shehe. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Sheya, Kintlechini in Shle. Touching Bashichin. Kia Ani the She, Nakate and Net the Shanale. Senta des Adona Shata del Ton Cordier. A Quake Hashta. Aroti Navajo government development. Jeho no ko and yen sos. Arot abenesh angit abesh was what are in Sahakis. Okoti de Eya. At Hashi Nini. Shadash aunt Behonils and Hatkasli Slat Edona State at the Hatkasli AGC, but then Sikoja Hojon with Lado, so there's an Ido Niligi A has 3 hot on Sikoja. A condi Balakanak, a hot arnil hot off they refer to us as the medicine man or a practitioner of healing arts, so Hatado, then Sikoja. Edeya. Traditin and Cannibal Hojon, no a yes, Kena Ashik Echo Beho Grashan, Hojon, out of the Jason, so there's an or you said Ladon, Haneto Nas Laco. Aron the Twinny, Tini, Hatini, Tini. They all have you a young here. And net aunt, to just honor Hitler. A condi. So you say behind it, and in Hassan, yet this is Stan, Toystan, the charge, yes. How your cousin says, it's Algan, a dark and a dark, to Talatin, Stanley, the constant atelier, and down home to the Zendas. Jabin Nachi, Navajo Nation, a fundamental law, not a Yahatella. There are times when I give presentations on what that means, Navajo Nation fundamental laws, and I started at in politics, I guess you could say a student council when I was in 6th grade or so. Having served as a school board member, having served as president of ANGSBA, Associate of Navajo Community Controlled School Board, having served on the Navajo Nation Council for 8 years, and I served on the school board member, chapter president, and so on. Out as a Navajo Nation vice president. And by virtue of these numerous positions, I've served on many committees across the Navajo Nation, Arizona, the regional, the national. I was chair of the tribal committee that advised the Tribal Advisory Council for
Oh, did
the government
my daughter wants to
services at the national level. On the
March.
to
Okay, yeah. That'd be okay? Yeah.
Hello, hold on, Honorable Vice President, Honorable Rex Lee,
Hello?
hold on. Can you please mute your phones? Honorable Rex Lee, Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Stella. So I also served, I went to the United Nations with several delegates and helped craft and pass the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as at the Organization of American States. And I can proudly say that with other delegates and staff from the Navajo Nation, we volunteered to actually write the language to craft it. And so I'm experienced at that level in terms of crafting policies and pushing it forward and so on. I'll just do what I can to assist and help. I'm also now executive director for the Neck College Navajo Sovereignty Institute. Yeah. We have several centers. One includes the Center for Navajo Ceremonies and Healing. We have a network of medicine people working with them about policy issues in terms of how to deal with COVID-19 and so on. I was on the executive staff assistant for the president for a couple of years just to help out with policy development and so on. I stepped down from that, so every now and then I just advise them on certain issues. But and the other thing I wanted to point out to you, since I'm from Princeton, I've always worked for Navajo Nation entities, communities, Hills Academy, and college. And so commitment is to the Navajo Nation. I've never worked for any outside entity as an employee. So my heart is here, my soul is here, and I'll do what I need to do to work with the commission and the Navajo Nation Council, the executive branch and the judicial branch. So thank you for your serious consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. D, and Honorable Vice President Rexley Jim, for the presentation of your superior credentials for this position. Colleagues, I ask for your affirmative consideration at the committee today for our esteemed former Vice President. You've heard his dedication to the nation, to Indigenous peoples across the world, and I'd say his rootedness to what propels our nation. As an admirer of his career, it's an honor to present the legislation for consideration. And for those of you on the line who do not know me, my name is Carl Russell Slater. I don't know, something I'm Kiani, born for the Jewish people, and I represent Round Rock, Rock Point, and Rough Rock, and Fields on the council. Speaker, I yield my time back to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, colleagues, for being with us still. And to all our listeners out there, if you're just joining us, we are on legislation 0050-20. And with that, we just now heard the presentation from Honorable Slater and Director Edward D. and Honorable former Vice President, Mr. Rexley Jim. With that, colleagues, I know we have a motion and a second, so let's go ahead and go to the board. This is who I have in the lineup so far. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty and Honorable Yellow Hair. Madam Chair, good afternoon. Floor is yours. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you there?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm here. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I want to thank Chiaj Delegate Slater for the sponsoring this legislation, and for Vice President Rexley Jim for submitting his letter of interest and being selected. I think in terms of asking lengthy questions, if you could provide for your 4-year term, what would be your objectives as commissioner, a government development commissioner? What are some tangible items that we could expect as council as we continue to fund this office, but yet are still facing draconian policies that are not set up to deal with modern day issues? So if I could get maybe 4 areas that could be addressed and action items as a commissioner, or maybe through the commission, so that we could provide some direct relief to our Navajo people. There's so many reforms that need to take place. We know with Title 10, in terms of education, and what we're seeing here with COVID, where state agencies are not respecting Navajo Nation declaration, keeping and abiding by tribal consultation, or we have Title 17, where we need a whole revamp of our criminal code to include victim rights, victim services, looking at how we deal with child protection issues here on the Navajo Nation. And so I just need to be clear where the commissioners, where the focus is going to be at, so that we could either join efforts on some of the work that we're doing, or else at least have some solid expectations of what is going to be coming out of the government development office as a commissioner. So thank you very much for the time. I am, and I will always say I'm concerned that the commission does not look at the violence and what's happening in our communities. We do have a draft of the Danette Action Plan. It's a 3-branch plan. It's going to take all of Navajo Nation entities to address what's happening here on Navajo Nation when it comes to suicide, when it comes to violence, when it comes to alcoholism. And that means that there has to be reform. And so I just want to know, when the commissioners are coming on board, what are their objectives, and what are some tangible items that we could look to in the future beyond, I think the commission right now is building a Hogan, but I would also want to know, as a commissioner, what do you want to bring forward? Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, let me move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, Yate. Good afternoon. Yate, Speaker, Aroshanat Ani, 24 Councilman Chair. Koro, Ganado, Rexley Jim, the former Vice President. I remember Mr. Rexley Jim, he was a member of the Judiciary Committee. Legislation Judiciary Committee. You did a wonderful job, and you focused on laws and what not to do, what law needs to be implemented. You've done those jobs. I remember you. Your mind is great. You're a very mature man. You're not because of as they got Dodger. As they been the Haraja, Native American Church, no, Bija Indra, the Yoban, then as they been the Harat and then nation, to know what are England, what are Yoban and Ashni. Yet, Indian, so don't they this on Judiciary Committee. You know, this kid on there. And when you're a Judiciary Committee, you ask questions to one of the Kenneth Maryboy. These have been a Haraki 8 or the no Shahalit Allah, the no Chinese that are less at Sony, is it something as they that at the no. What Abanasons, you explained it. Yo benanas in the land is Zibiga Benagadan Nation. Really thanks to you. Your mind is always there. I recommend you 100%. Arhariati, Arhajan Hasta, and it is Mayaji Hatita in Bukradi. It's Isa or Lepa Hayani, Epayan, Kira Ajat Nebe, Yat Ega or Glation Hastaki, Yego, it's a Zania Denson, with Abenan Shishda, Zendan, Ini, your Ebe, Bedenson Shido, Yat Eho, the Nepaton Niki in Nad Yaki. Bayan Kitwaits the Medati Tidaso. They just not the dance kinde added us Bayan Choinan just kiss. Koyat and Yat the Nendlon on just kiss. He also involved within judicial branch annual conference too. Your voice is always there. Koibinash Nikoshea so each study. Koroni Dadon Niyahimnal so thank you later. You bring the right man here before the council. I'll vote for you 100%. Thank you, Speaker. I want to go back now. Ready to vote now.
Thank you very much, Honorable O'Hare. We go on to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll go back to the sponsor if there's any follow-up on some of the questions. So with that, let me go on down to Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you, Dal. And then also other members of the Naabik'íyáti. That is other the sponsor to this legislation, though. To the and delegates later. Other those candle not closing to the door. Should not do other than the shade to shade in a couple of coaching, but she sit not in the shade or see the Shinaka. Other but an instant so other she's out on the sheet so. To the curiosity, the point that all the curiosity cutting Yaba had never not like yet. So the ya he need us at the time. Well, that be yet kitchen go. I don't know how to I don't know how case. The needle, I don't the pen the needle, I don't know that that is the knee up. I did yet indeed the sleep, but he can all of us hold the ship kitchen. Because I don't know that now there though. Are there the Aidon, the Anthony Gido. Edo, up at the that ending it all this. Because Gadia but only us drinko. What are the at this was the needle, I don't have to go there. Nin Sali, I don't know, talk is me. The Hain and the Hatas of Leon, so are the in yes drinko. Alcohol could in the hot is in 1,000 a big alcohol. So the Christians come, the Christian not free. What are the don't need it no. The Christian just K and long, the net and long, but that is cut and long. The guy is not, I don't know, I went to school and I got this type of degree that I have that done no. So that they went, became a director there. I got teaching that the attack there. Alternate each one day you know not teacher, but I not those things no. I called that you see you could a about the nanny in the donation on the next salo. Around the other Hawan Sago, so are the a Bahazin was Bahazin is it was the cow. I don't know how to tell. Just I have one, isn't it? Just I didn't have in Sakis not in not sales in the nature. I don't the echo. There's she not car the hello of this. I don't the how once I don't the best thing. But hello of this so I don't have to check the hello of this. That get the hello of this. Just I need to squeak. Just I the best in it on Sakis on me. Just I need to go. Maybe I have a warehousing to the natural. A housing. Just I 19 than vehicle. As a machine is get those in has been to the senior a big area that a hotel has it out of the bunch of the case later. George and a hotel than things yacht as ever. So, could you about you even out? But Nelson, though, that is that young. You have to then long, so that is by Nelson. Odi has Amigi and then this young. So it's been so many years. We had different directors that went through this different lot of board members, commissioners that went through this. Arabic coaching, not quite easy. Arabic is condo. Me, I don't the acre, a board need to teach me. Jeba hasn't yet hasn't go. Echo is a house to cry is a medical a youngness air housing. So, are they by now honey to go? Pick a higher hodo is yard. I thought Nessie so a banandil kidko. So the locket the not up with later. Did you a bathroom at a bad housing yet? So they got a Navajo government development, that is what it called. And here, not in Sarkis. I don't end and here are the idiot Nicky. He will gone even not than long as a BRA than long. A bad yard, what are the easy canada? A cottage, the Hayako. Issue with art, the Yair shot, Hado Shaba Hunty, what neck and Tarkis be ya. I don't know that in here, me blind all this. With many glimpses in him in the hot lead of the Chico. So, what are though you had the Arden had the Hondas of the Chico. On Lego at Lego Air Conference, another miss. Are the RGG Hananda or Nana hold this year. And called the die is a coach, a Bahazina say it only data so. The hearted edge has 3 left kitchen. Son has arch about what data archer, never the dog kissed over and he in him Sarkis, in the hot miss. By hearted edge of the Eben Hout others, the Nengi, so either. John Lee had she the house Kazda, and the Tahanas daughter, the other it has John the Hamida, according net a class at a training. No. The Kadia is 38 to only data, and the Stado, other assist, other either another cato, other a Taniki other has under Iceland, Tota, out on the target not the year than nothing. As could she illustrate about hunted or lesser, so look it. Halita in hot BT laser. A cocker has Aniki, so are they needed but the fundamental law between J. Ben Sackis, Ben Hot all the needy. They look it beat of the year. Bad card is just she is a naked and he needs either he lost down the Nitsan out the Shinaleho. I didn't he caught this was. I don't think it did in the Did it ya Khalita Ida Bahun la Adogo, Nandos Council. Irricadible Nandiskidolish, Naleko, Unsodole. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Let me go back to the sponsor and I guess a response from the from Honorable Rex Lee Jim too as well. Honorable Slater.
Speaker.
Where's yours?
Speaker.
Yes.
Hey, this is Edmund Yazzie. Can I say a few words just real quick?
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, we got you in the queue already.
Pardon me?
We have a list. We have a.
Okay.
This is the lineup. I have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Keelan Begay, and then Chairman Edmund Yazzie. That's the queue after Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you.
What was yours?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you to Delegates Crotty, Yellowhair, and Begay for your comments and questions. With respect to what Shema Delegate Crotty spoke about on the 4-year term and the goals and objectives, this is just a statement for all delegates and maybe something for the Office of Legislative Counsel to consider, but Delegate Crotty has mentioned before that there should be targeted goals and objectives for this office, and when we bring commissioners on, they should, in essence, have a platform that we can hold them to account, and there can be some sort of performance metrics. This is more my interpretation on this office, and I think it would be valuable for the council to consider attaching amendments, which I'd be open to provide some direction on what we would like to see the office pursue or how we would like commissioners to conduct their work. Not that we're meddling, but trying to identify from our experiences what sort of assistance we need to deliver our jobs in a mutually beneficial manner. So if there are delegates who are interested in doing something like that, of course, there's the opportunity to add amendment, add nomination council, and I'd ask that you work with me, of course, my agent, and Mr. Rexley Jim. Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair and Begay, for your comments, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Rexley Jim. Thank you.
Hey, Yate, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Nanish and Adanos to Kodoba Nashide Kidishin. Being his Hatest. What's the dust? I think to set up goals and deliverables, you need to sit down with the other commissioners and to talk it through. So I will not say this is what I'm going to do because it will take a team effort. And team effort is not only the other commissioners, but the Navajo Nation Council, the executive branch and judicial branch, so that we look at the government as a whole. But some quick possible deliverables in terms of health, we need to address mental health issues. So COVID-19, we have a lot of our young people who are suffering. We're not really prepared to address those issues in Navajo Nation-wide, so we need to make sure we have policies in places and start working with NTU and Diné College and work with them, develop curriculum, help them find funding in terms of creating psychologists through the psychiatry department, and also courses that's rooted both in Navajo and Western methods, so that when they get out of that, they should be able to be counselors in schools and different settings and different places, that they have the ability to counsel those from traditional backgrounds and those from the contemporary world as well. I see it's a lot of for example, we need to change our policies, because when I brought this up at the college, they said, well, Navajo's courses, we can't really accept it because of higher learning commission. Or they would say something like, well, the Arizona, you can't counsel once you're out of off the Navajo Nation, like in New Mexico, Arizona, outside the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation, those will mean nothing. So we as a nation need to accredit the schools, we need to certify them, we need to negotiate with the surrounding states and say all counselors who are being graduated from the two institutions are valid and it's usable, and so they can counsel people, Navajo people in Albuquerque and Utah and Salt Lake and so on. That would take a lot of work. That means changing our policies and standing up for who we are as a nation to beat out those needs. This is what we need to do. We have a lot of work to do there. In the same way with education, we have certain degrees that is offered at NTU and offered at the college. But a lot of the time we give the watered down version of the Navajo courses because it has to meet the outside standards. So as a nation, policymakers, we need to make those changes in the law and say, I understand that sometimes we stick to our current policies because if we change it, it might mean losing funding. But I think we need to really question ourselves and see how these things go. And the same way with another example, your public safety. We have about 180 officers, and I was informed that we need at least 500 of them to do a decent job on Navajo. We need to also focus on our ability to negotiate with the federal government in terms of 638, and for them to offer us more. And we also know that when we go to D.C., I've been told often, we're not a sovereign nation, you keep going to D.C. to beg. I said, I'm not going there to beg, I'm demanding that they fulfill their trust obligations and so on, that they need to. We have treaties, and you can only have treaties between two sovereign nations. The fact that we have treaties with the U.S. says that we are a sovereign nation. Ebony and I, we need to demand that they live up to what they promised us in every way possible. So we need to have probably an office and a policy that says we can train our teacher or Navajo Nation employees, certain groups, to have a treaty obligation office and say put funding into it and send our young people to law schools and so on, to be able to negotiate and become experts in that area. I think that's so important. So it's not only public safety, but education. Well, almost every department we have 638 programs and learn to push for that and exercise that. But we also understand that no nation in the world is truly sovereign. That's why we have treaties. We have other constructed agreements that between nations so that we can interact with that. And talking about training lawyers at the college, we are looking to the law school. We've been doing research whether it's possible or not. And so we are talking about a judicial college to begin with and train advocates. So these advocates can then help victims that Shoma Sanakradi is talking about. So we have Navajo advocates who are fluent and literate in both Navajo and English, so they can also help those grandmas and grandpas who don't speak English. I mean, I have a lot of issues that we could work with and so on. Even natural AD, Shinalia had Daisy, Tag contest kilo toss a can't but as for aid, I don't tag it at the house, Ladona had the house, Lamini. Ada what Hodiba Yale TD, Jobe in National Lado, the hostel has Ando, the Hojon has Ando, Bohonet now has Ando, Jay Hidden Ye had National Engine Hatchine. You cut on Mrs. Zad, a large Avon Target. But through our education, we need to have a Navajo Nation language policy, a Navajo Language Commission to create new words and adopt new words, to embrace the contemporary theme, to allow our language to grow. And although that, and we need a lot of, for example, we're going to go into law or go into any health system. We don't have words to describe some of the contemporary diseases that we face, the legal issues that we face. And so we need a Navajo Language Commission to help address those issues. Thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, can I raise a point of order?
Before I go back to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So, your point of order.
My point of order, Hatkashi, don't have funny, not play so. We have to have respect. I on the Hino success on the Betos Kiri, Toshes are known as Hava, Shidot Asiyaho Ada. I respect Ado So, and he's also a leader, and not Hasi. But I should not upon this case, even though he's younger than I am. That's my point of order. Oh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. With that point of order, it's just I think across the whole spectrum of us being in this group, in this unique setting right now, the Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, we bring that together, and I think that we're all still in line of us working together and questioning some of the actions or some of the new actions or possibility of recommendations that they're going to be working together. And in this case with Honorable former Vice President Rexley Jim. This is a commission position for 4 years, and I do think that at the times we are being respectful, but in every case, there is quality questions that are arised in these positions. So if there is any kind of disrespect, I'll make sure to carry that forward and make sure to put that back in order, Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, I have put you in the queue. Let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater, as a sponsor, does that conclude your remarks? Your response?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues and anyone that's just joining us, we are on new business legislation 0050-21, legislation in response, sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Hinyo. We do have a motion. Second, I do have the lineup here before us. I have Honorable Otto So, Honorable Keelan Begay, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, and Chairman Daniel So. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Invocation shinale konike hodin tosle tada pashes hojo to asho ka twin leni sa yego hojo to na ha chanda ha Niki Asa Ajani and in other Snake Yat Ani a Sweden Nilsson. Oh, has twin lane oh Hashit Ego Ade picture hot Nahagata he was late. I call ye not a short art so no cat now guys can't skinny. Yeah, if we can't, alcohol. So you stay home. You can't get it on this. Yet, echo. I don't. Could up have a national ego. So it's this not ego. It's this Hayaho ego. A god na rag, not eat dark. I don't not dark. As Annie, but none hit the young and hit the Yago, a horse dish. The last twin then later, tried it and Lego, not Annie and Lego, cut on dish. Annie turned the bar, not Annie bar, no, I just the years put out near cut a cohort ego, a whole dish. Later has twin lane, cutting lane. You don't yet not Ade, ya, kitten there. Ya Ade, ya, the second, ya Ade, a t-shirt job, but oh, ya, doctor, don't. Oh, English has twin lady. Ade, ya, so, okay, on. The sheen cut ya the hotel the hotel leader the hot ajo yego at nan Washington lin ajo ko Colombia jin ko the sheen and I don't the shas twin so hotel ko by hot abaha sido and ego hotel Misbahazen, Nagan, Twida, your lady, Yahashkele, as Twihashkele, hot ego, Nahagabes Belia, and Nahaga yeast, the Nayest, Art Ayasazege, Yayaskik, Yaist, what are you now? As not Hachiaski, Sad Aya Hachashke, ego, hot up and Todo ego paso ni ego benike hoti ni donda kodo yego kodo on kesi do haga na te kiro kodo do in ana shata voya bente denne istegen na hot hat is ikha hat isin lede baganda age It's ano kadeka sa ape ta hitil sa ya ape hot ego ida bikida hushi hot ai eka ako heta how one denzen and the hajo kodo azel in ultra and the kodo salah has aje so the nege ina ini Hajo nakaban san keso leshnant kude ha ishe so na de dishni hala yabla ashla in leni to the yego pasit nikes pa hazan eti hojojo ye to hojojo et eda Bosk is no net lane because lagot. Because the Nayas oh Hajo, that no has yadacho, do it eat Kinta. Hajo, ye night lahot, so a nice castle, what ego. In none lane, Cochona, but regard it, Argo. Da we checking that. It's ish. A call a bias. That has the doba when is it though? I don't know, Schneider. In case is it? A call a hatchment. Oh, I did that in Yahagito. Now, Jane Slow. I don't need a response, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, with that, moving on down, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. On the main motion, legislation 0050-21.
Chairman, yat ihnana shahat kudo. Shaho agische. Ado kudos la asnal sos kudon hidahni so zigi. Kuko kudo ado shenadle. Yat Vice President. Kudo Rexley Jim. Kudo kihotini do your interest zigi. You know me about my aspect of the cultural knowledge. I'm going to stay away from that. And also, could need a point of order. I'm being cautious of how I should ask or request for your support. There's no disrespect from me to you as an individual. I presented myself to the 5 chapters. Ko ebe ben nashe kodo ni hisi zingi shi sakoje net ako ni hitne be hot aido be hot haki shi aji shi yego Naabik'íyáti hot ebe ben nashe kojo na o kan ni shi be ben niya do le la shnale akoko isigi that the chapters in the has ebe hadis sin. I wholeheartedly ask of your support to continue to improve the local chapter organization. To some extent, they have to get the okay or get a denial from the Windrut level. Akoko halit alad I seen the local chapter diniki, especially the Navajo people, the community people, nda itliki yego, bitzilo, ando nis esto aja, isigi shishin le, hala through their effort, through their participation during the voting and chapter meetings, were in this position. Anil ton handa ayi nisliki, the nan linigi ahaki baby nashakodo edit nahabayan tito naha. Did go nahayan hitrotan hit no codon hitriyada tio ko when nigo dot hina il tahokodo a lad nan liniki papa yil a con lat has the tatnas the lehot yego kodo halit ala kodo pesutan nada hitet ahota tai tan lat the nan liniki kodo na loshi be ye na is ingo kota. Ado ishi in the Tao Gota. Quite a chapter has be Baba Aquanitzen, the Babinal source has get Joe Quack Yego, Kaya Liniki, Kodo Sato, the Nan Liniki, Yes, Yasa Hosto, a co a baby Nachiko Halet Aula, Jodik a Kodo, the Nan Liniki took at the Ninit out, the fundamental law, just like Yes Zingo, but yet kodo e be has ani lata o that bin has ani the baby is it do be yield especially home site lease that all yeah ko e that e kodo is that in the fundamental law that hekish ko again ran and leko kudit a kotoko the nas or hinna do lekish no speed abakha ado kodo dit at e kodo an it in a rando lesto adon e do na chine that e it an las nasate so not no that on be has on be das so tida a ko elachit a jo e do nis hit nan linigi pa jo and the little that and hit nan linigi sa ni be has on obe be skiti nesato be yil ko aji ki ye ko association in lingo ko hit ala e adet Navajo Nation Government Development has added what's the recommendation to streamline the process and providing effective service to our Navajo people through all 110 chapter. So we got grazing officials, we got farm boards, we got chapter officials and Linigi locally, but yet they're being managed or being being controlled by non-elected officials at Windrut level through the division executive directors and Linigi ada kota boss na dan lingo but kote it and then Linigi locally banda itness akoko just for example lake hajashi to ojitaka need and the ope nation get the United States Senate's 110 senators banda itness from each for each of the 50 states. The president of that Senate is the vice president of the United States. Ako egita at aliago gospel honetza. Ako dikat vice president stona nishbit ba niliego gospel honetza. Vice President Liniki koto the net as an overall nebanda a large banti zone koto local chapter officials Liniki large yes zones honetza a koto chapter officials and Liniki they can work through the vice president's action to direct the division directors hot ego ko la nan so additional hot that's it quite happen deal in satosh could the vice president assume the duty of overseeing and managing that's all in the capacity of taking the lead of all the 110 chapter officials and Linigi they work directly with the an elected officials, not an appointed division director. Ko that age ban siskis other grazing officials in that kunanat a program manager in lingo ko kodo large but banad store yanad so they call the shot at Windrut level to say this and that although even down to administrators that dan lindiki da kodo ke partner he grazing official bevna so that there's jo kwake yego kodo but yet they're getting the direction from staff at the Windrut level. Other farm board kunanat at store ko that a lachit kodot ni kodot nepa in the nisiki because we work through being an elected officials. I don't really go directly to the division directors, but I go through the president's office, the president, if not the vice president, asking for certain things. I believe that there's a proper protocol as elected working with the elected officials. So that's one area that I'm really aiming for. The administrations, all the areas in the environment of a chapter AMS, CSC, Yego, Banil the door to Papa based on not hit after the certified chapters not once they're certified they don't really have no big major changes or they're just identified as they're certified but yet they still continue to get their marching order from Windrut. That there's not much of improvement of a certified chapter. That age and ego kodo yego bezilo ato lisikin balanan sin. I don't need that. That's isn't on the kodo fire truck no kodo legislation that needs so jurisdiction that at the Ninigi When is it that the local government can be able to directly ask for funding? So a lot of these fundings are available, but yet they have to go through the Navajo Nation government. The chapters, so I sincerely would like to get a recommendation from the Navajo Nation Government Development Office to really make such improvement. And I know just recently the Queen agenda is only to increase delegates. No, we already know that the people spoke. Why go back in that direction? I think we should leave that alone. But it further improve the local chapter government. Because the main thing is to provide service to the Navajo people. Washington because on the hin spells and aquadon hin see casey based on it and the hike at the whole in the chapter they would always say is that it don't keep in the house that the door on hin has other obey has only open hin on benan hit the gesture that no that been go a lot of time a lot of these legislations don't get too far. So a lot of these areas is very much important. I believe that that's one area that I really would like for some immediate directions and give a recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council, if not direct pose questions directly to the Navajo people. Let them develop and let them participate in forming their own government. Local veterans. And then the other one, the key is BIA. Our government, the key assumes a lot of these responsibility. Power line, the water line, the date sick ago. We have a lot of obstacles. The federal regulations, no, the Bayada hit. Navajo Nation government has your streamlined BIA could be out of the picture to some extent, but still the any treaty obligation the no behind the Ecuador resource than not necessarily for them to be out of the picture, but allow the Navajo Nation government itself to really take the helms of these policies within our own tribal code. Directly if I have overstepped or in terms of disrespecting or questioning you, I ask for your forgiveness, I guess, and I'm just asking for your understanding that we as elected officials, we act and represent chapters again, welcome back, and then we hope to have a good continuing work relationship. As you indicated, that we when we first came into the council, we would serve on the Judiciary Committee. Not that I say the Judiciary Committee, so that's how far I would know your work and your guidance and your United Nations Washington level dit ego dit in the dona ken anin Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Keon Begay. With that, let me go on to Chairman Yazi. Chairman, floor is yours.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening, to the sponsor, Mr. Slater, and Mr. Vice President, actually Jim. Good to hear from you again, sir. Just want to say briefly that I do support the legislation, and from past working experience with Mr. Actually Jim, we accomplished a lot, and when you were on council, then when you went across the street being a VP, you kept a strong communication with working with delegates, and always had brought up the importance of the traditional values, in which I really respect. So I just ask my colleagues that we support this legislation. On a different note, Speaker, I need your help, please, sir. I know this is NABI right now, and I want to just ask, Speaker, if you could just call the controller. And Rich Ford is waiting for a payment that for Church Rock chapter, which properly ordered their truck for the people, and everything has gone through the process. And however, the controller's office is hasn't called back, and I just ask for your help, sir, that you call the controller to please help Church Rock chapter on behalf of the Church Rock members, so they could get their big Ford to provide services for the membership. So, Speaker, that's all I would have to say, and I'll leave it at that, Speaker, sir.
Peter, let's vote now. My
Thank you very
colleagues
much.
voted.
I got Chief of Staff Masiazi, who text message or called on. They're working on that with Dr. Yellowman. With that, thank you. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel. So.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and members of Naabik'íyáti, Ado Satilla, Honorable Carl Slater, Mr. Edward D. Ado Satilla, Rexley Jim. Ako sato le hard si ba ya del here. Konda kwagi ayesi Navajo Government Development Commissioner Aja di Ohlneto na nasiki kwagi pela leo a karna nasin symbolic. So hard sin nan sata na nilieda. So ani koda leda tani. Ikleme kito kat kwaki. So kat na mission at the next college. Bado, after work, the other aspect of ACA between the Konde Kwaki Commission Yahanat Jaho. Kwaki 8 or one of the members lead on it. A Kwaki lead the Navajo Government Development. Beho Commission Iki Beho 1992. Now. It was 89. Okay. Ada you see bina anesto leki. Ese ba So Shahon Quaggy, the commission members Quaggy. Biggie oh NASA the government. Dole. That me how could it based on some eight on that only those cut later they has on it yeah a cadation. Oh, those cars cut a yeah the chapter partners little bit nas unki a hazot and off. Look at that need. So, it is on it, the cars, a Colorado, so a Title II amendment. Yeah, it was legislative reform. No, without 85 and yeah, judicial reform. Yeah, judicial branch. That's what they call it. Nas they stayed from 85 to 89. A executive do legislative a quaggy. Asa was only nation 89 the a executive branch. Legislative branch, but that according to the three branch government Celine. Of course. He down without me. He had a merchant. She ate big three branch government. Be that in this story, to big out a checks and balances. We say hold on to separation of powers. According to the Government Development Commission. Big craggy three branch government. We ho I eat on that to just Government Development Commission. Nihe hajo intendon iso. Big out a quaggy nasko. Big out a government reform that will need would ought need and the ato alneta. Quaggy a new council the oyo that a quaggy. It ought either.
Prisoners?
Don't need only that not just cut now the new assignment is chapter government big it is all that nothing. So 89 that was just the mother government. June 8 Title 26. The chapter the oil three branch government. Nahalon Aliyah. CSC AMS were the executive branch. Chapter officers, you're the legislative branch. You can't tell us what to do. You can't supervise us. We have our own. So craggy. You know what that? Chapter government. Yeah. You. County government. The chapter officers were the governing board. AP. Later it date from the 1950s to 1998, 2007, somewhere. A cook. Some of this is really become hard, yeah. Fundamental law to the Nindlatis. A bit of not Jahan. In some of the chapters, no matter if they're LGA or non-LGA. Quaggy Satsilla. Eet Alban sin case. Ado Naabik'íyáti. Bunny. NASA. Le Mars de Hadida. Rocket. Ne stado de drone that's a big echo. Ado sato ijihiki ka in la. So without hospital now, some net. Ita is were you the executive staff assistant to the president, or were you a staff of the Net College? A committee of the council was formed in their language. Chairman Nathaniel Brown. Hey, dito, nisit case, kahit abang so case, the nita. Kweki, government bawon sendo kweki not on in clean day, kula kahit hazot orle. Kahit hazot orle, kahit hazot nasi katole. Kato kweki. Could you? Actually, you had the honorableness of being hastui. But at this point in time, kweki ben yenkit yahin yahigi a commissioner do sabi lang asli. Tutne. Kweki ben na without ancient hasti. Do without sato na kidoli. With Ayla Speaker Damon, Chair of the Navajo Naabik'íyáti Committee, that would be the end of my statements, my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel So, for that question. So let me go back to the sponsor at this time for any follow-up. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and then over to Honorable former Vice President Rex Lee Jim.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll recognize the subject of the legislation, our former Vice President, Mr. Rex Lee Jim.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yat etonation and arado kwenda ito skido ke large not only chilong ito not la chilong I could it disrespect haningi je iske an hotek kudo Shinalia had the auto so. Jean de Noto 88 a begin. A yego na yaki order. A transfer is in just take nothing. I get that in discourse. The measure on that kind of I think no reason we had a yaki. Akoti do sabi ke si hanini shido shlet eda. Jonon da ta kit ado ben yen khada is nilin da ta na iti kidi en khanilia. Ko e se hen da shido kidi. Ado yego kai ta sabi ke ta si be si ya ho ako. E bi cha inshne. E wut nan ta ko. Ado she do shinal Mr. So, and Nigodin Ashtenaz Lahno, بخاطر تهو إذا خدت يادا بكيزوني دس كان شاتي إنج يتكي دوت نخطان شنيدا كنت إندولي آيات أوهن شنادو نيزو sabe que da stehen die Tratole nennt er das nicht no so hat ja da ist not an je no da ko so das ist nicht so ikot so de fa sa an schlinde da ko hat ne da so kann sich schon de ich hat einmal ne hat do am ja I das wird dann sich ne sie traut noch hol sie ko da ko Aron da shinale ki allen o ndo sehe na gabesh tazrin shto zina da adi shishon sta holzi sho atlamen shinaz nan shkhashet abana na adu shidin da shin ya do shka in lugo ye da haton ni da sado shabik ne yin da ite dan tska go sehe latana hashnet le ya jo ko ta bo latana en de ko za Not only did not sit on you could that was not very good cut over here cotton to jail. The snow national is in the local. Say I don't that not Abahogan has agua or has me had maybe. It I knew what the kid die and the dancing case of the now that after no dancing day. Okay, be careful it die, not only than limited up which yet asked here. Abe indacha kada hot ko edne taski kada no smedano la hoy khishin ta ni do khishin te adin sikho e khalebe yinne dilne yi khata ta non dan tinge ko na ni te ni de net o yi question yi hossa aronat ani ko dan ni ebe has ani ke ho ada Washington do da not up in with the net ka ho Kaya inna sa da ni ko adi ya da shine kaya e bike ilke simbe tadzinbe ta chusan de tadzimba de ande as akon halchen hitoke ye de na altin tole ye ke tla dole as ka ne chako jo ke hatin da no begin that is e banasni do but the nothing every cow cake do in the yard yagi so unto hot that it in that kende do ya government de honda kedande it at in the ado tanda atli hoda kono yata dan de hagan san de ako da hono yata hende ke Not only that, but isn't there though? She not auto store you has made in general, yes, do yard up because I do this. No, a cohort out, Joe and the Yagoshin John, David Kindo, what I has any behalf it any task cargo. Out of that, need out on the now test. No, a cut after Adi, but her data, but her attado, that is the hand or Joe, what are they don't need. Okay. It's on a slado. Ado at Mendo at Yat Ishnan Ado Sihe and in reading Yego in the Shiznish. It's a judicial committee, though public safety committee. Yego in the Shiznish, though Kodobe has an old car at Ninigi. Jado for the old car. Sani with Hasi Craig of Bess and Haki Day Unions. Tax Mahafi and Nata Askinda Ben Nacha Washington DC between the Shilins and in the best of Halogini in Noiko, Wali, a dog Welkin has Angi even in the hospital. None of the eight in the Aquat Echo, Kishindashi, Dashi, John, there was a wonderful working relationship with Ella. Aroshan Mr. So. It I mean within even Obeha stand the honorable delegate. So my son Amber Cardi A Houdini. I understand that I will be one commissioner, but I have ideas that I can share with them. As one of the members is to advise them based on Navajo traditions and cultures and stories and songs and prayers. Or some so that is never it's only in National Clan athlete or the Yapso. Now not the shady cut horde, your nitgate and I. She asking art and the net in a city who don't hit nations, Kaji, has always made all. Even Yella, no. Our best ones are uninsured that deep commissioner. I knew what that. Our best ones are under in the Aho. In now, I cannot at the Scotland there. What art ended, I say in Washington, so Anigi, it asked at all me or so. There's only under the Constitution that it are not so to do. It's Anigi took a 3-branch government. Asian Hayat and Takash need to edge that and that in all. Other has on upon the A. Can't understand spinning if it's not an issue. If it's a net or sequence and though what no nothing is loud on its edge. Out of Yana and air. It can what age it did no. So what else you did on this? But I knew your nanta. I think ancient appetite to hold it as she a hundred. So what any it at the job to yet your teeth are something no. The in John Dollars ago. Asian Adja. Shaho at that nature, what I never can miss. I can show this. I put the Aro Hilka as ye do ye Hanigi. I don't the Quamas, Navajo, a Sar Hanigi. It died. Abraham in a died. It the president Ned Banashista. It later a cut natural. Where had no 8 hours at the house now, and he can't get made neck as a young kid or neck as an as the Khaled out or me. Jay with the other day, it's like it's count out what aunt or me, no, Jay, other which Hayado, Shadow, Shinala, Dr. Fowler, a shadow, other. I can't nature, it asking yet, not Jay with out here. 80 equator with the around the delegate Brown had out of one that the ninja a argation at the a condido. I see that the initial date outside came don't no. So that the creation exchange has a lady that are the Yashina. Out of the neck that need Tinigi, the never Zaven that need Tindon that it's so you're not so Satahi. It died. Kodan Sido Sato and Hiltahon, don't really dice me now. I wrote outside that she did down. The neck house she had out that late he didn't know and he did kid or to dust and go. Eva Hone. A condida knew what they thought the never Zadigi. Job and as the store job best of bunny, Nelobe has any Bahatel Yago, but fly it lingo. So Edo what a sada state no Bahod Navy did never that Nigido what the reading NTU just at the hika. Out of the neck car shot at the hika. Out of best one has the antidote hika. Out of executive branch is just that. Out on the late answer to net that in there. As he bet a saw at all Lesco. It thought Sinclobe, Nasitol, Tahagi, Sobe, Salta. As you do what on that nothing, as do what on that socket on the city. No, Jabin in the edition Navajo language policy, but as yet, the Navajo Language Commission, in the did out that say not financially. What I enjoy not to do on me. A cohort argument and a hard estate, erosion and not letting it out than Chicago. Say, I don't think you should say Honorable Slater, Aro Senantado Shitsila, the Honorable Chairman and Speaker, Mr. Damon Coates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Slater, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, I do have Honorable Elmer Brigade, were you wanting a follow-up question, or was that from before?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Honorable Elmer Brigade. There was a follow-up, or maybe a... Let me go on to you, Honorable Daniels. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Aro inta koto sunat muslimiki koto. Aro nana koto sad. Etan hadit ai koto tam nalsos. De to kheriki koto kita fonzuko. Asi kya koto. Aro koto shasha ash aro nana shaje. Hota ke indeed need kono gaida 21st Council. Aro tam nana shudeli ako. Nana koto na Navajo Government Development. Just koto na nashiki koto na nili eko. Nana koto nta ikal nta koto nena zollo shi koto hota koto nchete do koto hota na foki hatelia ko. So that I don't know the koto at all. Sport is spells and what I on Senegal. Arunana koto and Nagit Arunana koto and Nashigita. On Senegib and Nashiko koto Arotoshne the koto. So I see to be case as made or less did. The koto in support of this legislation koto Arotoshne the koto. So Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, Honorable Elmer Brigade, are you on the line? I think that's why he texts. So he's wondering, yeah. Hope he's not on the line. Okay. That. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on legislation 0050-21? If there's no more further questions, colleagues, this legislation goes on to council. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board. Legislation 0050-21.
Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr.
Key Allen Brigade Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade.
Delegate Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Brigade votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edison Winika. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lord Exley Jim, for being here with us. Let me go to back to Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So indicated I'd come back to you after the legislation 050-21.
Thank you, Select Speaker Damon, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and distinguished members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Whole of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules to add legislation 0046 and 0047 to today's agenda. And if we could, upon adoption, address these two items before we move to the other one that one of the calls Slater already has on the agenda. That would be my motion.
All right. With that, moving on down, our we would be actually motion to amend the agenda to add in a new C and D. New C would be legislation 0043. Oh. No, 0046-21, and then item number D would be legislation 0047-21. With that, before I get a second, Mr. Rico, could you read the titles into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0046-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, rescinding NABIAU-35-20, entitled an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, recommending that all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, including those operated by the State of New Mexico Public Education Department, the states of Arizona and Utah, and all schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020 to 2021 school year. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona and Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Tracking number 0047-21 is an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, rescinding CO-84-20, entitled an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation, opposing all in-person instruction at all schools intending to reopen within the Navajo Nation amidst COVID-19, supporting the Navajo Nation Board of Education in recommending virtual learning. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Speaker.
Six and 47. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on this amendment to the agenda. With that, stating Chairman Daniel So holds the motion. Is there a second? Once.
Second, Doug Slater.
Second, Paul Begay.
Slater. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the amendment? Once. Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Chair, this is for legislation 046-21, correct? I apologize.
This is Honorable Charlene. So the vote is to add on to the agenda 0046-21 and 0047-21.
Oh, understood. Okay. I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, I'm sorry, Honorable Otto So, can you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So,
You mean today?
Honorable Otto So votes red via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 2 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Hey, thank you. 15 in favor, 2 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we are now moving on to committee members. Before we continue on, let me give the staff a 15-minute break here at the chambers. So we're going to recess until 4:15. That, we're in recess till 4:15, colleagues. When we do come back, we will be going into legislation 0046-21. Thank you. That, colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. Good if you're listening in and joining in with us again. We did take a break there. This is a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a regular meeting. We have the second Monday or the second Thursday and fourth Thursday of the month. We are in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Thursday, March 25th, 2021. The time now is 4:19 p.m. In the chambers right now I have is Honorable Carl Slater and myself, Speaker Seth Damon. Before we can go ahead and get back onto our agenda where we were at, let's go ahead and get a roll call and then we can go ahead and move forward from there. So colleagues on the line, we're going to do a roll call now. That Sota.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key
Honorable
Allen is
Paul
present.
Begay.
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present. Hello, can you hear me?
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Otto So is present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Okay.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 14 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. 14 members present. We do have a quorum. Quorum is met at 4:25 p.m. in this in the afternoon. That, colleagues, we did just amend our agenda prior to going into recess. So with that, we are moving on to legislation 0046-21. Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation to the record. I do have a sponsor and co-sponsors available. And then we can go ahead and get a motion second and then go into the discussion. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0046-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, rescinding NABIAU-35-20, entitled An Action Relating to Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti committees, recommending that all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, including those operated by the State of New Mexico Public Education Department, the states of Arizona and Utah, and all schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2020-2021 school year. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommends legislation do pass with one amendment and no directive. Amendment number 1, page 1, line 19, in the heading, insert new language at end underscore and approving Navajo Nation school reopening plan, end underscore. 2, page 2, line 9, insert new paragraph D. New paragraph D is read as follows, underscore D. On March 16, 2021, the Navajo Nation Board of Education passed resolution NMBE MA-696-2021 attached as Exhibit B. Among other actions, the Board of Education approved the Navajo Nation school reopening plan. This reopening plan essentially provides guidance on reopening of schools on the Navajo Nation in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. And underscore 3, page 2, in resolve section, line 11, insert A as a section designation. 4, page 2, in resolve section, insert as new section B and C as follows. New paragraph B, underscore B, subject to public health orders of the Navajo Nation Department of Health, the Navajo Nation approves the Navajo Nation school reopening plan as provided through NMBE MA-696-2021, underscore paragraph C. The Navajo Nation Board of Education shall ensure that schools operating outside the Navajo Nation serving Navajo students who reside on the Navajo Nation are aware of the Navajo Nation school reopening plan approved herein. The Navajo Nation Board of Education shall seek the cooperation of such schools in complying with the reopening plan, end underscore. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule number 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is there a motion on legislation 0046-21?
Motion, Helona.
Motion.
Second, Winika.
Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Winika. Any comments, questions on legislation 0046-21?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear some. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go to the sponsor. 20 minutes from the sponsor. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shania. Speaker Damon. And thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to present legislation 46-21 to you today. This legislation will rescind an Naabik'íyáti committee resolution that was passed this past summer. And the purpose of that resolution was to inform our state and our federal educators and everyone who is educating Navajo students that the Navajo Nation believed it was in the best interest from a public health perspective to pursue virtual learning solely, with the exception of certain IEP plans. We're now in a completely different stage. We have hundreds of thousands of doses that have been distributed across the nation and have been administered. I don't presently know the current number, but as of a week ago, I believe we had 69,000 Navajo people who were fully vaccinated. Earlier this week, we had a day where there was no new cases and no deaths. And with that in mind, we need to start untying the hands of schools and government and creating a path for reopening. It's important to note in this legislation that nothing compels schools to reopen to in-person instruction. In fact, with the amendment that was added at yesterday's HES committee meeting, the Department of the HES committee is adopting the Navajo Nation Board of Education reopening plan that was developed by Dodie and the Health Command Operations Center. It provides very strong guidance to schools on what they need to accomplish in order to safely reopen to either hybrid learning or in-person learning, if that is what parents desire and what the school can safely accomplish. And I advise those listening and my colleagues to read the article on page A3 by Ms. Cindy Earth in the Navajo Times this week. Does a very good job of explaining what is in the reopening plan. So colleagues, that reopening plan was just emailed out to you by myself. There are a couple other documents that are referenced within the reopening plan about the safety guidelines. And we have Acting Superintendent Shimasana Muscani, who will be able to answer questions regarding that. Again, as we look toward the end of this school year, and in particular, or especially next school year, we need to make sure that there are options for those parents who are going to be returning to work. That is already starting to begin in many instances. And I was speaking with a school district, a public school district yesterday, and they informed me that they've surveyed about 600 parents. They're still continuing to do surveys, and 25% of them would like safe in-person instruction. Among their students, and they've surveyed about 500, 50% want in-person instruction. Now, those should only be pursued, that in-person instruction, if it can safely be done within the guidelines of the reopening plan. And as a part of that reopening plan, a local fire marshal will do a walkthrough of the school buildings and document their findings. So there will be approval and analysis before anybody returns to in-person instruction on a regular basis. At the current level, there's a max, and when I'm saying level, this is based off of what status the Navajo Nation is at. So with our public health orders, we have the Health Command Operations Center, the President, all of our relevant entities analyzing our public health data to see what measures we need to take as a nation to protect our citizens and especially our students. So at the current level, there would be a maximum of 35% classroom occupancy. And the example that's given in the Navajo Times is 9 students and a teacher in a classroom that usually holds 30 students. Next week, there's the potential that we can move from orange to yellow, and that would move things up to 50%. At the highest level, which is green, there'd be a maximum of 75%. So even with the reopening plan, the Navajo Nation will not be endorsing full 100% return to classroom instruction. We also had guidance come down this week from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention saying that students could return to school and follow a 3-foot social distancing rule. The Navajo Nation's plans are certainly much more rigorous than that and are informed by the specific circumstances of our data and how our schools operate. So I ask for a compassionate and understanding discourse on this legislation. We have diversity among our students, among our parents, and we need to make sure that the maximum number of safe options are available to parents, students, and educators. And I strongly believe that this will accomplish that by rescinding this legislation, endorsing the Board of Education and Doty reopening plan, and then with legislation 47-21, rescinding the prior Navajo Nation Council resolution. This resolution, because it's rescinding a Navi resolution, the final authority is Navi here today. Speaker Damon, I will yield my time back to you, and our agents will be available for questions from the committee. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that information, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion and a second on legislation 0046-21. If you're just joining us, we were in recess and we came out of recess and we are on this legislation. We have a motion held by Honorable Chairman Daniel Honorable Pernell Halona, second by Honorable Edison Wanika. That I do have Honorable Keon Begay in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, I'm still reviewing the 3 document that Mr. Slater had forwarded to us. Put me back in the queue.
Okay, that. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, this is Delegate, so can you put me in the queue?
Put me in the queue.
Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Yeah. This legislation rescinding what the Navajo Nation Council approved last year is concerning. We're not out of the blue, we're not in the clear yet. And to levels of what the CDC guidelines are. I see. If that's the case, why are we meeting telephonically, Council? Hashna Ade Hana Ade Be Hanen Jave Hidadi Ago Chenati Tanahale. You know, this is the decision and this is the wish of council. Maybe we should meet and, you know, maybe we should be the guinea pigs. Achene Adal Tagi she Aja Basti. Ashi Ani, I believe in Navajo time, it's in 191,000 COVID-19 was administered on Navajo. How many of those were children? How many of them were administered to children from DK all the way up to high school senior level? I believe they lowered the age rate down to 16. Alcohol, 8 so I see. Should be any kaha atahashi adihashi. You know, Deutsch ida. Ado to hadit ego ta khote e dit iniki e ya. Si Deutsch iniki e. And Ashane, there's a few committees that's meeting personally now, but you know, oyo aba tishment ako kwada chinda jo chinne go e ya betati luot sha ka chinda ho de betata ne ka gota ka in khosata aje next hoda na lota akita de lina alonda baul tash to aje to honan China quite in Dentino. A mother ja a chin a toughness going the old cow yes. Go a yet nash Shashita Nebada to do ego at this string out a whole edition. Shut at the nebjin that he's still a judge about that. Go open in the go. Did oyo sink when Zeniki which that was Tahaki is our shadow listen. Ado a George le snake on the you watch halahot art. Jashik, then our numbers are very low, but Nihit and this kiddo shot. Acheniyaja Liniki Nihita the Sati Lago. Whose hands will that be on? Will it be on you, Mr. Slater? Or will it be on the Board of Education? Nihita Chinda Itano that teach Zago Nihita Bakana not ill. Are you willing to be responsible for it? I want I go ben. Oh, hayo tne ni kako ta his ago baganda had ago ade di biso tini nasni tne be in o you jinsti ta Jashi ta da hanyante. A ego pensti. Ayada stinte. Ko benash ego. Oyo sa. Benna disnin eya. Asha nito de Washington ek ad nashle no adanal was the President Joe Biden. I don't we know that former President Donald Trump, was talking about opening up schools again. Alcohol, power task or your husband needs to know. So what up on Siski? My teachers in Tuba City. I saw what yeah, that's here. We're still not ready. I see. ako ada hot ego Janshi na action it na has khan go iliante ego passion ado ego passion ado dan late kwa ba or ka banan is a chin name kino cause kwa ke ya just how they totally ni na here action kwa hallo ko ya ado la yitil shit yidin se ajo chesen tabachin ni hasate to wi da but da has lede esa ha ende action yego ha atza ako pan nash in apan kid. You know, if I had school-age children right now under me, I wouldn't send them back to the classroom yet. And I did that, but it was no. How gonna if you had not that go hishing, but had but listen to it now till but God ye just an exchange. Ni ta te ta God the native skill. Hish it ain't your life adi. Kajoban so kiss onsen. Ashia ni kodoha shin pa da so eat na Ashia da no sente. Oh anash. The power time lean aid. Adon the ade. Hayanki. So Uncle baby. Ashia need the home gone that has go eto. Had it ego. So the numbers are low. Named the A Hajoya Kotani Zin. A quag but mother was Jack, I don't know, and now I don't think happen and none. I condemn lady actually got old target. So it's been tuck case open in the air. Because I see by shin. I have an educator that has those concerns back home. I may not agree with her on things, but I agree with her on this issue. And all educators out there. Because I who was a mother Jan Lini. The house that the Sla, but not intend on the Hawa had argued that intend only head. Oh, but I finish. And then Lini was okay. Joe, the fun of okay. The old water that over the door, think of the next kitten doctor. They don't suspect either. An idiot that knows that spring break had no college student. Is actually Huyani and Linden Hatchin for that didn't catch jail ad. No chon. Ijiana Kago ad, but Kanades need what need. A Janshi Huyani that ended. Heist up a ma, heist for Jack, heist for my son, heist for Che. Onsen. Janshi daughter she aid and Lash, she Bahling, the year of what open. In not leaning back to eat. At the coil, not me he corny hit Hahonash. Hodlo at the corner. Then here at the hot egg of Bishman and Bishman net, then the car there hot egg of chair. But other wheels net. I see my shin net. But go all hot egg of Goban, that's kiss. The Kodor chin yajin hit other. Old cut the But I but those no. Ish. Quite and not eat only. Then the 8 of those no, not only not just at all. I'm going to vote against this. I'd rather keep this legislation in place so that we continue until the nation, the United States, hits some sort of herd immunity. I believe to reach that goal in the United States, I believe the numbers is 65% or more. People have to be populated, of the population has to be vaccinated. Onsen, Jean-Charles Lado, but you need the Quayana Vante. Vante the case. I let Ishtash out of Babbage has the open quitty that in the I should ask quite the basic coin out of the auto religion, isn't it? Quite a baffle Yago. Quite bananjo, that's a baba, a lad in Tito, costing the dashing ego. A kid in that. A bash, nation and Sachin knock you, hello. What ego, baby, yashti. Yashuyan, it ended. I chin in a hello. Grabe, Jahana. So, Didi, Dido, Didi, Bahwan. In non leni to Hakatita. Big a hajot in while a god a native late edition. Another of the nada tia chichilu. A call on lady, a toy and that him there. Go all Anash it off to the year of Shinnishan and Jado chin had it other quene. The not ishnita. Kala it at all the Diego. Had a stay at on the house late and Lego. The natty but is leany but by that cow, but is a quiet dinner. 8 at the bar or stuff. I go up a creation and need ash at a Diego Hidia for past. Tito, Bound Cato, Ajabanan, should they indicate. Fastest. Okay, share with our Evan this case. I'm only one of 24, but I will oppose this legislation, and I disagree with this. My concerns on Department of Education, Jody, Ade, Gani. A chin got one at the doors, I did a was a chin a kid, a quiet or 3 hole at only. You willing to take that responsibility on your shoulders if it claims a life of our children? Hey, I don't need it off, I don't. Like I said, I'm only one delegate on 24 members of this Navajo Nation Council. But the delegate region I represent to the Navajo kit. That's Chinabas kit. A Chinabas kit. Bowed Kabas kit. Yada la ya na kitchen Winston. This is a year of it. So what is it? I don't know. I did all what is it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down to Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours.
Chair. Yat Eshanand 24th Navajo Nation Council. On the World Wide Web. The legislation Adana Bechas, the Health Education Human Service Committee, Honorable Slater, legislation Dahan Solsgo. I'm going to say first and foremost that I am against this legislation. The Queen is she a mother of a masana a che and nala than Gleniki. Adult caretakers like they shut it down low and not down low. They take care of their kids. Some of these students have fallen under the caretaker of their older siblings due to the pandemic. The mother the baje, but other the Kosensagi nas eight other. But under that then, it's heartbreaking. The question does it is late. The question the more is late. Question and non-nickel. She can't do question on. I need help burying my loved one. We lost another to COVID. Shouldn't know. It is sleeping so late. And it's heartbreaking because right now I get these phone calls from elders. They lost their parents. No, keep the schools closed. Should so keep but mother at then. Shouldn't know. You have to think in that perspective. Now that's an example of multi-generational home. A grandmother and a grandchild. The grandchildren are not vaccinated. Only 16 and over. And we have to understand how a virus survives. A virus is very smart. The only thing it knows how to do is to survive. Find an alternative and how it can transform itself, and it becomes more lethal and more deadlier. And so in that perspective, we need to understand how are we going to protect our people. I've gotten just a few phone calls, maybe about 4, saying open the schools. What about New Mexico and their sports program? What about graduations? Again, first and foremost, I value your lives. I value the lives of your family, your parents, your grandparents, your life. That is nothing to be lost over a graduation ceremony. You made a huge accomplishment. And I applaud you. I am very proud of our students who made it through this difficult year. They face challenges that we have not seen yet. Even when we were as students, we had it easy. I see that now. But the students in the past year, since the pandemic started, they were mentally, physically, emotionally challenged, spiritually as well. And we have to give them props because they made it. They're making it to the end of this year and they're going to get their diploma. But we need to continue to support them and saying, we might not see you walk down that line and get your diploma and cheer you on, but we're going to cheer you on. You have many more accomplishments you're going to see. You have many more things to achieve. This is just the beginning. This is the beginning of dozens of achievements you're going to see. But we're going to applaud you at each and every one of them. That's how we need to give them the support. I feel for our students because they want to walk down the aisle. They want to walk down with pride and knowing that they completed a great, great achievement. But again, I value their lives. I value the lives of our elders and our parents, our brothers and our sisters. And what about our elders on social media? I do see protect our elders, Naabik'íyáti, stay home, wear your mask, disinfect, use hand sanitizer. Don't go to town if you don't need to. So protect your elders. This is one way that we can do that. Yes, some of us, we have taken the precaution. Some of us know that we have to do a lot of steps before we can enter our home. Take off our shoes, sanitize our clothes, sanitize our vehicles, wear our masks, sanitize our hands, wash our hands. All of these precautions, some of us do know that. And I cannot say half. I don't know. I cannot speak for everybody. But I can only say half of us do. If we could control the virus, we wouldn't be in this state. Some of us, we are so eager to shop now in nearby towns. Some of us are so eager to go on vacation. Some of us are so eager to throw birthday parties. But we cannot be in that state yet. And it's hard. We are facing a lot of challenges. Cabin fever. We want to get out of the house. We want to see our relatives. But as my grandmother would say, that can wait. That can wait. Do you value your life? What about the children? We don't know how they're going to respond. The trials have now begun for children, women who are pregnant. We don't know how they're going to respond to this virus. It is dangerous. A virus only knows how to transform itself to survive. It changes, and that's how these variants become about. A variant will become another variant and another variant, and so forth. We don't have the science. We're not that far ahead in science to figure out how this will work out. The numbers are low, but we're really pushing against the tide right now. If we push against the tide, we're just gambling with our lives, to be honest. And right now, if we keep going against this and we're gambling with our lives, we're going to lose many more again. The numbers will increase, and that's what I am really afraid of. I love my people. We are put in the position to think for the best of them, to do the best for them, and to act for them. And this is what I feel like we are in a position to do so and make a decision for them. As Honorable Otoso stated, he is one delegate. Yes, and I agree with him. I am one delegate as well from Northern. And I want to protect my people. We may face criticism and so forth. I know so many are facing challenges. Parents who are teachers, parents who are trying to carry out the curriculum that are hard, parents who've never been teachers are facing this hard challenge. But you know what? I want to let them know that they are doing a great job because they're carrying their families through this now. And because of them, they are helping us beat this virus. Because of them taking the effort and being educators, we are beating this virus right now. And I want to keep it going. Elders who've not really taken into education have learned with their grandchildren. Brothers and sisters who have not had that strong bond with their siblings now have a stronger bond than ever. And it's sad, but they are helping beat this virus. They are helping the frontline workers beat this virus. We have many doctors and nurses that are exhausted, more than we can comprehend. Many who are facing mental challenges, physical challenges, emotional challenges, spiritual challenges. This is one way that we can help them. We have exhausted everything economically, even financially. We have so many COVID relief efforts that push through. Stimulus packages that have stressed our financial economic state right now. We are trillions in debt as the United States. Are we going to keep doing that and gambling and then pushing the debt further? I do not want to do that, Shadana. I really hope that you understand. I really hope that you understand these repercussions. And then some of the repercussions are not to be known yet. And I'm fearful of that. We can pray and hope for the best, but we can also do the best that we can to help society in our own individual state. So, I will be voting against this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sterling. So let me go over to Honorable Vince James, and I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable James? Honorable James, are you there?
I'm here. I was on mute.
Oh.
Sinale speaker yat ado sinat is Tony Gibesman Glenido is not ado kodo sahigi had the dishnis. But I'll taught no senigi, don't taught in dashneshigi. Oko konza the whole just the abe not so dobinos amit not tin ashin hegando ado and ado la sint an hi hela and the house ni ho put konza de na ha shenen handa not tin ako here in tago oko what is a bottle dan lenigi do has anje the not ata no senigi here hedini do les here ha shenen hot nan hana no tin do haba the house ya konza the whole just ako kodo na dikidigi kodo at sahige yinske do lese nature anahod it has lean hot nego non sauce and lenigi nil sauce don da be istane and hit ilia ako ajila sata na has tan ajila non sauce hade di loud hije kode lan emergency management declared an emergency for the Navajo Nation. I would really like to hear from them. Akoko nihin chohoto ase halit yan sa kesto halit ibnahat salala chokot ako ado akona na kikona sto ya hane na shint ya ban chiti yost isle olta olta dan lenigi ashenen leni ohos ahigi jokot ya banchita ot isle ako kodo dodi division of the net education ajibanat dan lenigi hard ladan sosen leni senel be istane eden osneno na hayat di kot oltan lenigi senel ako adonana di the kosen sana hast nasni higi but ya to hod do na to best at the hal enigi la hard na sos tabakha ane lan chita hasi yost akoko adon chita has ikita zita so olta o hollanda the kui hanzago biga ban chita yost ako I dan sa an hit doni ba tan lenigi do ta ba thai ka na loi I dan hit doni an he di kwaigi di the kosen sana na higi but do best hal enigi an hen da hisni I dan hit doni ben hi ha dot an he hot an ha chen leni ban chita is le saga hot lande not ani tan lenich epache enda il adon na hat donis aje dodi has anje a large not ani OOC go not so seta iliande aton hike and not a leg I don't know what the don't niklako okoko okot na has ani benina quite keep on not this kitolis la haje not so sta la aba has no nas never la ayat okot shesido Francis case where all the documentation of the inventory of supplies regarding PPE, where all of those inventory listing to show us that all the classrooms, all the schools throughout the Navajo Nation are stocked up with PPE supplies. And if they are stocked up, then how long can those supplies last? Because we already know that there's going to be a ripple effect. Because we already know that as educators do, they purchase items because they wait for supplies to be ordered. And we already know what's going to happen. We are going to already be informed and told, we submitted the purchase order. We sent that to Dodi. Then in return, Dodi is going to say, we sent those documents to OOC. We're waiting for OOC. OOC is going to come back and say, you know what, the vendor is on back order, or some sort of document needs to be updated. And then that ripple effect goes back to the educators. They're going to have to purchase all the cleaning supplies, the PPE supplies, to make sure that our students are safe, to make sure that our Navajo children are safe. So Akwaiki has anigi where all the documentation in regards to that. My number 3 talk on the igi kodo at ako big ahota ultra as ke hona na hat zidigi ado unda did big aho but the ultra igi nan force needs nas nelo de yosen ta another zip first quarter ta another zip second quarter hat nigo ba hana o his hodges at quite again his hodges ta another zip third quarter that is a day a fourth quarter gonna and his the DLGs so lean for a regular school year okoko quite again la 2 months that's a hatzi gonna has uncle aden la all time leniki na hat zediki aden la in agent ho ha hodil jish go quite aden la hat the hasris under all time under those knees hat nego by yana nails hitting lenko okokon le da basta ni da hastan des da belaho da aje but the old time leniki base the chi be gonna be him the hanne sad not be him the hanne or hot ab 19 a day leho hold just to kwanza the hot ab the hodges hastan des that akotat belaho da akotat hat la na ne the nost asla na kin des that hat the old time leniki I don't know shingo as an shingo as chine all time lenigi hakase beniye hat nego agent his na hold just okoko quite la oyo la to bananas eda no hata out but all time leni what bananas is ego oko nzaun des it's lean adena kin na des kan des that hat zi koko oyo do ba da jolly dan halen ashi hot hati na so hot di all time lenigi anade do leave na kitan des cheta ko so I da has tan des do belaho ataji la do ata ilia selin ko na da just $8 ana kin des de Tande Zedijan. Jakot Ako. My question in regards to the third one is, why should we open them back up if the school year is almost ending here? Usually the school year ends in May, so that gives us at least about 2-3 months of virtual learning to continue. So if our educators and if our NAVHO children, if our NAVHO students were able to do that for the past 6 months, what's another 2 months, 3 months going to do to them? I don't think so. I think they're capable, and I think they're able to move forward to finish out the school year as virtual learning, and then open up back up until the fall during the new school year. So those kind of documents are not attached to any of the legislation for us to be informed of why we're going to be opening up the last 2 months of the school year within I think it's in the middle of fourth quarter or beginning of fourth quarter that we're going to bring our students back. So na adesh kitolis to siya konza si sanof sa niki be hanana sti tolis speaker. Thank you. Going back on mute.
Let me go. Thank you, Honorable James. Let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, who's the sponsor of legislation. Then I can come back to the floor. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for your really good questions and comments. I think it's important for all of us to focus on the data and to remember that there is medicine and science that is informing these decision-making processes. It's not conjecture, speculation, and emotional decision-making. Rather, this has been in the works for months and months and months. And it's based off of, and I think parallel to the efforts of, our government. We've been talking about these public health orders, and we've been telling people to follow them. And we didn't just say, well, you actually should never go get essential supplies, and you should just hope that you'll get a food box and be able to stick it out. There is an element of risk, and it's about mitigating that risk in our lives and how we move forward. So again, nothing in this legislation and in the reopening plan is going to compel schools to reopen to full in-person instruction. So we need to be very careful when we're talking about the specifics of the plan, because we're imperiling it and communicating to our people to have no faith in something which is inconsistent with how we've been communicating with the public health orders. And I think it's important to note that we're at 25% capacity in our businesses and public spaces. And if leadership is unaware of how the public health orders are been constructed and are moving through, we'll go to Dr. Jim in a moment. But to move through, the main individuals or demographics that have had susceptibility to COVID and developing the bad complications and symptoms, and sadly for those who have a higher likelihood of moving from this world to the next one, are our elders and those with underlying conditions. And it's, I shouldn't say less of a threat for children, or children are just as important. But I think when we look at the data, it's not supportive of just making a blanket statement that children are more susceptible. With respect to responsibility, the nation has taken the position that the entity that's responsible for the space that's hosting people, whether it's a business or a government agency, they're responsible for the safety. And that's the same thing here. So the schools and the school districts will be responsible for student safety in a virtual environment, or whether there's some sort of hybrid instruction or some in person. But again, nothing is compelling that to happen. And the underpinning of this plan is to communicate with parents and with students on what they desire. So I know for many colleagues who are not on our HES committee, our committee has been engaged with DOTI and with school districts and understanding how they're communicating with their student and parent populations. And they've been charged by their relevant oversight, whether that's the federal government or the states, to be constantly evaluating this. And that's because there are statistics on the tremendous number of students who have just disappeared, right? They're not doing virtual instruction, and there's obviously no in-person instruction. So what are we saying to those parents? What are we saying to those families and to those students? We didn't give them childcare. We weren't able to provide any other support. And now there's an opportunity, say, for those households that don't have good internet. What are their options? Well, if you're a working parent and you're returning to work now, what are you going to do? You can't leave your kid at home. They can't do school there. You can't take them with you to work because that's work. So what's happening to these kids? Some of them are getting driven to places and just dropped off. Some of them are sitting in hot and cold cars. What kind of life is that? What kind of quality of life and education is that for our students? That is happening. Everything that's been mentioned thus far is conjecture and speculation. So again, there is science, there's the CDC, there's our own Department of Health, there's many public health advisors, then there's the educators themselves and administrators from the Department of Education. So I think it's important to remember the diversity of experiences that people have and our students have. And we need to be responsive and have the maximum latitude to provide educational opportunities for our students. Who's going to be accountable for that kid who's fallen out of the system right now? Who's going to be accountable for the kids who are getting sick from being exposed to inclement weather? Who's going to be accountable for kids who are placed in unsafe situations without supervision? We're wiping our hands of those right now, and we've done so thus far. We have an opportunity to use medicine and science to inform our decisions. With respect to the supplies for the teachers, DOTI is not really administering schools in general across the reservation right now, so they're not the ones who will be supplying these needed supplies. And again, I guess the third question that Matsui had was, why do this now? And I think for the reasons that I just outlined, where again, there's a diversity of experience. Nobody is being compelled to return to in-person instruction. Instead, schools are supposed to be responsive to what their parents and students want and providing the maximum amount of opportunity. With those sort of hybrid in-person instruction where you could have virtual learning, say, in a gymnasium, where a student could be furnished with a laptop or a television, be able to perform their work safely following social distancing guidelines, and have solid internet. That's denied to our students right now, but we know it can be done safely. So I'm going to recognize my agent speaker if that's acceptable to you, and that is Ms. Ghani. And I asked that she walk through the reopening plan. She worked with Ms. Yellowhair on that. And then Dr. Jim informed me that she's also on the line to respond to questions or anything from the committee. And I asked that she be recognized to speak thereafter. Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Ghani?
Yat Eshitu do Ihehe Ado Ihehe Shanat Ahmathanigi, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ihehe Kwage Shaho Aigi Ado the Kuigo Shi Eya Alke na Idekit Eshi Kodo Sad Nashle Dolek Che Kodosh Pat Ghani Eyayanisiedo, Acting Superintendent Shananish, Department of the Net Education Bitlashnish. Aquidais Kanda and Lingua Ya Navajo Nation Board of Education. D. School Reopening Plan Bedi Nigo Hadilyai Yin Hanedi Sos, Do Bella Azli, March 16th Yada. The Quigo Shi Ya Benajnish. Navajo Department of Health, Ade Sani Do Hastui, AD at East, Bethna Anishje, Ajik Edes Ado Epidemiology Department Ilne, Ado Ade Nika Anajaho, Benache Ochot Arnold Hos Hadelia, Ado Ze Enet and Lenigi the Colt Eshin Ilto, Satonal Hos Nahayi de Ado Ilto, Navajo Nation Department of Justice Latit Ahi because Ade Ilto, Sani Do Hastui, the Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan Yit de Quado by Yatit Ultra Nalne Hatnanigi Abenesh Angit Ya Quado Hajo Bahaneto Hajo Be Hil Ishjane Ohodilni Di Quado Yi Yahalan Hatnanigi Dod Quado Nashni Anal Nanigi Ani Quot Nizago Shini Hilhodesh Yijo Di Nas Quot Ya Sato ba Jaini Nado Lel. Oko Ilchiniaja humanize a dabat del net. Oko dig until holdish a vaccination Ochot Nihil ba adatski. Ashi a quit enahalen nas. Heishi I double ba o tsigi di nasni dots isni dobet habet bedod na igi a quit enahalen. Oko shikodoban teskes do dinals hos hadalia igi ya. Is a nod chigo a large linigi benacha hadit adinal sos. Parent choice yilne. Amado a jea abi nizinigi di ultatnas niligo. Annalne nizingo ya amado a jea yilnad nishtole. Ashit ahawada ilchiniaja sada kodo ultat nizinigi be ba a hot ego bakat das so dinal sos. Ado amado aje parent choice. She alchine in-person learning ya ando dalne zinigi istopa at edo lefty. Because parent choice is honored through this Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, whether the parent decides to keep the child at home in remote learning, or if the parent's choosing is to send the student back in for in-person learning. Second of all, this plan honors local control. Ultatnaz niligo benat ani dahalo, ba'an da'i nil school board da bedetne. AAD ultat betits dan linigi bandadnish. AD amado ajedo ba ultado ulchine. Aja oho ahigi jitne niligi. Yaya ochun zindo yaik ahosin. A Codinals was Hadeliaigi Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. Yasigi Yenesh Ado Ya Ishjana Ohola. Local governance and decision making by school board, school principal and superintendents working with staff and parents. Nishikodo Yadi Ultra Benat Ani Linigi do Ba Ultra. They know their students best. Which should they do an outreach for? To invite them for an in-person learning. If that parent who is sought determines that they don't want their student to go back for in-person learning, they can make that decision. And the schools need to respect that and provide provisions for a continuation of remote learning. Did a couldn't I think it's all just at not there. We have known there to be academic achievement disparities on the basis that we have high poverty levels, we have a high unemployment rate, and our students a lot of times have an academic achievement disparity when they're compared to other students. Remaining online and not having this in-person learning experience has furthered that academic gap for our students. And it has impacted certain students, those who are most vulnerable, students with disabilities, students who have a need and special care to learn and adopt the English language. Students who are in need of remedial help. This plan would allow our schools leaders to make the determination to seek those students who are most at risk and provide for an invitation for them to return for in-person learning. I also want to touch on kindergartners and preschoolers. These are the foundational years and a classroom experience for our students. Those in kindergarten, ado preschoolers, this far into online learning, we need to re-engage our students. So there's a bit of concern and talk about why couldn't we hold this off and make it possible until fall of 2021 for schools to reopen. We must re-engage our students. Department of Diné Education has involved input from educators and the school leadership. They have a heavy concern about the students who have a lack of internet connection. These are the students we've read about in the newspaper a few weeks ago. A parent building a little fort on top of a mesa so that the student can catch internet. And then families driving their children, sitting in extreme weather to access reliable internet. These are real issues. While we continue to do the work to effectuate the install of an infrastructure for internet connectivity across Navajo, there's a timeline there. And most immediately, we need to re-engage our students. Students who have had difficulty connecting to the internet have become disengaged. They don't want to log on. They have fallen further behind, and that has resulted in them being unaccounted for. We have heard from New Mexico Public Education Department, Arizona Department of Education. They have sought our help. So we know that we have students here on Navajo Nation who have become disengaged, and we have a responsibility to reach out to those students, to re-engage them as soon as we can. Looking beyond just academics, there is also a concern for the students' overall well-being. The time that they have spent away from in-person learning, they have experienced, and some are continuing to experience, social isolation. It's very difficult for schools to identify these needs of our students because they don't interface with them on a daily basis or in an in-person setting. Refer for any additional student support services. We haven't been able to do so. This online learning has not been supportive of that kind of a network for our students to be identified if they are experiencing social isolation, any social emotional difficulty. If we don't address these needs of our students by way of re-engaging these students who are most at risk, we run the risk of them experiencing adolescent physical, sexual abuse, substance abuse, depression, and suicidal ideation. So we must act now to re-engage our students. Furthermore, beyond the educational impact of school closures, there has been a substantial decrease in students' access to school nutrition services. Food security is a concern for our students. Breakfast, lunch. This is for our preschoolers all the way on up to our 12th graders. To meet the bus where they are delivering these meals. So a lot of our students are not accessing the school nutrition services. We know that too. Furthermore, because the students have just been home, there has been suspect of increase in screen activity. Physical activity is important for our students. So all of those have been minimized. We need to pay careful attention for our students and let the science guide us in that decision making. Lastly, I just want to emphasize that teachers are often ones who identify a possible sexual abuse of our students. This plan here provides that latitude for a local school to decide whether they should reopen or not. By working and engaging their parents and teachers, then they can go forth and identifying those students who are most at risk. Percentages of capacity, thresholds by color codes. And if you have received the document, you will see those thresholds. We currently are in the orange phase of 35% capacity. So in that example that was given, that will put a cap on how many students can be on site at any given time. A hybrid model, it is one that gives the most latitude for our school leaders to decide of cohorting and grouping students. Student A by cohort will be in attendance Monday and Tuesday. While they are on remote learning Thursday and Friday, Group B will be in-person learning. That's how you meet those thresholds so that you don't have an excessive amount of students for whom you are providing in-person learning to at any given time. Those parents who will have chosen to keep their children home can do so. They can attend these sessions of instruction remotely. So we're challenging our school leaders to make those provisions, and they have been making plans. We have heard from a number of our school superintendents of the bigger districts. They're ready. They have been asking us for some time. Credit sigi oya atapa ohalet antika oche hatne ade. So this is a plan that is quite supportive of that latitude for school leaders to work directly with their parents, first of all, to make the choice whether they should reopen or not. And then furthermore, identify those students that they will prioritize for a return to in-person learning. Schools have the responsibility through this plan to conduct a walkthrough, representation from a school leader, from a parent, from school safety, auto health background, walkthrough a checklist. Make sure that these are present minimally to deem your facilities sufficient and safe for a return to in-person learning for your students. There's a safety guidance. In addition to that, there's that checklist. Those schools who decide to reopen, Department of Diné Education is asking them to file an attestation form. We do deem ourselves sufficient and safe to reopen. Here's our attestation form. I believe we have a responsibility to re-engage our students. And I also want to say that you had the trust, the 24th Navajo Nation Council had the trust in Navajo Nation casinos and the business sector to reopen. We need to trust our school leaders and our teachers to do the same thing. And then the parents to make that ultimate choice whether they want to send their child back in for in-person learning or not. We have got to give them that trust. Those schools that are currently not ready to reopen, they should be planning. And this plan provides for that. It spells out what at a minimum they need to do. Navajo Nation plan do checklist for the rest of the school year in the fall. If we don't put this guidance out there for them, they don't have a structure to plan their reopening. And for those schools who are ready, we ask that they employ layers of mitigation strategies. PPEs, a reconfiguration, classrooms, AD plexiglass does out that those needs. Ajigi the quid she beso, but he test on neligo. From Department of Diné Education in collaboration with Dr. Jill Jim, we offered to the schools if they had a need for PPEs and bottled waters, please contact us. We have some in supply for you to take. None of the schools reached out to us. That's an indicator that they have an inventory. So I ask for you to fully understand the plan and that it is based on the premise of parent choice. Whether a parent wants in-person learning, they should be able to make that decision for their child. If they want a child to remain home and access remote learning, that is their choice as well. So it truly honors parental choice. And then it gives and respects local governance and local decision-making. Our leaders know what's best for their students, and they can make these decisions. We need to trust in them. The same way that we have trusted the casinos to practice all these layers of mitigation strategies to be safe, the same way that we are giving the business sector. So I don't believe that this is a gamble as it has been purported. Rather, I believe that this is a balance. This is a balance of understanding what the parents want and then balancing it with a structure that is being provided from Department of Diné Education. So with this, I do want to give an opportunity to my colleague, Shayla Yellowhair, to share with us that Navajo Nation plan, the component that speaks to the colored phases. so that we have clarity and better understanding of where we are coming from. This plan does not purport or support 100% in-person return. This is about schools following the guidance and using these thresholds and grouping their students by way of hybrid models. And there's plenty of ways of doing so. And we trust that our teachers and our school leaders are innovative in shaping what best meets their students' needs. Yellow hair, the component of the Navajo Nation plan, the phase re-entry, the color code, threshold Shayla?
Speaker, Kellen, point of order.
Thank you very much. Did I hear? Naabik'íyáti?
Speaker, although we're getting good information, my point of order is that are we just going back to providing the presentation to the council? I believe that the presenter had concluded his presentation. There would be, we always say that there should be, the responses should be directly at some of the questions that were posed by the committee members. If that is the case, we might as well just give sufficient time to the presenter, additional time in request. That way we don't have to interrupt and have them do a full detailed presentation. And if they need to go through each of the three documents, that should be done. We're just continuing to get information from the presenter. That's my point of order, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I think the presenter went to the agent, and specifically there was questions from your colleagues or talking points, and there was that was the reason why that Ms. Ghani presented. So to me, that was a response from what the agent wanted to present, additionally to the concerns that our colleagues brought to the table on Naabik'íyáti. So I think we're done with that now, so we can go back to the floor now. Is that correct? Are you complete with your response now, Honorable Slater? Vice Chair Slater?
Yes, Speaker David.
Okay, with that then. Jay, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, the floor is yours.
Point of order, Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. Raising this point of order in regards to documentation from emergency management. They are the ones that declared an emergency for the Navajo Nation. There is no documents indicating of them supporting of this legislation or any documents indicating that they are not in support of this legislation. I'd like to hear from the emergency management in regards to this legislation here. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We will reach out to the emergency management, to the HCOC, and hopefully we can get them on the line. With that, moving on down on Naabik'íyáti.
Chairman, my intention wasn't that I didn't know that I was next, just so that I get to make a point of order. But Kodon Hishinda do Kai Naabik'íyáti Jokai Kodo Joshis Aki Bahasi Benaniki Duiat and it Ato Night the Kid Hajon Adan Hajod need ages Hobanda Hatos Honda Kodon Hin Hitchabet or Lente they edit after Snisha then you know that one the hosne the hot end that I need a saton night ticket at the end. Of course, just a zing. I believe we shouldn't even talk about death in relation to our kids, or even comparing kids to with a casino operation in Habakunosin Asha. Required approval required by school board. What happens if the school board doesn't? If the school board doesn't approve, even with the pressure by the community member, what's the solution for these? I believe we have so many community schools across the Navajo Nation. Community school, some of the BIA control school. If the school board doesn't approve to reopen. Overall legislation regard the same way as the same legislation present the reopening of the roads across the Navajo Nation, just so that will trickle into a Dana was it Dana Shaya which a Dahil source Aja Ben his home that could go once this legislation is passed, the opening of the roads on the Navajo Nation, that will in the Department of Health Department of Health the command center guideline open ho after need that's it what answer that's a it doesn't really it's not an automatic that all school will start reopening. This will trigger the process of getting the school open. But that's the legislation again so the gate egit on Bansaskisha. Other public schools if you're indicating that the public state public institution or probably superintendent and his net the ninigi baby nashiko bit down la that's their public school that's it and why isn't that BIA is not asking that question as well? All these BIA control school again. Now the other thing I have a question on the capacity code. Capacity. Although that if a school does reopen and what happened, how is that being planned? If like right now, I believe it's code orange and it says that capacity is 25% a car. Is that only the students or does that also include all the staff as well? So what's the purpose of having a full school operation knowing that there's only 20% of the students going to school, and that affects all the teachers aide, the school, the teachers, the bus drivers, then the cook, and then maybe the janitors, and then the administration, the initiative, staffing, benat lot ajatik of coat niniki. Although you know that a lot of our students, how do you can implement the three documents, the reopening readiness assessment, the school safety guideline, and the school reopening plan. Within that documents, it does say the approval by the school board, but it doesn't really give, to me, the document doesn't really give the leeway for the school board to decide, but it's more of a pressure statement that you need to reopen the schools. The capacity. Well, now the other thing, there's a new press release. Just while you were speaking, the Office of the President, Vice President, issued an ayutla regarding the daily update of the Department of Health press release. Ako aja ani ko edikat. We shouldn't. I don't know how you would interpret that. That the Navajo Nation continues to mandate the wearing of masks and other measures to help reduce the spread of the virus and to save lives. Now is not the time to let up our guard. No, that's more of a general open-end statement. Hot haki bindit hot achonon halon kodo sadiki Jago kodo President's Office press release yitla. But I believe we're doing the opposite. Nihikocha akoko aden di ego kodo, even from the press release from the command center. Diki enigo ko the quick communities, these they have uncontrollable spread. That the bakao chapter has angodit dik at the kosensaki naslit atin de kwaki a coco ada jo conta bastanda the do ado as chin the ada the of parents or if they're staying in the dorm, or drop off in the how do we determine how will you determine if this particular student that's coming from that particular area is going to be denied of going back to school? Because no matter what and how prepared that the school will be, and if it's code orange, we can't allow more than 20% capacity in these schools. So how do you prepare for those students that are being told that, well, we're at the capacity, you stay home, but that no, I mean, you got so many students just going back and forth, being driven around. That needs to be considered. I believe we're watching too much in a way happening at DC level. I believe that we're being pressed that let the scientific speak, which is true, which is understandable. But the Health Command Center that public health order hadachi akita to hajo kodon hinda hotsna koko di hot and hitan hitno la kodoshnal shnal United Kitigi di ta hot ero ti kwaki bohne satan hitno jo hot ashi to bi gato le te on so sit ya khat hanat to o sign da nanal in hota kodo. We try our best to relay those messages to our community that we represent. If we sincerely say that these are scientific facts, Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, maybe we have a mini CDC structure on the Navajo Nation. The men linikito parents masan khishi ju ajishi hot EDC pepenada hodni constate o kodo be has on in linikito kodo dit editi nitiki shet it o hot akokot nishi e kodo parents in liniki be bohodni to lesto tato the don nitiki akoko dik I guess I need information do you have any data how effective, what the we need to re-engage with our students? If this is the statement, did we fail to kept engaged with our students from the beginning? We need to re-engage. Telecommunication so in this case, as far as the technology, cares funding you base it the to establish additional cell tower across the Navajo Nation. You laptop that it seems like everybody got vehicles, but yet they weren't provided fuel not to go anywhere. And laptop again and then there were a lot of our students, our parents were lacking operating a laptop, even fixing it. A computer, I like to get a response from your office, the Department of Education, technology, how much important is it? And then, is there any success? The technology, I believe that would be another excuse from the department to say that, well, we didn't have the capability to monitor these our students. That's all now the adult need to stop out there. So that's where the re-engaging the students comment would really be a big concern that I don't have a problem supporting the legislation, but it sure would need to be a good response. And then the other thing too is that now that the president's office has dished out a press release asking for public input, so that tells me that he rather make his action based on the input by the public, by the community. At the end, the president may not support and veto it. By the input by the people. President's office, if not the Department of Health or Command Center, President's office that's the word the scientific that's it I get over everywhere these are being opened, but they're only at capacity. If that is the case, I believe that if there needs to be approval by the school board, it will take time for them to do it. So it's probably not going to happen within this school year, but starting August or September, whenever the school starts again. So by that time, the things would have changed. So overall, maybe my request to you is that a general overall public input by by each of the school board members, because I have several school systems within the chapters that I represent. The Low Mountain School, the Cottonwood Day School, the Nalzini Community School, the Miniforms High School, the Miniforms Community School, and Miniforms Public School. Chapters has ago hat a kodo ultra dingi a bit in so with this legislation again I don't know it had been on the 5-day comment period I don't know nobody provided their input this for the basic reason they don't have access to the internet though they don't have the capability to submit these documents through email. A lot of them, majority of them don't have access to the we didn't have public input or public forum that did on dan hit en hisato stopan so case ko niniki jo kwa ki kishin to ko hajo Australia do be nan dengi be bichen not on pohnet zan so ban such case otherwise the obvious it out the hajo pohnet zan da hajo harchna ba ilia da ba ilna hashin to pohnet zan do listen so ede ko request ki dashla do list Mr. Chairman Speaker Damon chat on this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambige. That Honorable Vince James. This is who I have in the queue next. Before I go back to Honorable Vince James, I was going to go back to see if I could your question answered. But I have Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Vince James. Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue.
Then now Honorable Daniel So. So let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay, but then I'm going to go back to the floor, to the sponsor, and then also go back to, I think we have the director from the HCOC on the line to answer your question, Honorable Vince James. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Hanana, Chair, Speaker, Chair, other members of the Naabik'íyáti, other sponsoring light of the delegate flavor, other the report that I do, other the Ganado too, so Yatri. Although they are listening, trying to understand about the legislation. We know that we went through this pandemic. A lot of schools, everywhere, changed a lot of policies and procedures. We're trying to get our kids back into school in person. So but they, where I live, they from chapters that I represent. On the what there are they got there where he's some where these kids go home. Their home are not even up to standards yet, too. At the end, it is still like that. Just like how we're saying about people. Fortunate that some families they have jobs. We're talking about that. We're focusing from that side of it where maybe they're coming from NHA homes. Maybe they're coming from that side of it. But what I like to say something about is people, my family, and then my relatives that lives out to the remote areas where they don't even have water line, power line. But then they're the one that brings kids, and they go to they're eligible to go to school in those residential areas, residential hall. Because now we're saying that bring your kids in to or is where they were overlooking those types of families, and they're the one that gets on the bus here. I'm not sure how the bus are being equipped to where I know that there's going to be some space in between there. I understand it's going to be like that. But it's a congested area. Out of these buses, some of these students will be on the bus for more than an hour and a half, two. So I'm not sure if they're going to how safe those kids are going to be on the bus. I didn't hear any procedures or any policies that's going to be covering these students going to be on the transportation, being transported from home to school. I think seniors by years, I didn't hear any, I haven't hear or see any resolution coming from the schools that I represent, from downtown schools, Sabadaka School, Winslow Residential, Hobart Residential, Greasy School, that I haven't seen a resolution supporting this legislation. Sean, every the school board, Sean, the school boards were elected by their parents. People, kids that go to school that on behalf of them, they were being elected there. It's about their schools. Are they ready for it? Is the school ready for it? For have students to come back into their school? Because I know that there's one in Winslow. They're barely starting to renovate and trying to comply with CDC safety part of it to cover to bring the students back into dorm or residential hall. I think in the hall is I'm not sure how many the school board had a resolution support this initiative. A case. So, I need to understand how schools or students have always been below the average of learning to understand the academic level. It's been always low within our reservation school. So now we understand that it's gone. I said that now don't need no. I down in the hot teacher. I down. I called with this. I don't know how much this distant learning was being improved. All Chromebook give it hard. I don't think there's any data that can be shared with us regarding how much this distant learning was been that changed it or that improved it, the academic level of these students. on that. On he said that. Okay, yeah, to go back into school. I think I would think that I would have looking at support from the local schools. See how much of them are in support of this. Maybe they have different ideas. I think I would want to listen to them, my school board members from my school, to see what kind of input do they have. I don't think they were given opportunity to this legislation. If there's any, I like to see it. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shania. First, I'm going to recognize Dr. Jim to speak on the HCOC and DEM issues that were identified or questions. And then we'll move to Ms. Ghani to respond on the specifics and the information regarding consultation with the schools. Thank you. Dr. Jim?
Good evening, Speaker, 24th Council members, and Honorable Slater, Ms. Ghani, and those on the line. I hope I'm able to answer all your questions. I wasn't able to hear some of them, so if I do skip out on a question, let me know.
Point of order, Delegate James here.
Yes, point of order, Honorable Vince James.
Real quick question in regards to duties and responsibility. I know that Dr. Jill Jim is a division director, and which duty is she going to represent as responding? Because I still would like to hear from the emergency management, because they're a board and they are obeying the authorization from our president of the Navajo Nation. That's how an emergency was declared. So that's my question on which hat is she going to be representing and responding to us? Thank you.
Thank you, well, James. The question at hand is just trying to find an answer. Dr. Jill Jim, if you want to respond, but I know that you're representing the HCOC, but well, I guess you can respond back to the question, Dr. Jill Jim.
Speaker, before we go back to Dr. Jim, I'd like to speak to that issue.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Honorable Slater. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
On the response.
The Emergency Management Commission did issue the public health emergency, and part of the power that the executive branch has authorized, or sorry, that has exercised is authorized under that resolution. Other parts of it are recognized via council legislation. So that's an example here, where we said no in-person instruction. So therefore, nobody within the government can support that. And the Department of Emergency Management is not the entity that is responsible for overseeing the education of our students or for drafting all of the public health orders. That's coordinated out of HCOC in the president's office. So in this instance, that's why this legislation has agents from DOTI and from HCOC. It would be prudent to bring in individuals who are not the subject matter experts with respect to education and the potential for any new types of learning that may exist after this legislation. Dr. Jim?
Thank you, Honorable Slater and Speaker and Honorable James for that question. Under the declaration from the Commission, Emergency Management C 200311, I believe that is the one that authorized the Navajo Department of Health to respond to the public health emergency. The Navajo Department of Emergency Management Emergency Operations Center is stated they will continue to support the Navajo Health Command Operations Center, which is under the Navajo Department of Health. Yes, I am a division director, but I am also currently the incident commander for the Health Command Operations Center. And that is stated in our incident action plan that we develop every single week under our unified command group. We operate under a unified command group with the Indian Health Service, BIE, BIA, and also the 2638 healthcare representatives. We do have a incident command structure that we have, and that information can be made available if you're interested in that. In response to the public health emergency, we are now in a disaster declaration. The Navajo Health Command Operations Center continues to operate on a daily basis. From Monday to Friday, we develop incident action objectives, plan objectives every single week to respond to the pandemic. We monitor the cases and surveillance. One of those that we're talking about is the ability to manage and respond to the transmission levels of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. There are several indicators that we monitor under our command structure. We work with Indian Health Service and 638s to collect that data, because most often where people are getting sick will go to the hospital to either get tested or either receive a vaccine. So they're vital in understanding how we respond to the pandemic. And so those numbers are collected and we determine on a weekly basis how much movement or lifting of restrictions there should be. This week we experienced our first day with 0 cases and 0 deaths since September. We have overcome a second wave. We know there are continued threats, but we also are trending differently than the United States. As I indicated, we also added a new level color to our gating indicators recently that will look at a purple phase, a red phase, orange, yellow, and green. In the purple phase, we have a severe critical outbreak, meaning that is very more uncontrolled, where we were seeing, for example, more than 100 cases a day, where we were looking at 300 cases, daily new cases a day, and where our hospitals actually will be almost at capacity is when we will operate in purple. Our new level for red is we'll be looking at over 100 cases per 100,000 individuals with an infection rate of 1.4. Less, any greater than 10% positivity, and no more or not enough contact tracers. We are in level orange. A while back ago, we actually have been meeting yellow this week and last week, and we only have a 3-week. The reason why we haven't moved into yellow is because we have not completed our 3-week surveillance on the impact of changing from red to orange. We do monitor those levels in case there are any sustained rebound from the cases going back up. So right now we don't see a sustained rebound, and we will be making and supporting our ability to move forward, but we will not move forward until with the yellow, unless if we are sure that the different operations that have not been in place have safety procedures that are in place. And for those reasons, we were in orange, I think 1 week before we went to orange, for just to ensure that safety was the utmost importance of moving from one color to the next. And so right now we are actually experiencing that those numbers are in the yellow phase. And so that's the criteria that we have. We look at new cases, we look at hospitalizations to make sure there isn't hospitalizations. And if there are more sick individuals out there, they'll end up in the hospital and they'll fill up the beds that we have. And so with that, we monitor the capacity and then also the number of tests that are coming back positive from the areas that are happening. Some will and may say that we're not doing enough testing, but even with the ones that are being tested, a lower percentage is coming back positive. We are trending similarly to New Mexico. Arizona has lifted restrictions far at a faster rate as of today. They will not be requiring masks or other mitigation measures in the state of Arizona. New Mexico has always been conservative. We've been in line with the New Mexico mitigation strategies and also their reopening percentages. Utah has not always had a lot of severe restrictions. So I always believe that we compare or closely similarly to New Mexico, beside the school mandate that Governor Grisham did, where all individuals will be going back to school in person on April 5th, I believe. So there are differences. We do monitor these on a daily basis. Our Navajo EPI team and some assistance that we get from individuals from the CDC Foundation. They work 7 days a week, and they have been since the entire pandemic. They collect information every single day. They probably only had actually 1 day off since the pandemic, and they're up there getting our numbers onto the dashboard every day with our team. So in regards to how we compare to others, like I indicated with Governor Ducey lifting that businesses will no longer require wearing masks and no longer social distancing. Bars are allowed to resume regular operations, and gatherings of 50 people are no longer required or approved by local governance, was announced today. And on the Navajo Nation, we will always be more strict on how we safely reopen. And if you look at the extreme reopening of the states or neighboring states here, we will always be on the precaution side, while they're to this point, they only they choose to and may not choose to follow CD recommendation. And so us and here on Navajo, we are not following all the CDC recommendations at this point. Actually, the metrics that are being that we're following right now will actually closely mimic an all in-person school reopening plan. On Navajo, we are not following any recommendations regarding that with the health professionals and the safety team. We are in support of hybrid learning for the entire reopening plan, and safety measures have been put in place to ensure that they get random checks from the safety team. So overall, the schools are at that level. We also are not supporting several items from CDC regarding some items that, for example, the new vaccination recommendations is still being reassessed, where they're saying that vaccinated individuals can gather. Those were some discussions that we're actually still having, and they're quarantined for individuals that might have been exposed but are vaccinated. We ask everyone to still follow 14 days and also not the 10-day recommendation. So we definitely are understanding that our population is more at high risk, but we also understand that we're moving slowly and allowing that flexibility. The percentages that are being presented for the school reopening plan is in line with the business reopening, except for that there's maybe a 10% difference on the orange phase as compared to the business reopening. And those are the only differences that we have. We added a color, so it did change the percentages. In the new business reopening plans at red, there will always be some sort of minimal businesses open to provide essential services and non-essential services. There is an understanding that we did compare our reopening strategies to other states, and we are still on the conservative side regarding the reopening recommendations and strategies that we're offering, not only for businesses and also supporting schools. And also gaming did extra precautions as well. The plans that are being presented has been thoroughly discussed with public health professionals and our safety teams that are comprised of NOSHA, risk management, and also the Indian Health Service and the Navajo environmental and occupational health groups as well. So that's the extent of our contribution. The gating measures do follow, and any mitigation strategies that we decide on are carefully done through conversations with health professionals and what is being advised. So there is a choice, I think, in the plan that says up to a certain percent, but ours, the schools will always move and the nation will always move if the numbers get worse or better. So as we're now seeing lower numbers, that's why there's the lifting of certain restrictions. There'll be a new public health order that will be issued today or tonight or tomorrow for some items that have been already occurring. I know that we've only looked at the 10-person gathering. We'll be looking at drive-up gatherings and extending the businesses 1 hour and keep their curfews intact. So we're not lifting everything, even though we are in that yellow status that we're seeing right now. We are careful in making sure that we take these minor steps. And I think that the numbers are always going to follow how we go up and down. It doesn't mean that if this is adopted, that the schools will operate outside those colors, but there is also an opportunity to have the decisions of the schools to make sure that they follow the percentages that were recommended in the school reopening plan. So just know that those numbers are carefully monitored every single day. We moved our gating criteria from 14 days to 7 days so that we will be also in line with national trending numbers that are out there. So when we move, they move, and then our data will talk similarly and will be aligned with our comparison to other states or national numbers. So we've made those changes. Instead of the 14-day surveillance period, we have a 7-day surveillance period. The current uncontrollable spread of chapters actually have low population numbers that even 1 or 2 cases can really spike up that number. So I have talked to our EPI team about those kinds of inconsistencies, that there are small outliers of chapters, and they're using the census data that can we'll need to understand that because of the small population count, it can quickly make that an uncontrollable spread. just by the size of the community. So those are some numbers that we often look at.
My new advisor.
So,
I have a good one too.
Hello.
So those are the gating criteria, Speaker. If I'm open to any questions, I hope I answered some questions. I wanted just to share how we work together and how we move from the different colors, but I'm open to questions. Okay.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Ms. Ghani, can you respond to some of the questions that were directed toward you, or that you have the subject matter expertise from Delegate James and Delegate Caleb McGay and Delegate Elmer McGay? Thank you.
Thank you, Shitsui, Mr. Slater. Nana, Shikado Shadene, Ado Notlanigi, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for those concerns as you shared regarding a safe return to in-person learning for our students. So I will address the number of questions that have been posed in response to Shiaj, Delegate Vince James. You asked whether Dodie has an inventory of supplies. We do not have funding in place to purchase PPEs and any other cleaning supplies for the schools. I did mention in my presentation that the schools have received a number of identified dollars specifically to combat COVID-19. Ado kodo otope dahil na khayshing did nikidni biketas kiigi ado thoda abakan beteno senigi kodenki khodosne bedi need aid ado sa nikiche khane yi lada akol na anta beso ya hines de di oltatan nelego di bend on the shigi ado na identikit so will there be fourth quarter, a regular school year, Denenigi. Yad, Esto Kodo Bahasti, Yad, there is a need to re-engage our students. Re-engage Bedishnigi, Yad, Jodn Halchan Yaja AD, a computer Yija Ohos Ako, Khaidan Adok Ajindan. A Kot the Quishin, that's it. A kodi quite in-person learning, but the ninigi asi ilchina akeda tahan tahigi. A digi wish that nabat don't need but hahas lago. A quite a re-engage in dog English nigi, so we don't have them fall further behind. A altishne. So I think that can happen at any time. A kodi old katnas niligo and dog English nigi. A di summer school, but your whole just so. Aja papa honed zayin ha ado ofat nate leho di ilchiniyajari engage nate lehigi. Di shint all computers yijit itahos aho a8 a yat the nest ling isok at kunza the holjish. A kodi kodo in-person learning yigi but it di kahigi a ajigi ofat ke honna ba adolni by way of re-engaging. I hope that answers the questions and concerns that you raised, Shiaj. Adonana, Asot Shiaj, Ki Alan Begay, Shahat, na identity store. Although, what happens if the school board doesn't approve reopening, even if the community wants to? Bakaigi. A kodi kodonal sos hadil yadon hitato silsozigi. Yabi is so. Khodo ultha nadle nizanigi ultha benat ani. Khot at all these, khot al keisto. There's a checklist and there's criterion, and then percentages of students to be brought back in ke na ango. Aje khot ado bi isto sto. Ultha nadle nizin go yadi iltsas. Amado jaet alnasnish. Khainazin, Hajobe, Ishjan Edinozin, Aja Ulka, Behas Ani do, Ikedes Inki, Hot Abi is Sonaltos. So if a community does not want the school to reopen, we expect the school board and school leadership to respect that. Similarly, if they want the school to reopen, then the school is tasked to meet all the parameters that are specified in the plan. Local control that provides for that collaboration. Why not BIE in terms of numbers being provided for students who are unaccounted for? Way last year, enrollment numbers based on the difference in numbers. Where I shared information is New Mexico Public Education Department, ADE there. Some by name, we were provided information. We don't have that student-specific information from BIE. However, we do have the numbers, and we have made the comparison from last year at a given point in time, what those enrollment numbers were like, and then comparing it to where we are with those enrollment numbers at this time of the year. Auto code orange 25%. Does this include teachers? So orange phase is 35% the proposed school reopening plan. Room occupancy based on square footage and the room occupancy. If you have a room that is fit to hold 30 people, you would take the 35% of that space to determine how many students and an adult can be in that room. So if you have a third grade class, for example, you have 6 students within that classroom based on maximum occupancy and capacity. If you have more students that need to be back in in-person learning and the parents say, I want my child to be back in person learning for that same grade, the school leader can open up another room with another qualified teacher to hold that class. So it provides a lot of different ways to create provisions to meet these minimal standards of safety. As DCDC D plan 6 feet apart to create the safest measures for those percentage of students that we are having parents make a decision to join in-person learning. What's the point of having full staff members in the schools? We have to trust our school leaders. Educational leadership. Human resources. It's an overarching guidance document that specify these are the criterions that we believe to create for a safe return to in-person learning. And you have to follow these at a minimum if you decide to reopen in collaboration with your local stakeholders of teaching staffs and your parents to meet student needs. How do you work with the percentage of thresholds? So there's that the example that I gave. If there is a qualified staff member available, they can make those provisions to open up another space that is safe, meets all the parameters to be able to provide in-person learning on the basis of student needs. The president issued a new release urging public comment. President Nez a kuidais kanda e hot asad ila amado je hot the hot abhodest nike e khaino sani go e hot public comment yahad neko ila. And I have been monitoring those public comments. Legislation drop liya aja website baka a call ade amado je sad ila donaz nishin linigi khaydi layagi. This plan would meet the needs and concerns as specified by all of the individuals who have made a comment, whether it is in opposition of the legislation or in support of the legislation. Di koje online learning only non nal sosigi ja edi kwa ege be need ajin nal sosgo edi koje ultra ando li ba hot idolal ultra inezanigi a hot so e khaino nini go e ani khodo president aje hot ya hola di it was linked to the legislative website to solicit parent comments, and I have read thoroughly each and every comment, and I will say that this plan does provide to addressing the concerns and the recommendations that have been made. Some people indicate, no, my child has an underlying health condition. I want my child to remain online. Well, this plan will do just that. If that parent presents to the school to say, I don't want my child back in the classroom, then the school has a duty to make provisions for maintaining remote learning for that particular student. Some employees have said, hold off until we get ready. We are not ready, and that's fine. And this plan will offer them the parameters to make those preparations. What is the Navajo Nation asking our school leadership to have in place when they meet that benchmark and make a decision to reopen? So that's what that plan specifies. How much have our students learned online? We don't have assessment data. To date, on Naabik'íyáti late April shot assess in Dalby. On lay State Department of Education on that baby test in Dalby. Deep in the last year, Chiniyaja auto test lada. A cocodobat don't then there's no data to make comparisons. So we are relying on the school principals and superintendents to be working with their teachers. A formative assessment. Formative assessment. That is what we are looking to school leadership to furnish. They will have to look at their local data to determine where these students were last year and then make a determination where they are. Although the grade level standards, the grade level standards. So those are all student specific information that our school leaders have. We don't have that in our hands yet. Students have been working online. And in some instances, school leaders have said that they are not assessing students other than the curriculum-based measurements. Those chapter tests, auto quizzes, formative assessment, those summative assessments. So, however, it can be inferred that since we have pivoted totally to online learning, no face-to-face and so having been in that learning format all year long, one can infer that there is going to be gaps in student learning. So able to re-engage some of these students as early as we can. The other is that how did we get the parents' perspective? The plan speaks to schools making a decision to reopen. They have to hear from the parents, whether that is convening a meeting and getting an input from the parents as to what that school should do, or surveying them. That is one of the first asks and expectations as spelled out in this plan. The school leaders have to reach out to the parents to make that determination. So DODI is not collecting that survey, but the schools who are making the choice to reopen are having to do that. If you want to reopen, you need to hear from your parents. That's what that plan expects. Aronana Esto Shitsui, Mr. Elmer Begay. Some homes have no water lines or electricity. Ani hot eo. Ekodi sa hawago ato yahata is tita ati. Eko benachi e ya online learning iki ananta. The computers you have to plug them in to charge them. So if they don't have electricity, then they don't have the tools that they need to access online learning. We work with those families to prioritize them to be in the dormitories. Transportation within the plan and guidance from CDC. School leaders have to determine which students they will have come back into in-person learning. And they have to work with the families on how that child and children will get to school. So they have to work with the families to make that determination. And then transportation, the cohorts, to minimize spread. So obviously our schools have to do multiple bus runs. So principal you have to know how many bus runs you have. You have to know how many students are on each route and how long they are on each of those routes. So I trust that our school leadership have that information and that they are making plans to make those accommodations. They can be the only two who sit in a seat, sharing seats if they are siblings or if they are in the same household. If not, perhaps the accommodation needs to be made that they are one to a seat. So all of these flexibilities and plannings are up to the school leader if they decide to reopen, along with their parental input. Shitsui Elmer Begay Naidinskit for your schools in your area, for the chapters that you represent. Holbrook Unified Superintendent Iila. He made a comment that he is prepared and is asking for your support as the 24th Navajo Nation Council to support reopening of schools. The Nihinit, Indian Wells Elementary, we want to welcome them back. They acknowledge the Navajo Nation school reopening plan. That superintendent has been part of our weekly calls through the DODI platform. Dilcon Community School, Mr. Wachunas has a plan. He has written letters to families as we speak, letting them know that he has intentions to open schools once the Navajo Nation Board of Education and the appropriate legislative processes have been exhausted. There is heavy concern from our school leadership for the well-being of our students. Ado agrees with school. The principal has already indicated for the rest of this year, we're going to remain online. So those are just a few of the schools in your area. Honorable Delegate Mr. Begay Shitsui Benaiden Kidigi. Although there are no resolutions from school boards, how do we know should they be the ones to furnish resolutions here? So the plan, Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan, Niki A Shop the school Nilago Benat Ani Bipohodne. So if they decide to reopen Kodo ya attestation form with Yanigi Hadilia, they have to go through all of these steps, the checklist, the assessment that they do locally. The internet so speak in dot did and Hino Kedi Gibik out Ilia Conal sos Nihij Akata Desti. So it really leaves the local decision making in the hands of our school board members. So I hope that answers the questions and concerns that have been posed to this point. I'm going to yield back to you, Shitsu, Mr. Slater.
Thank you, Shramasana. Speaker Damon, I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, and thank you to the presenters for the response to my colleagues on the Naabik'íyáti, our colleagues on the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, I do have the lineup here: Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Otto So, and Honorable Stewart. With that, let me go on to Honorable James. The floor is
Speaker,
yours.
Delegate Crotty with a question of privilege or point of privilege.
Yes, Madam Chair. What is your question?
Thank you. I have a question. Do we have an update on the status of the court case involving the Central Consolidated School Navajo teachers against the board for reopening? That's important for the council to know about, and for myself as a delegate on how to move forward on this plan. Thank you, Speaker, if we could get that information.
We'll reach out, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, we'll work on it to get that information.
Yeah, thank
Honorable
you, Speaker.
Vince
I'm not
James.
sure if council's aware. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Vince James.
Speaker. Ado nana sunat ano kliniki kodo based on saan ni kliniki do share ko hasin so ado kodo ba yel kito ni hichenat sa de hada isti suni ado na adikit kliniki sto kodo Shmasanet Honorable Amber Crowley here Hanana Zi Salinko. Ako kodo in this case Adonana Emergency Management Commission Asto Benal Sost Ito Sost to the legislation. Adonana supporting resolutions that Ahiti from the school board. Akoko Abe Khan CK so his nation Ayat Ehako. Akoko throughout the Navajo Nation. Aje ni hit the school board and Lenigi all top not and Aje a stop button that eat Nesako. Ade has any dot of that sauce that ko a the dot banal sauce. Halit Ayan Saki Halit Aban Sahakis. Ako what a stop to Tasiyin that stoko. Ado shipwreck. Not only Nes has on that so but chapter resolution so a Tasiyin the no face to face school Joe what they're opposing the face to face education or what ado ya yasti ko ado the question that sahiki amma do ya the host ahido the letters stop with that straight opposing the no oyo do he host eda Ako ede akodat ehinan so hajo. Bitahas on la yat esto legislation niki. Kot out ya kodon haban sis case ako. Ot kinso be yi kato be hono ko hot la do ya shonda. Khayda da le hit atosh case khayda da le kot an hit donni. But away the yajin lenin at ehida bahazne otta betahne kai hazne otta ha in hit ni dole. Khala ya action leniki to it ape iya tal hita anda bil khahatna but is lenin da hatna but siga leni but j ben sakis leniki inta hatna ko okot okodat eho هذا النهي دو تادنيل زنو بايات كون خالشين أدو ناز إيلت نهي نازلة دي نيغو لو باهانيت دسله we're a sovereign nation دي نيغو بايلتيو هانيت دسله أكو بيشمان سأنات آنني لنيجي أكو دات إهو نال صوص لا إيدو أتخ ناز نلدا نال صوص دو إيه حتى حتى ده دي كدون هتاتون الصوزيكي أكو كدو نندول صوص ده نال صوص بتاعه أولاد آيات دولة كدو نيجي بتخاطا إيجي لا بتاعه أون جون دولة دون ده لا ولا يات دولة جو شيء وحتى بانسس كيس أكو يا حتى نهينج كي دولة 90 days to a table although on the supporting documents, all the justification documents from all the different entities, from all the different school boards, from chapters, give more time to our Navajo families and children to provide that information on behalf of this legislation. So with that, I make that motion to table for 90 days to obtain many of those supporting documents that should be attached to this legislation. Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the Council.
Otto seconds that.
Thank you very much. Honorable James is just here talking with staff, clarifying the motion to table legislation 0046-21. This tabling of the legislation is for 90 days to obtain supporting documents and supporting resolutions from school boards and chapters and from local parents all across the nation. You might not get everything, but if there is supporting documents from certain school boards or chapters, or even some parents, that will preclude us to go ahead and bring that back off the tabling motion within or up to no longer than 90 days. So with that, Honorable James, accepting your motion to table legislation 0046-21. Is there a second?
I will second Delegate So.
Honorable Charlene So. That, colleagues, since we're here at the Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, the sponsor doesn't have time. It's only at Navajo Nation Council where the allocation of time. So with that, there's no debate on a tabling motion. Colleagues, let's go to vote on a tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So.
With regard to this action, I'll just withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Callan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty,
Delegate Amber Kinness-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
I'll vote green, Chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winika,
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Pernell Halona,
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Agree.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Speaker,
I
with the
vote
vote
green.
of Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Jamie Henyo. Speaker, with the vote of 11 in favor and 11 opposed. Chair not voting.
Chair, this is Daniels. I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes red. Speaker, 11 in favor, 12 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. 11 in favor, 12 opposed, Chair not voting. Motion fails. Back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So on the main motion.
Oh, sure. See, so yeah. I got to say, I thought that it's did and I have kind the company, hold on, this case, my escort on his town. As I listen, I try to comprehend the way our people felt the days when they walked to Fort Summit. Out of the Ganado, out of the Ganado, cities at the Hazni, all Ganado, they jet, or the need card. What in the Highlands, this all pandemic, over 1,233 for cotton, and then he did clear. There's a lot of people. Oh, young but to me, that's a lot of people. Only one is enough for me. I lost some of my families. To me, just one is too much. On this case, when he caught the stone down, I didn't have him all day. Oh, I think the house cannot meet. A lot of Indian tribes vanished across the United States. They don't longer exist. It all on this case also not by this show. I think we have a fighting chance now. To me, it became political because to states and president to presidents. I feel like the Republicans, I don't want to say this, Republicans are the ones that want money. They want education versus the human life. Just to see what happened in Arizona. Last year, Trump came to look at Honeywell, how well they were doing the mess. I think it was a mess. And Ducey was against everything before he came. He was really strict. But when they came back out of the Honeywell, the governor Ducey just opened up Arizona. And I think you know what happened. It rose, it skyrocketed. And we were, the Arizona was the worst, and I think was in the world per capita. Due to unseen enemy is what we're looking at right now. To me, I would like my kids to go to school, my grandkids to go to school, everything, and be jolly and everything, just jumping around, be happy. And I would let all my workers go back to work and have a good time getting money again. I would like to have this economic rolling again. Yes, everybody in this world, I think, wants that. But if you really look at what the pandemic is, I guess there's no way you can fight it with that. That we were told to stay home. That's the only way it seems that we're striving out of it. A few days ago, there was 0 case and 0 deaths. But it rises now and then. It's still out there. We can't see it. Any little kid can pick it up and take it home. There might be one that we can miss. And the one that can miss can kill somebody at home. That might be one that's missing the bus or miss on the kid. That disease, one that was missed can kill maybe 10 or maybe more. It's even contact tracing. We tried to find out who had it, where is it. But in the meantime, that person that had it touches this and touches that all the way home or all the way to that store or to the gas station, etc. That's how it's working. That's how people caught it. That's how they're dead, some of them. Because we opened that up for them. We let them do it. We let them go out and get the disease and come back. In some places, they went with their wives, their husbands, their kids. We cherish more academic and we cherish more money than a human life. That's how I saw what we are right now. It also kills people. I'm not an educated man. Some council that always say. But I experience it. A lot of things that we say and do in the council floor. I was there at the torch. Now I drink the juice of it. I experienced it personally. With that, I had a vision. With that, I'm a council delegate because I'm just an eye, ears, and voice for the people, the whole Navajo Nation. That's who I am. There is a verse in the Bible that says that's what education really is. If you know the Bible, I guess you know what I mean. There's a that so I got a bachelor's degree that no, we push on it. We push how much money we have, what kind of job we have. And that's what we're becoming as a nation. We're number one nation. So I'm really I care for my people because I know what death is. And I don't want people dying again. And I don't want to start all over again. There's a new breed that's coming in. And I just heard there's about 8 or 9 people died in the east, even though they got their shot both shots. And I just heard Ducey say today that he's going to open up all the business, no more masks in Arizona. I don't know, I'm going to wear my mask. I don't know if they're going to put me in jail because I'm wearing a mask. But that's politics. Because we reach for fame, we reach for academic, we reach for the money. Argument is more important than human lives. That's how we became. Oh, so think about this case. Other portion, Dr. I regard in the newspaper. I was just reading that. This team that you guys were talking about, where do we find that? The fire department, the marshal, local fire marshal. It's caught in some this case. Other team, we opening readiness team. It's starting to sound it. It's a I don't the decision will be based on the checklist. The car is in the car. It is what I don't these measure the car that you says you were saying also emphasize that no school will be compelled to reopen even if the Navajo Nation achieves the green phase of COVID-19 risk or 0 to minimal level of the transmission. It is currently in the orange or high risk phase after having been in the red phase for months. On organ start. But when the teachers don't vaccinate, I think I don't know. I don't think anybody likes the Biden administration, but Biden administration's plan was to reopen everything, hopefully by fall, the schools. They're going after the teachers and everybody over 16 to get vaccinated. In the meantime, all summer long. To me, I thought that might be a good idea to have class again in the fall time. I want to see my basketball team, Chinley Wildcats. So it's up on this case. I should in this case. I do feel that need to be none table. Yes, if there is something missing on the legislation, if there's no exhibit on it that really needs to be on there, I think it is. It's easy to see. As council delegate knows that. We always say things about that throughout the 2 years up here with the council. They always say to the president, but now tonight, what James was asking for was all these exhibits need to be on the need a competence on that zone don't a high those if we ask those things they not see they are not see where the scientists are note. What did he say? Where is the doctors that say yes? What that any about that then these are the scientists I thought on his snow. Doctors had thought on his snow that now my kid had a COVID. She taught me something that she even that it brings you so something to make it strong. I think educated people know what the legislation should be exhibit with. To make it strong so council delegate can see it and go vote green on it. That's just easy to understand. The legislation without all these exhibits, all these things that there's going to be asked for, is not really legislation. It seems like. The old members, all these old members that are still in there. That's what I learned from them, that these exhibits need to be we caught another word for the legislation. It agit up on hat and should on that idea is cut under the schnee. To me, it's very elementary to see this legislation without all those exhibits. All what we're saying is we're just talking away. We always usually do that. To me, that's what a council always does. Talk forever. We go into the midnight sometimes. This is my feelings, and this is how I understand the veterans of the Navajo Nation Council. I voted green on it to table it because I would like to see the others too. Even now, but should have Patricia going to I it was in the newspaper. Behind the fire marshal. Also your team. Meeting of company reopening readiness team. But that is a long they can after your card or different hold it or what other after. Another thing that I've been stated in my concluding is I think, like I said, something's going to be missed somewhere. That disease is unseen. I don't know who, maybe the bus driver or maybe the teachers, or when they leave the campus, who's going to be there to clean them up, to spray them down, wash their hands, everything, and then go after campus. Spray them, and then clean their hands, everything, come back in. Kodota Basin that Hakito Basin Nadaboto, Ado Conhoshing the Dolchis. Ada Digi here at the Nata that's in the air might be sprayed before he goes back to his family, to the mom and dad and brothers and sisters. Ada Craig a day upon this case, it should be done. Somebody has to do that. And we had to put money in there and there for that PPE. They don't the accreditation at the Hala says asking I started Honda when I come home. They spray me down and take my clothes, all my clothes off in the garage and put new clothes on and then get back in. And I had to wash my whole face and go into the shower and wash up. So that's how they're protecting me, I guess, thus far. What that in Harlem we don't have running waters on all the houses. How are we going to clean our kids when they come home, or grandkids when they come home? Yeah, no, just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jean So, for that description and also pressing points on position. Colleagues, time now is 7:25. There's 3 more legislations on the agenda here. Colleagues, I want to let you know that here in Window Rock, the snow is falling, and I just don't want to keep the staff here too late, but we do have 3 legislations that are on the agenda at this time. I do have Chairman Daniel So, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Stewart in the lineup here. So I'm going to go to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'm going back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Chair, right quick, this is Delegate Charlene. So can you add me to the queue, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Do I have the floor now? Speaker,
yes,
Chair?
you do.
Yeah, launch it, Silly. Ado Craigie. Sanantai. Naabik'íyáti. Instead, many people. Sato Hajoba Honi Zendole. Sanantai. Ado Silly. Honorable Slater. Ado Siyaja. Acting Superintendent Patricia Garney. Ado Deja. Dr. Jill Jim. Ado Craigie. Sato. The plan will be happy for the Tosagi Shaha. Those Joshi Panahatakin or a Alia. Don't out a start the horse net. Of course, I guess see a job out who needs in those committee members. We vote green on this legislation and adopt it. What we're doing is we're rescinding NABIAU 3520. The title of that legislation basically recommended, if we look to Exhibit A, an action relating to health education, human services, and Naabik'íyáti, recommending that all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, etc., to delay plans and decisions to reopen schools for the 2021 school year. However, in the resolve of that legislation, the Navajo Nation strongly recommends that all schools, public and private, serving the Navajo Nation, including those operated by the State of New Mexico Public Education Department, the states of Arizona and Utah, schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Indian Education, delay plans and decisions to reopen for the 2021 school year. It was a recommendation. We didn't mandate it. So what we're doing is we're rescinding that recommendation. And so in that respect, we're rescinding NAB IAU 3520. So we have to understand that the new title of this legislation is an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti communities, rescinding NABIAU 3520. So that's the part we have to understand. We're rescinding that recommendation. And the alternative, we want to basically make sure we have the plan that's also attached to this legislation, the new requirements for reentry. That's what we're adopting. That's what we're saying. We want these requirements met. So, Honorable Vince James, in the previous action to buy your fire trucks, a young resolution that there's legislative and legal questions upon the parental choice. When President sanctioned this or told staff, let's do consultation with the public schools, McKinley County Schools, Central Consolidated Schools. Consultation team, a public school board and administration, I basically said it's the parents, it's parental choice. That's what's got to drive this. To give you an example, they take a high school, public McKinley County, Gallup McKinley County Schools, high school, the enrollment is 66 right now. That particular school, the principal, they surveyed the parents. Of those 66, the parents allowed only 16 to do hybrid. Hybrid means 2 or 3 days a week they're in person. The other 2 days they're remote learning. Either that or it's the other way around. 2 days face-to-face, 3 days remote. At the same time, our young athletes, they're required to do this hybrid too and still participate in practice. And again, that's parental choice. toho nildo le or your quaggy jun shida quaggy chunny quay. Oh, that will try the I don't piece of Hodalia. PPE will yehegi cleaning solutions, dal yehegi da. Saho ya. They have robots that are sent through the hallways, through the classrooms to desanitize every day. Of course, Monday, we were at Gallup McKinley County School District Board. That robot was there. It uses infrared lights to basically flash across wherever this robot moves. It's really not, it's this remote machine, kind of like these new remote vacuum cleaners, but it stands up maybe 6 foot or more taller. The other items, just like what's set up in the council chambers, the plexiglass shields, 6 foot distancing. At Donna, we met, the Hess committee met in the at Navajo Prep. The desk that we sat in were 6 feet apart. In the afternoon, we went to Central Consolidated Schools, where we adopted this particular legislation. Again, 1 committee per table, distance at 6 foot. That's how the classrooms will be set up. And that original recommendation, you see, this legislation is doing that. In place of that is these reopening criteria. We're putting that in place. Put out that Sadigi a hastito le Hajoba Honitzen. Exposing the kids. The other is in the school bus routes. Some of those folks that are in remote learning, the ones that choose it, they alternate. Certain buses go to a certain part of the community. On the other days, it goes to another area, so that the students are distant, even within the school bus. So, and that's the decision of each school administration, no matter who funds it. The school board adopts it. Our action, we're just rescinding the original recommendation. We never shut it down. We never mandated it. We're withdrawing the recommendation and saying, here's the new way that we want you to look at. The points for re-entry, look at these. Abide by as many of these points as you can. No, these are the Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So that, colleagues, let me continue on down. Honorable Otto, so on the main motion on legislation 0046-21.
Yeah. Speaker, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Danny. The Naabik'íyáti Naabik'íyáti injik go ate hot. Ali Nick so hone no. Ato hadas nda hot le ta so kone ndo ni. Ni ajben ya ajnan hite nils. Aba ati yego ato neta. Actually, robot, no, not Dachshund. Is there a robot? Can you guarantee there's a robot in Sutherland Conwood Spring School? Can you assure that there's one of those there? Can you assure that school has PPE? I'm going to tell you, as a parent from Tuba City, their 7-year-old contracted COVID. 7 years old. Alcohol. Actually, ato dan saikit ato yego ba aze banal kahi ato atinal ka. Ako ade ya ni kodo ashene la kodon hada kan kodo ze. Ako aje oyo. Machine. Ado looking at the vote, if Honorable Daniels didn't vote, if Honorable Daniels voted green, that made it, or red, that made that 12. And that we would at least give more time to Doty and all the people, which Honorable Slater speaks to, the science, to get more information to the reopening plan. This reopening plan was just emailed to us today by Honorable Slater. Nowhere that Doty or the Board of Education has brought in the Navajo Nation Council as a whole to say, this is the plan from Gray Hills High School. This is the plan from Kaibatoa Boarding School. This is the plan from Kayenta Boarding School. This is the plan from Kayenta Public School. Their reopening plan. Are all the schools across the Navajo Nation ready? Epa yashki. Oyo. Jebana isteho. Kad ahne road ash ade nihi. Apekit. Kobashinne. You know, I'm going to stand out, people from Western Agency. Who's on the line? Is your child ready to go back to school? I don't think so. The study from Tuba City Boarding School survey says that 75% from parent survey says no, not ready yet. Ado, the public school there's no planning. Eba yashkit, the yego bahkit. Achene, the aja ya ato no ya. Say ya achene ya eba skishe. So sheba the aba sa case and Diego Basio, ya head the Ahoyan Ekahot. Oh, what up in a Kokodos none yet, that's not a Argentine day. You know, I'm going to tell you again. This is although it went through the 5-day comment period, but leadership was not notified in advance. And now my concern is, why wasn't our Western agent, for me, my agency, why was Western Agency School from our representative Mahas did not inform our schools? Sissy case. We go at our own risk. But remember, these vaccines are trial vaccines. They were approved for emergency use. You remember the doctor saying that. They were approved for emergency use. But right now, you know, I wouldn't put my guard down. Continue to wear your mask. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater. Any comments at this time or response?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for your comments. Just want to remind everyone who's participating in this discourse and this dialogue that nobody is being forced to go back to school, and parents' choice is number one. So if you don't want to go back to school, you don't want your kids to go back to school, then you won't be forced to do so. And assertions to the contrary aren't true. Ms. Ghani, I think there were a couple questions related to the development of the plan and who's on the team and the assessment and all of that. And I'll defer to you.
Yeah, to Honorable Slater for allowing me to again respond to some of the concerns and questions. Honorable Eugene, so you asked Dinaltos, I said Zimbinaltos Hanite Jinda Ani Aja Yati Dodi Naltos Nashnishigi Abahan Network Naltos Hanite AD na Kigo as aunt ya team was Yahigi reference Elia Akune. Tahigi ya Kwage Department of the Net Education J Sani do has twee program managers that bedient no button Danish. Ado staff within the programs. De kult eshi bits utnel Ado non-nish bahis Dodi internal work group Diego Ilya. Dinal tos bahuinet Navajo Nation School reopening plan with Yahigi Khaidila. The kult eshi Zet Indan Linigi do Dr. Jill Jim. Ad and that Sato Naltosi de Naltos Khaidila Aja team bedien. Ado di Ultra Andol Nilne Zinigi di Big Eho do Lehigi Ultra Naznelo Ab the team Idoli di administrator the Dolne Ado parent representative teacher safety officer Ado facilities Ochot ya Dastol ke health professionals. Each school who wishes to reopen, they have to comprise their own team. AD checklist lato best on Navajo Nation plan. A not self-assess it all that dish the hallo kodo you have to have these in place that is there plexiglass? Are there enough PPEs? What is the plan when a student should test positive? Teacher sha. Khaled ke khona aben donishla. At and that beat us so ajiki. A team or ya ajibi katopa hanao nalsos hadelia. So the schools have to comprise their own team members who will use the checklist to self-assess their facility and their progress, and to really determine whether they are ready for reopening. And the checklist is structured in a manner that if the school determines that they're not ready, perhaps the facilities aren't ready, the ventilation isn't ready, there aren't enough PPEs, the transportation services are not ready. Whatever it is that they determine that impedes their preparedness for reopening, that document shows that they will check that they're not ready for reopening. Now the school has an opportunity to go back with the team and to reassess themselves when they have remedied these issues and concerns. If it's determined that they are ready and they meet the criterion, then the school can share this information with their local school board. AD attestation form Department of the Net Education. The ended the AD ultraigi analyado bonet zadolech. Ochot bahadelia dinal tosigi. A kokodo Honorable HES Chairman Soya Hadzi. Di quaginal tos nal tosigi. A recommendation for schools to delay reopening. What isad nal tos bedana hodit ahi. Belke estinigi hadelia. Plan those that are ready and that want to a school board Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. I hope that answers your questions for who these team members are as reference within the school plan. Sako ultratnas nil AD fire marshals, Betlihatahas Kaido AD assess etabila. New Mexico Public Education Department, Ajo ultratsen niligi, A fire marshals, Tato Bedal Tachios in. And that's what's a reference. If that assessment was already done, Department of the Net Education will honor that assessment that has been done by representation of those positions that are identified to comprise that assessment and readiness team. I hope that provides the clarifications in regard to the questions and concerns that you raise, Honorable Eugene. So, Ado nana na identikid ya spray khayla AD kwa aginad nashigi spray down ichido. The schools have to have a plan how they will safeguard their employees. They know who they need for in-person learning. They know how they will structure their instruction. Kodo Honorable Daniel Soya Hadzi. Hybrid learning is nenigi yadit alchiniyaja. It's a dash job. Cohort, so they're in small groups. The more or less in-person learning. While the others are at home accessing online learning and they switch out. The school leaders have that responsibility to determine what that looks like for their own school setting. I hope that provides the clarifications of the issues and surrounding concerns for our delegates. Online learning not nilgo. Akon khalchaniyaje di apohone angeet hata di yolcha. Khayd ashint yesid akede tahmda. Jo di oltha banat anin lenigit ape beholni amado jail nadnish. Do dal belnigi she ahot elto parent choice beditne. Parents can keep their children home if they don't want them back in the school setting. There are parents who may be returning to work. Jadi kwa Navajo Nation business sector anadne sto nadneshindle amado je aja nadneshich handi kaigo alchenia je shaeya o that's a homade taba unsupervised o leh. Khodat ego da sto on saha kes. A code the cult ashin edi oltra ani ba yash adet a co aja bonet zan ba adilni di kodod beyond sekesig amado jailin dolnish. Those are some of the basic tenets that we profess. Local control, and then respecting the decision making and authority of our school board members, and then the school leaders, and working with the parents. This promotes a collaboration and partnership with the parents. Schools must follow what the parents are saying. The Navajo Nation School Reopening Plan. It's a structure that our schools can use. Though and that 100% of the students need thresholds of percentage. Konelt eko elcheniyaje tahnahas thanigi elke benahi zoko. Ani kilhahot ne ebik edi hot bihi zoto lel kodonas ko hodeshish. Naha elcheniyaje ba'achat. I hope that answers the questions and concerns that have been posed to this point. I yield back to you, Honorable Slater Shatui.
Thank you, Shamasana. Speaker Damon, yield the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Okay, good evening. Damon Aro Kodo Naabik'íyáti committee members and Glenigi for 24th Navajo Nation Council. Aaron Dakona Isno Angi. Aro Vice Chair Slater, your legislation, Aro Mascani, Atlo Kwagi. To Miss Dr. Jill Jim Atlo. Aro the question Atlo Agan Datlnishigi, Division of Health, Dorida, Aro Wada Walkhatan Watlinigita, and the Dakona school board members that in listening to this legislation, it is a legislation shift on this case that's helping our students. From Head Start all the way into high school. Yes, we have been teaching from home. Parents than Lenigi, grandparents than Lenigi. Some are learning with their children, their grandchildren at home. There are criteria at law. State standards, because that's how the schools get their funding from the state. If we close for 1 year, we said we're going to go learn at home. But imagine a second grader that left school when they were in 2nd grade. They advanced to 3rd grade 1 year. Like from the computer or sitting at the chapter learning. They did their testing. They did their testing. State testing that. Then they pass barely because of the difficulty of learning that they have. Some. Yes, they advance. But by the time they get back into school again and they test again, they do a pre-test again, that child will have advanced to 4th grade. But where will their reading level be? Where will their education level be? It will be still over here at 2nd grade. They would have to catch up 2 years. You guys say, and this is what I see here. Reaching out to different school board members this evening, asking them, what do your parents say? What do your community say? They're willing to. What it means that they have an option. They're not being forced to go back into the school building. They have that option to either allow their child to go back into the school setting or to continue learning at home. One school is at 60% that say yes, they want to have their students go back into learning. The rest, they want to continue virtual learning. And then staff, they're getting vaccinated. Everybody's getting vaccinated. I reached out to Telto Medical Center this evening. They've opened up their clinic, their drive up to say we're going to serve 16 and over with our vaccines. I asked them, the staff, how is our rate at Telto Medical Center? How much of a turnout are we getting with the vaccines at 16 and plus? There's a lot of them coming in with their parents. Next week, they're going to open it up to the peds clinic because 16-year-olds are still considered minors, so they still go to peds clinic. So they're going to open it up not only to peds clinic, but to the regular adult clinic for all those that need to be vaccinated. Even right now, they're not turning away anybody to get vaccinated from Telto Medical Center. That covers 16 chapters plus more. All the hospitals do that, but this is the one I communicate with. So these numbers here, and what we're asking for, what this legislation is asking for, to support our children to continue their education, to continue their learning, I support that. Because this legislation here is going to help us help our children advance to where they need to be. Even in the news, you hear it. I tried to interview they're saying, yes, we want to go back to school. We miss our social environment. We miss meeting our friends. We miss the social interaction that we have. Either way, our children are being damaged. This way, staying home, they're being damaged by not having that social interaction with other students. In school, we're keeping them out of school. We're damaging them, their education. And so I'm encouraging you all to support this legislation. Yes, the tie was 11-12. It was 11-11. Then a vote came in again for 11 and 12. But these are not just from one parent. These are from surrounding school districts. And I listen to the discussions, and I'm listening to what I'm hearing from my colleagues right here. I ask you to go out to your school boards and meet with them from now until whenever this legislation goes through. If it goes through tonight and goes to the council tomorrow, then continue to meet with your school boards. continue to meet with the teachers and the principals and the superintendents and find out if it is going to impact. It will make a positive impact. That's the way I see this legislation. The process on what criteria are being met, what needs to be done. So on what Dodie has done, Department of Education, with the assistance of HESI. McKinley County Schools, they have a machine. Yes, we were invited as council to Twin Lakes either yesterday or today, to watch that, to see what that machine does. So that's what I want to say was I support this legislation. Thank you.
Speaker, Chair, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for that comments. Let me continue to go down. Colleagues, the time now is 8:05 p.m. Again, it is snowing here in Winter Rock. I'm worried. Just keep the staff in mind, please. I do have Chairman Nez, Honorable Yellowhair, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Begay, and then Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue right now. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I do want to say thank you to the staff for hanging in there with us and also devoting their time and efforts and energy. I will keep you in prayer tonight. And right now, Shanant, as I'm listening to the statements and testimonies given by my colleagues, I do agree with it, and to some degree I don't. And right now, we say that we try to work for our people, we try to work for our students. How much are we affecting right now, like every decision that we make? And some of the statements that I see, they say it's more of emotional feelings more than facts. In some cases, emotional feelings and emotions are facts because of what we experience as leaders in the community. And we have been trying to help our schools, our communities, in providing internet services for students to be accommodated, to be working on their schoolwork. And I feel like the approach is not correct with this legislation. The proper approach, I believe, that we should be taking is how are we going to be assisting our schools in providing these hotspots, internet services to our students. The students who are facing challenges. And right now, we have many students that do have failed hotspots and internet services. Those are the things that we should be focused on. And for the remaining 8 weeks and so forth into the school year, the semester, 8 weeks is the average time that we have for the semester. It does not make up for a year. It does not make absolute sense. And right now, I've been trying to consider all the factors and all these statements that my colleagues have been putting forth. We just need to give a lot more prep time for our schools to get everything situated this summer. And right now, 8 weeks is not enough. 8 weeks is not enough to make up for a year. The thing, again, we need to be focusing on is how the infrastructure that has been in place, how is it accommodating our students? And right now, Ms. Ghani, I do appreciate your statements and everything that she put forth before us council members. But again, we have to think about how many of these stakeholders have been involved in this discussion? The parents, the grandparents. How many have reached out to her, out to Delegate Slater, the sponsor of this legislation, to say that this is suitable for the entire Navajo Nation? We have only a certain amount that are confident about this reopening plan. Yes, it is viable to some schools where they say they're confident to opening for the remaining 8 weeks. But what about the rest? And what about in the situation where in this 8 weeks, a school is confident and they pursue this plan and to say, yes, we have the accommodation to have these remaining 8 weeks open to our students and our teachers and for our parents. But yet something bad happens. What are we going to say then? One life lost is too much already. It is a burden. It is heavy on the heart and the mind. And I say this because of what I dealt with in my communities. It is very heartbreaking, Shadana. And moving forward, I think the things that we need to be focusing on, again, is the infrastructure and how we're going to pursue and help these families with childcare. This is one question that I did pose to the Northern Agency members and to the Northern Agency delegates. How are we going to help these families and parents with childcare who are trying to get back to work and to the workforce? Those are the things that in the direction that we need to be seeking right now. We need to provide that assistance to them. We need to be able to step up to that plate. But right now, 8 weeks, it just does not make any sense to me. Again, what's going to happen? We have a few children who are suffering right now. A few, and I mean thousands, who have lost their parents, their grandparents, who are relying on their great grandparents, living in their homes. And what's going to happen to them, as I have stated before with my testament, what's going to happen to them if I'm gone? We have no answer for that as leaders. And Ms. Goni, I really do appreciate the effort. But then we really have to consider the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates. I do want to proceed. I want everything to go back to normalcy. But we need to do it with a lot of precautions and a lot of plans set forth. Because our children are our future. And right now, I'm just getting a lot of texts. And I can say this right now. Yesterday, I got 53 text, phone calls, and emails combined saying, no, Ms. So, do not open the schools. Do not vote in favor of this. And today was the very first day I got a text saying, open the schools. The very first text. And that speaks a lot to me. And in every chapter meeting, I always give my phone number and my email saying, this is my private phone number and email if you have any concerns, opinions, and comments. And knowing that my constituents have that, today I only received one comment in favor of opening the schools. And my deepest concern is all of the stakeholders involved. How many of them will voice their opinion saying, Shanant, yes, we want this? How many are going to work with BIE schools? How many are going to work with Doty? Because in most testaments that I receive as delegates, they say that we were left out. At the end, they are the last to know what is happening. They are the last to know that this is the formal decision and the final and concluding decision that this is what's going to happen with their schools. Many are left out. And again, many of our board members are left out in the dark. Many of our board members, their opinions and comments and concerns are not included. How many of our dozens of board members and hundreds of stakeholders have had this discussion with Ms. Goni? How many have had it with us as HESI members? The percentage is very low, I can tell you that. And right now, again, proceeding forward, Shanant, I hope that you will consider this legislation and vote in the best of your people, the children and elders. And I can tell you, yes, children are susceptible. I was an educator for 4 years. Kids like to get in and everything. It is hard to disinfect pencils, papers, cubbies, books, and everything into the classroom from the playground. It is easy to spread germs, bacteria, and viruses. It is hard to contain. It is a hard work being an educator. And to put that workload on our educators right now for the remaining 8 weeks, I don't want to put them in any more stress and burdens. They are dealing with a lot right now to make their curriculum effective, to come up with creative ideas to keep their students engaged. And yes, at times, yes, our families fall short in keeping their students active in their schoolwork. But you know what? Again, I tell our parents, our families who are educators at this point, take a break. Take a break from the curriculum. Go for a walk because you are doing a great job. Do not fail. Do not stop. Do not halt. Do not slow down because you are slowing this pandemic. You are slowing the virus. You are making a difference. And I'm very proud of each and every one of you who is making a difference right now, who is taking part of this. Not many can do it. It is hard being an educator. It is hard to try to make a difference into someone's life. It is hard to make that impact. It is very, very hard, but you are doing it. To the senior, to the elder who is instructing that curriculum, you are doing it. You are learning from a laptop as well as with your grandchild, your daughter, your son. You are learning with your great-grandchild. And what an amazing achievement that is. And you should be so proud of yourself. And again, I know that we have pursued this effort before, but I'm going to motion to table this legislation to July 15th.
That's Charles Newman.
Honorable Shirley, so motion to table this legislation for what time frame and until what is the
To
purpose?
the NABI scheduled before summer session, July 15th.
Okay, and then what is the purpose?
To ensure that every student over 16 is vaccinated and to ensure the health and safety of our Navajo people.
Motion on the floor. Nabi, yeah. So we'll have that. Okay. All right. Motion timeline is still April 15th. Well, I'm just gonna put to the 16th just in case.
Shazah, I said July 15th.
Oh, till summer.
Second.
Summer. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
July 15th.
Okay, July 15th. I'm looking at it wrong.
Second.
July 15th.
The regular meeting is on the 8th, so it'll be a special.
Yeah, so that it would be the Thursday before. Yeah. So July
Thank you,
15th.
Ben.
Okay, with that, until put it in there.
Question, privileged speaker.
Summer session. Guest question privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shana. This is a question for legal counsel. Can the Navajo Nation mandate that every single student get a vaccine if they're 16 or older? That sounds illegal to me. Also, how would it be enforced? That's a condition of the tabling that you're recognizing.
With that, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Nabi Committee Speaker and Delegate Slater. I do not believe that the Navajo Nation can mandate that each of its 16-year-olds or above 16 are vaccinated. However, I believe that there is authority within the various school boards, et cetera, to establish something of not allowing non-vaccinated students into the school facilities. But those are somewhat separate issues. And as far as even if the Navajo Nation could require that all 16-year-olds and above get vaccinated, I have no idea how you would enforce it. But I think that's moot because I do not believe that they can do that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
Later.
Thank you. And still, in recognizing that motion, Honorable Charlene So, I think the purpose for your tabling motion would need to be modified.
Okay.
So we do have a time frame, but we just need a purpose.
Okay. It would be to provide enough time to have the constituents of the Navajo Nation 16 and over to be vaccinated.
So you're just saying that to give more time for more students to be vaccinated.
And as well as with more studies and thorough collaboration and input from board members of the Navajo Nation of all agencies with Ms. Goni.
Time to provide more time for each student over the age of 16 of age to get vaccinated and to obtain more supporting, to gain more support from school boards and Ms. Connie. And what? And working with Ms. Connie. All right. So tabling motion on 0046-21 until the Naabik'íyáti committee meeting before Navajo Nation Summer Session Council, which would be July 15, 2021, provide more time for each student over the age of 16 to have more time, to provide more time for each student over the age of 16 to get vaccinated, and also to obtain support from local school boards that will be working with Ms. Patricia Ghani. That, colleagues, there's a motion for tabling by Honorable Charlene So on legislation 0046-21. Is there a second?
Charles Newton, second.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That, colleagues, there's a debate on a tabling motion. School board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.,
Kiala votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber
Delegate Brown
Canaspa
votes
Crotty,
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty,
Delegate Amber Cannon-Bog Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Sorry, Freeland was muted. Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Rona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater,
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika,
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 8 opposed, and chair not voting.
That colleagues 13 in favor, 8 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for that tabling motion on legislation 0046-21. That colleagues on down.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Speaker? Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Who was that?
Speaker. This is Thomas Walker. I was muted and I didn't get a chance to voice my vote. I voted green on that last vote.
Okay, that colleagues, I heard 3 motions to adjourn, but before I recognize a motion to adjourn by Honorable Eugene So, there is a, I had to honor Honorable Vice Chair Walker's request to vote because we have not moved on to the next motion. So with that, Honorable Eugene So's vote is green. I mean, Vice Chair Walker, sorry. Vice Chair Walker. So that changes the vote on the last motion, which was a tabling motion of 0046-21 to 14 in favor, 8 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion still carries, continues on that table of that motion. That there was a recognition of an motion to adjourn by Honorable Eugene. So before I recognize the second, the motion to adjourn, I can recognize a second at this time. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Colleagues, any comments, questions on a motion to adjourn?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Speaker, Chairman.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. We adjourn. We're not going to hear legislation 0048-21, which is not even on the agenda. And it went through Health and Education Human Services, and it went through Budget and Finance, and now it was to be put on the agenda to hear this. It's for the veterans that need assistance out there. And I know that they're relying on this, and I have my agent. And also, it's supposed to go to council tomorrow regarding this continued resolution until they come up with a comprehensive budget, in which is being worked on currently. So I plead to the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council to allow 0048-21. We can put it on the agenda and table it, and we can discuss that on the council floor tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions, comments, questions on motion to adjourn? Going once, going twice.
Delegate Rick Nez. Delegate Rick Nez request to speak.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, just when I wanted to speak, they got tabled. Shnanta, thank you. I would like to support the veterans as well. Let's take care of this for the veterans. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That, colleagues, a motion to adjourn. Any other comments, questions? Once.
I've got a question, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good evening.
Good evening, Speaker, and thank you. Good evening, colleagues. Just really quickly, Speaker, I'm not able to download the legislation that Delegate Raymond Smith is talking about. So were there any veterans resolutions that were attached to this legislation? Because I think our veterans in the Northern Agency are opposing it. So I just want to know if there were any resolutions that were attached to this particular legislation. Thank you.
I'm pulling the information up right now. Our staff is. Nothing. Eastern Navajo Veterans Organization. There's just a comment, right? Well, there's one that says Eastern Veterans Organization. So that one's speaking on behalf of Eastern. The other ones are just comments. Officially attached to the legislation, there are none, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. But if there is one official comment from the Eastern Navajo Agency Veterans Organization, and this is from Commander George South, but it's not an officially attached supporting document when the sponsor dropped the legislation. It's just been attached while in the 5-day comment period, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on adjourning at 8:31 p.m. When
Mr. Chair, this is Dan.
Who's that? Honorable Daniels, good evening.
Yes, yes, good evening. Yes, I have a question, Mr. Chair. Did we do legislation 0043-21?
Honorable Daniels, no, we have not. The lineup for the next legislation was 0047-21, then 0043-21.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on adjourning at 8:31 p.m.?
Chair Solana.
Honorable Halona, floor is yours. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Do you agree we need to try to get this veterans legislation dispersed? It's only going to be for another 3 or 4 months. They can only do a quarter time of the year. So if they get the continuing resolution settled, we need to do this to keep the administration moving. So that's my comments on the legislation. Right now, we should get it taken care of. We need to move it along. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, motion adjourned at 8:31 p.m. Any other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, Daniels here again.
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, a question, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow's special session, there was a round delegates they signed, and was address 0043-21. So I would really appreciate since I'm understanding it also not little kind of ICBAN and the other legislation could relating to veteran area.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on a motion to adjourn at 8:31 p.m.? Once, going twice, went 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Gail votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pranay Halona.
Lona votes red.
Honorable Pranay Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate J votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I'm going to change my vote to red. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 10 in favor, 12 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. With that, colleagues, 10 in favor, 12 opposed, chair not voting. Motion fails. Moving on down. We are
Speaker
on
Damon?
to legislation
Speaker Damon?
0047-21.
Speaker David, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
I'd like to suspend the floor rules to put in legislation number 0048-21.
Second the motion.
Make a motion.
To add that onto the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, colleagues, adding on 0048, is that right? That's 21 onto the agenda.
Speaker, I second the motion with the modification.
A, B, C, so that would be a new F. Hey, with that, colleagues, adding on to the amending the agenda. Motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Rico, before I get a second, can you read the motion or read the title of legislation 0048-21?
Speaker, I would like to change my motion. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, I haven't recognized you. I haven't fully recognized you, so go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make this 0048-21 as the next item to be heard. This is very imperative that we have to do something, or else the veterans' second quarter will expire here next week on Wednesday. Therefore, this is why this legislation is going, and we can act upon it. And if we do adjourn after this, it would be appreciated. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Any legislation
Second that motion.
0048-21 as a new item D under new business. So with that, Mr. Rico, before I get a second, can you read the heading into the record?
Eugene So.
Mr. Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0048-21, in action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Comprehensive Budget, continuing the extension of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration budget through June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, there's a second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion to amend the agenda and adding it on as a new item D under the legislation 0048-21? Going once, going twice, going three times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Elmer Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I'll get Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
I'll get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Freeland's green. I was muted.
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, is share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Speaker, with the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. So with that, colleagues, we are on now, moving on down on our agenda to legislation 0048-21. Mr. Rico, could I get the legislation read into the record? Hold on, before we do that, where is 00? Here. That legislation is sponsored by Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Helena. That, Mr. Rico, could you read the legislation into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0048-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget, and continuing the extension of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration budget through June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. You have a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommends a pass with no amendment and no directive. There is also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass without amendment. Navajo Nation Council is final authority for this legislation. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Eugene So.
Second, Delegate Nez.
Okay, with that, colleagues, on legislation 0048-21, the motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Chairman Nick Nez. Any comments, questions on legislation 0048-21? Going once?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Chair Charles Newton, go ahead. Oh, no, Madam Chair, hold on. With that, I'll put you in the queue, Madam Chair. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation, and also Chairman Damon for allowing this legislation to be heard this evening, 0048-21. And thank you for the motion, Shanai and Shache, for seconding the legislation here. I bring forth to you this legislation, which has climbed up the committee ladder. It went through Health and Education and Human Services, and it went through the Budget and Finance Committee, and now it's here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is to ensure that funding will continue, because this funding is going to end due to the continuing resolution based off of the CN 88-20, which was part of the FY 2021 Navajo Nation budget. Under that CN 88-20, this continuing resolution will end March 31st, 2021, which is next week. Therefore, once it ends, there's no funding for the veterans at the 5 agencies in order to get assistance. They are respectfully requesting for assistance. This legislation here is only requesting at least 3 months, not requesting a whole quarter to be utilized, but it's giving a time frame, a window time frame for the Navajo Nation Veterans Office, which Mr. Zerline oversees, to submit a comprehensive budget so that OOC may review that and have it ready to be dropped for another legislation that will cover the rest of FY 2021. Therefore, that's why this legislation here is to just provide an extension, to provide some sort of help. This is better than nothing. It's confusing. Yes, it's confusing to the veterans. They're thinking that all we're going to cut them is 1/4 of the 3/4 budget. No, we're not. We are only allowing them to at least be able to come in and request for assistance until the FY 2021 budget has been fully developed and dropped with legislation and goes through the committee members and passed by the Navajo Nation Council and signed by law through the Navajo Nation President for the rest of FY 2021 budget. This Navajo Nation CN 8820 was approved by Navajo Nation Council. It was because we had a continuing resolution. We couldn't come to a comprehensive budget back before September 30th. So there was a continuing resolution that was extended for 2 quarters. However, the council had passed this November 30th, 2020, and President signed it in as December 10th, 2020 as Exhibit A. And within there, it allowed the veterans to utilize their FY 2020 budget, not the 2021 budget, but to utilize it. So there is some plus savings funds that they have. OMB was on the BNF meeting, and they provided information to BNF. So this money is going to supply the business unit numbers 103015 and 103016-103020 in order to allow the a budget to be approved. So, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, it's imperative that we pass this. That way we can assist our veterans out there, because veterans do have this funding. And I have my agent with me, Mr. Zerline, to explain further on what we're doing. When I first started this budget process, I brought this to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. It was way late, like we are doing now. And I mentioned we need to do something for the veterans because they keep asking. And they said, Mr. Vice Chair Smith, you are on the Budget and Finance Committee. We need to do something. When's our budget going to be approved? What's going on? And that's when I brought it to the Naabik'íyáti Committee before we closed that late evening. And I mentioned that, and I said, we need to do something, Speaker. And Speaker says, okay, we'll get a meeting going. We'll try to get this worked out before the end of this second quarter. And I remember Honorable Herman Daniels supporting that. Says, I need what that veterans, I used to caught though. It'd be bonix. So that was something that was favorable on that behalf. And we waited for a budget. But somehow the budget wasn't presented in a timely fashion. So this was one of the resorts. I spoke with Legislative Chief Counsel. I said, what can we do? It's going to expire here. And this is what was recommended. We called Speaker and we asked Speaker, we don't have a budget, so what's the best thing can we do? He says, well, just open the door for at least a quarter and give them that time frame so that they can come together, Veterans Affairs, and provide a comprehensive budget. And once that comprehensive budget is in place, then this will no longer be needed under 0048-21. That's how that was developed, Shananda. So I plead with the Naabik'íyáti committee and I plead with the Navajo Nation Council tomorrow that we pass this. Do it eda, do na kinvida, do bekijit na nishta. Di yalagi e yahat o bin yepa antozni. Haga e yapapaki e ajit pesa saanigi ban yest e dodli do hajo aswasht e liago e inta sanahuit e dodli e what nishkid e here and ada no senigi ada dos no salat so ashwada kitato ti don he kit nash nishtatide oben nach e hashin sonika dishwato naniki e khodat I'm going to give time to my agent, Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and good evening, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. I think Vice Chair Smith's summary of the legislation is fairly accurate. The focus of this needs to be that the veterans no longer have funding at the CVO level to continue the financial assistance program. The comprehensive budget documents will be turned into the Office of Legislative Counsel tomorrow. We've gotten 5 of the 6 budgets completed today with reviewed documents back from the Office of Management and Budget. So this is only a very temporary stopgap. The expectation is for legislation to be drafted and dropped next week by Legislative Counsel for comprehensive budgets for the Veterans Administration General Fund budget and the Veterans Trust Fund agency and CVO budgets for the comprehensive for FY21. So we do appreciate your support to have this legislation passed again as a stopgap, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Damon. I yield the floor back to you. As the chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee.
That, colleagues, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Let me go to the floor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Speaker, put me in the queue. Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Otto. Thank you for that explanation, Delegate Smith. So part of the question that I had, you pretty much covered, which was the need to, fund the veterans at 25%. I do have veterans in the Northern Agency who are listening into this Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. And there was still a lot of questions that I think were looming out there. So I'm hoping that they understand the explanation that has been provided regarding what you presented to us. So right now, I guess my concern is that you stated that people are asking you when will the budget be approved. You also stated that you're requesting 3 months of the budget for the Veterans Office, and to give Mr. McGee some time to develop a comprehensive budget. Then you said then another legislation would be dropped for new funding. So my question is, normally our division directors are prepared with their budget, and it goes through the budget process, which, as we all know, during the pandemic, it was a little bit confusing, and there were a lot of changes that were made to the budget process to accommodate, everything that kind of happened very quickly, even though we anticipate the budget. However, all of the division directors presented budgets to the council in the fall. And then there was also the recent legislation regarding the hazard pay and the special duty pay. And then, we saw President Nez, slip in his supplemental budget in there. And we saw other departments doing the same thing as well. So I'm just wondering, why the veterans budget was not prepared in the fall, and it wasn't prepared again in the winter, and it wasn't prepared again recently. What is the reason why this budget wasn't prepared and presented to council in a timely manner? Because if we are talking about, our veterans, and we're talking about taking care of them, then we should be asking those questions regarding, why this particular responsibility wasn't completed. I can say that, had that been ordinary Joe probably would have gotten into trouble, and he would have been, the supervisor probably would have gotten rid of him. And that's not what I'm saying with Mr. Z, but I'm just saying that, his responsibility, a major part of his responsibility as the Veterans Administration Director, is to prepare the budget so that we don't run into this situation, so that our veterans are not standing there asking for assistance and us telling them that there's no funding. I recently was at the Northern Agency Veterans Office here in Shiprock, and there's a big old sign in the front door that says there is no more funding. And it made me wonder how many other Veterans Administration offices have those signs posted in their front door.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of preparing a... Speaker, did you need the floor?
No, sorry. Just trying to tell the staff they needed to share their snacks. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for always looking out for our staff. So now my train of thought has been disrupted, but it's okay. I wrote it down. So going back to the responsibility of the division director, his major responsibility, which requires him preparing a comprehensive budget that will ensure that our veterans are cared for during the budget cycle in which the division director was supposed to be preparing those budgets. I just want to know, one, when will the actual budget be prepared so that this council can really consider the budget, and then also, along with that, the services that are provided to our veterans. And then two, we're coming close to the end of the 2020 budget year, so we're going to be ready to, get ready to start with the new budget. And so are we planning to approve remaining funds for the budget for the veterans to get through this year, and then go back to the budget season again and then request new funds? Or is this 25% only to help them to get through when we start to consider the budget? Because 25%, I don't know if that 25% is 25% of the overall budget in which they technically should have gotten, or if it's 25% of what is remaining from their budget. So if I can get a little bit of clarification on that. And again, I am a little bit concerned, and quite frankly, I am a little bit angry that we are here in the month of March, and we're talking about money, running out for our veterans. And every single one of us has stated on the floor time and time again, we talk about our veterans. We talk about the importance of listening to their voices and hearing their concerns. I've attended every veterans meeting at the agency level and also at the chapter level to get a good idea of what our veterans are going through here in the Northern Agency. And I know that I can speak freely and say that there are many of our veterans who are not happy with the fact that the budget has not been completed. In addition to that, there was also at one point, I believe the veterans were asking for money to be taken out of their housing funds to help assist the veterans during the pandemic. I don't know what happened to that legislation. I know that there was a delegate who was identified as sponsoring that legislation, but I know that my veterans here in Northern Agency continue to ask what is going on with that particular legislation that will allow them to take money from the housing budget to use towards assistance during this pandemic. Again, we are in March 2021. They began asking for this in March 2020. And nothing was done. I tried asking questions, and I believe Dana was able to answer a few questions, but we were waiting, again, in that situation, we were waiting for a budget from the Veterans Administration Director. So my question is, if Mr. Zorline, if a large part of your responsibility is to prepare and manage the budget, and that's not being done, I'd like to know what you are doing because the budget obviously is in a crisis. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now let me go on to Honorable Kiambier, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Kiambier.
Speaker, I don't shouldn't akudo. I think the kudo not so speta na hodit ahead. Can Naabik'íyáti kido kudo shena so sanitahin so ziki for the veterans. Kudo ni dia shamaya hatsi it kudo ni salat so oti, but yet we really don't look after them, but yet to give them funding until at certain time. Koko yego shitil ashito. Adi that even the last rush or the last sobic just go kodona so sto based on the niki otski hopicha be yidni. Dot ani hit alla it at the batch elia dan in lead. Adli could the budget ban a kayenta to it alla it out of job. Maybe I blame myself as well that why I didn't catch this as well within the budget. But I put in the Kodo took a Hitahni source and others are deep in that a Kodon his last sodo all those fundings Kodo which will indicate which will indicate on the bill and how long Kodo the Tiho which hotel in the Bena could the Sate. See the Sabin Dani Dese. Ado Kodo to Job, Haneto to Job, Bahaneko Ad, to a baby Nashiko Kodo, Hajo, Unlaid Yeta, Alia, Coponet, Zando, listen to on Sensitive. A coco, I like to request Speaker that make sure that this is the right amount of funding that's going to be going back to the our veterans. The last 4 years, how much was actually recognized by the overall the Veterans Trust Fund. That should be based on Hindeki, a call a Yankee at the Otoshi, Johatashi Nanarni, or Lista. So, what was actually realized during these budget appropriations for budget funding, lit archini peso. So the Veterans Trust Fund Siki aid to realize their projected godit based on the cheat a projected maybe get this document before tomorrow's legislation presentation from either the Controller's Office or the Office of Budget Management. The assurance that yes, the legislation does just say the extension. I'm looking through the comments by the veterans. It does seem that they are being they're kind of like misinterpreting the process, the legislation But at the same time, we shouldn't even be doing an extension in the midst of a budget year for unless there was a realized funding. So again, we're just utilizing the veterans to rush this through, and I believe that should have been done maybe even back in January or February. Ita te deadline go and te kong kada gushi no halon na so denigi pesnoshi but yet we still have veterans continue to be struggling at the local level. Ko ade ni last son denigi atinde ishiya denigi te dayoke hawanda that dayoke ko that age is zindo kodo bahanas to bahanetse ko kwake the banishment of it jokodo yego it is let out a la hala huedo bandajin data he could the best pass on the clinic a yego ecodo banani decot out at the coco ben nashikoshi hala idash to spent the sheet or the winds and she that's but not our up at Tanzanit Kotona sos kodo kadon da konko da ado and sos and deniki hichodalia. Did I hear the executive director saying that they still need to finalize the budget? So does that mean that we don't have the budget attached to this particular legislation? So why approve a legislation if it doesn't have the final budget on it? Chairman, I'd like to request for those documents, unless I'm missing the legislation that doesn't have the budget. With those two requests, Speaker, I'll go ahead and conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving back on to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Chairman Damon of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And once again, good afternoon, my colleagues and those that are listening. Classing, those veterans. Going at the snows. Did it, I see benin Niki. So resolution, I eat that Hashkanja. CN-8820. Of course, a advisory committee, President Nezdo, Vice President Jidayitla, back in December 9th, 2020. They had a meeting called teleconference Jidayitla, 6 in favor. And they cited the resolution CN-8820, which attempts to extend the authority far beyond their role. The advisory committee was formed with the purpose and authority to provide policy advice to the Navajo Nation President regarding veterans' issues and concerns under Title II NNC subsection 1033B. This CN-88 was trying to give the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council the authority to develop a budget, to make that budget for the entire 5 agency. A peso bendonish. The behis ani a tota a o aja president that stoke that age now egeta hasne. A court digi a happening na aswood shenand adano senigi. A co Veterans Advisory Council totadane. We shouldn't be trying to develop a budget. And that was a question that Honorable Crotty had asked earlier and I was looking at this, and it does provide a issue trying to give the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council the ultimate authority. It should be on the Navajo Nation, Veterans Affairs Office or Navajo Nation Veterans Organization to develop a 5-agency budget. So that was part of the reason why it was recommended that the Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs Advisory Council exercises line-item veto authority pursuant to Title II of the Navajo Nation Code and veto the Section 4 of the CN 8820, paragraph E1, which is stating that the advisory committee should develop the budget. Budget ado hajost elia. So once now that we have Mr. Zerline on board, they're working to get the comprehensive budget, and it is only part of that 3-month allocation. We don't want to continue just giving them cores. Is waiting for he is working right now, and he would like to get it in tomorrow, the latest Monday, and yes, a new legislation to the rest of the fiscal year 2021 budget. That is what the intent is. We're not trying to just go quarterly and keep extending. This is just a remedy so that veterans at the meantime will be able to tap into dollars so that they can do some requests. As the timeline, when is this going to be heard? That depends on speaker. If we are going to push this along, we drop legislation next week for the comprehensive budget, and it shows all the figures, and we have OMB and OOCs, and this is the amount that Mr. Zerline can use, and he's got it all for the 5 agencies. Then it's up to Speaker and Council to call a special session. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for the spring session, and that's another 3 weeks away, maybe even 4 weeks away. And do we want to do that and wait till the veterans hear this, the Navajo Nation Council, or we could move it and expedite this and have a special session? This is why we're at 11th hour. I hate to do this as an 11th hour, but I had no other choice. I tried plan A, tried plan B. Plan A was to get a budget, get it going, but things like this under the N8820, the stigma in Mr. Zerline. So I know Mr. Zerline's working with it. Now I'm working with him, and I'm trying to make sure that we get this done. Legislative Council's on board. They understand where we're going with this. Mr. Zerline's talked to our attorneys, and he says, this is what can I do? How can I work this? And he's been working with OMB. OMB has viewed his budget, and they did do some correction, and it's back to him, and he's going to do the corrections and get it right, and then submit it again and provide that. So that is what is happening on this part of the legislation. I just want to express that on the Navajo Nation's Veterans Advisory Council on what they said. Hey, we don't have the authority to make the budget. It should be the director. And yes, I agree. The director is responsible for making the budget for the 5 agencies. The other one, Shache, is veterans. We should help them. Yes, I agree, Shache. And this is trust fund. I'm sure we can get documents from OMB. We had OMB on this afternoon with DNF, and here's that we're providing any documents at the time. They will provide that. I don't know if they can provide it tonight, but more than likely they can provide it during the time this will be heard tomorrow at the special session. I'd be happy to see those documents, those figures, because I understand that these figures are a little bit more than FY20 amount. FY20 was blessed with an additional amount. So this coming FY21, there's going to be a little bit more amount. And I know that Mr. Zerline can explain that. I'll give him the floor to explain that. So this is not just to do an extension and just forget about it. No, there's that waiting game of saying, okay, get that budget in ASAP, get it in, let's get it going. Let's not fool around, thing going, so that the rest of the fiscal year, we will have a comprehensive budget for the veterans to utilize for the 5 agencies. And yes, 2022 FY cycle is coming quickly upon us. So that's another thing that we got to be aware of when we come to veterans, any budget that's coming to the Navajo Nation Council. And it was hard to do these things because we were strapped to the phone. We didn't have the person to look at them to say, is this what you have? Is this what you need? Is this what you're going to be able to work with? Where are the figures? These things don't look correct. OMB, give us these figures. Back in FY20, it was more feasible. We do these things and then adopt their budget and then move it forward to Naabik'íyáti and then move it. So,
Vice Chair Smith, we lost you.
Can you hear me now, Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I was really going into the budget, but I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline?
Thank you, sir, and good evening once again, everyone. Delegate Charles Newton, the budget documents, yes, you are 100% correct. They are the responsibility of the executive director for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. In the fall, those budget documents were prepared. As they proceeded through the hearing process, they were modified when the documents reached the Budget and Finance Committee. We had to make adjustments to the budgets, and those budget documents, as adjusted, were prepared in preparation to be considered with the legislation at the end of November, but they were not accepted. There were 2 resolutions that were introduced by council. One to remove all general fund budget documents, the other to remove all trust fund budget documents and insert 50% at that time it was 50% continuing resolution. So that put us to where we are today. The latest version of the budget to be a comprehensive budget is going to be turned in tomorrow, Friday, March 26th. Still tomorrow, yes. To the Office of Legislative Counsel. So they will be able to take it from there and run with legislation. The fiscal year 20 trust fund numbers we are working with was $4.8 million for the entire fiscal year. $2.4 million is the 50%. What this legislation is considering is taking an additional $1.2 million and adding that as a stopgap. The FY21 entire allocation is $7.4 million. So there is going to be more money coming, whether we do the 25% tonight and tomorrow and then pass the comprehensive budget later, or if this legislation is not passed when the comprehensive budget legislation is passed later, that's roughly $5 million more dollars being distributed to the agencies and to the CVOs. To Delegate Kealan-Begay, the trust fund budget numbers, they are provided by the Office of the Controller. They are not generated by the Veterans Administration. A few minutes ago, sir, I did send you a copy of that memorandum from OOC. The budget, comprehensive budget, is deliberately not part of this legislation. This is just an extension of the continuing resolution and not intended to be the comprehensive legislation. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zerlane. We yield the floor back to you, sir.
Colleagues, time now is 9:30 p.m. Again, keep the staff I ask everyone to please keep the staff in mind. With that, Chairman Daniel So is in the queue next. Then I have Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Stewart. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you. You know, this speaker, Otto colleagues, Otto Cecilia, Raymond Smith Jr. Otto, Mr. Squirrelline. It's this extension that is being requested. It seems like CN 88-20 of that legislation on page 7, section 4, authority for extension of Navajo Veterans Administration budget. And Part D, in order for the budget extension to be entered into the FMIS, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration shall submit extension budgets to the Office of Management and Budget at the level of funding stated in paragraph C above by September 28, 2021. And so it didn't happen. And so right now, as of this hour, it hasn't happened. So in your way of thinking, is that called dereliction of duty? And to go on, perhaps you were relying on the fact that Part E 1, 2, 3 of that same legislation on page 8, there was a line item veto that are initial JMNML. And it was prior to that the council already said line item veto applies only to dollar amounts. It does not apply to language of the legislation. So in that aspect, and it's just too bad none of us really sponsored new legislation to say this line item, supposed line item veto is invalid. And so in Brother Raymond Smith's presentation, it wasn't the Veterans Administration that went to Honorable Smith to request this legislation. It was a group of veterans. So again, is that one item of where the Navajo Veterans Administration, it doesn't matter to them that they're going to be without a salary, without operating budget. So in that aspect, the group of veterans that approach Honorable Raymond Smith, they are to be commended. They ought to be given some award for saying, hey, over here, listen to us. And it's almost unconscionable that Mr. Swerline hasn't provided the documents as directed. You shall submit. It wasn't may or should, it was a shall. And that that aspect, it really troubles me. And so even the line throughs on the section E, 1, 2, 3, those were inappropriate. And it seemed like maybe you used that as an excuse to not submit the budget. But in all aspects, because the budgets, the dollar amounts for this particular legislation, one that would carry it to next week, from next week to June 30th, because there's no budget attached. There's no letter from OOC, OMB. This legislation is out of order. And then you come with a promise. A promise that you'll have those documents. I, for myself, I would, without those exhibits, again, this thing is out of order. This legislation. However, in consideration of the group of veterans that brought this to Honorable Raymond Smith's attention, and for this legislation to be before us, in Honorable Smith's presentation, he never said Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. He never said they approached me for this legislation. He did it. And for me, that's again one of the items where we have to look at your ability to administer and manage a great sum of money. There was reference to trust fund. This document doesn't make reference to the trust fund. It only talks about the general funds. So again, I guess for me, if Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, if the President, if the Vice President allows for a program manager, a veteran administrator to operate like that, that's a reflection of the whole administration. And it's so I can't verbalize my thoughts right now because it is totally disgusting. With that, Speaker, I have a dear notion to make a motion to table this legislation, but in consideration for the duty and the honor and the service of our veterans, I'll refrain from making that motion, and then it's just like, okay, Mr. Shoreline, we better see those budget documents before the legislation is before we even adopt the council agenda tomorrow morning. You've had September 30, okay. October, November, December, January, February, and now we're at March, and those documents still aren't available. So frustrating, disgusting. As I said, it's unconscionable. Speaker, that's my statement. I give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, good evening, everyone. If you're just joining us online, we are on legislation 0048-21. This legislation's motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. Colleagues, I do have next in the queue to speak is Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Chairman Nez. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My other phone battery died, so I had to switch phones. Other is charging. I echo some of the same sentiments of my colleagues, and it came from a line item veto and all this stuff, and at the Navajo veterans budget, so the fund for FY21, though, I always say that the managers had the trust fund for Ade, she business, budget, but not Ade, so based about Ako kade CR continuous resolution. Ako ya nache consonant ashanade ye ben aniye yado so da shine na ya kwa kita dishido be no ti be go ya kwa ti be ani na this that his last son then she Asiani and he can need over the trust fund Ajiyad Dehiki Aja Yado Inishike Ajapata Inish Bahayado Iskito Ishiye of this Aniki Babaka Yedibe Babaka Ade Baka Adahi. I wish that we could dismantle the Navajo Nation portion of the Veterans Department and allow the commission to operate on its own, so the commission can freely operate and utilize the budget directly to help the Navajo veterans. The Navajo Washington to akunda and non-talk. At the same time, we are pressured to try to get these dollars funded so that our tribal employees out there who are working for the Veterans Office, no matter what happens, we have to pass this. But I just want to add on a little bit of spice to this. I propose an amendment to extend the date from June 30th to September 30th, just to give the program enough time to get the budgets in place and things like that, just to give them some cushion there. Yeah, they may not meet the June 30th deadline. I don't know. You know, it came this far, almost 6 months. So what does that tell you? It may carry on for another 6 months. So I just want to entertain that amendment to amendment number 1, Speaker. I believe the amendment had been sent out by the Legislative Council, and that is my motion to extend the deadline to September 30th, 2021, just for a cushion mechanism to allow some time for the Veterans Department. Thank you. Go on mute.
Yes.
That, colleagues, thank you very much, Naabik'íyáti. So just try to make sure we're getting the right amendment. Is line 30 in there? I know, but line 30 should be in there too. See, look at on page. I know, but this one says, that only says on line 23 and 25, but look on page 2 of 3 on line 30. See, it says beginning 1 October 1st, 2020, ending June 30th, 2021. Does that need to be changed too? That needs to be changed. And then does line 25 need to be changed too? We don't know why that's already changed. Thank you, colleagues. Just needed clarity. Make a correction. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read amendment number 1 into the record on legislation 0048-21.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, amendment number 1 on page 2, line 23, after 4, delete, overstrike, an additional quarter through June 30th, 2021, and overstrike, and insert underscore 2 additional quarters through September 30th, 2021. New number 2 on page 2, line 30, after on, delete, overstrike June 30th, 2021, and insert September 30th, 2021, and underscore. 3 on page 2, line 25, delete, overstrike 3/4 and insert underscore the full amount. 4, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Araujo. Is there a second?
Delegate Nez.
Speaker, this is Dana.
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
I may, it's late, I'm tired. I may have missed an amendment, but you guys may have caught it. I just maybe didn't hear. What also needs to be changed, and I did not include it in what I sent out, I apologize, is on page 2, line 30, delete June 30th, 2021 and insert September 30th, 2021.
We caught it, Dana.
Okay, great. Thank
You're
you.
good. We sent it to you, Dana.
It just got here. Thank you.
All right. So it's good, Ms. Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, on Amendment 1, on legislation 0048-21, sponsor by Honorable Araujo, second by Chairman Rick Nez. Is there any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Keon Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, quickly, just to make sure that for the veterans not to be thinking that they're being shortchanged, I'd like to request that, I don't know if it's appropriate to add the exact dollar that was being allocated at the beginning during the deliberation. That way they know that the full amount of the fund is being forwarded to the veterans. And I believe Kodo Office of Controller provide a budget to realize of these trust funds. Veterans trust funds gi Kodo the meal bakaki gi to ask any now making sure that